on this. This is actually some ancient history stuff as well. But last week was when we got to see them come out with these ideas. But what we've also seen is in the past, this is a team that has shown potential. I think kickoff for me was the height for MiBR. We saw them win some matches. We saw the fundamentals look on point, right? But that team hasn't shown up to the same level in stage one.
Yeah, and I think that's just a testament to the mental of this game. I mean, after you lose a couple of matches, it kind of feels like it can get out of hand. And I guarantee you, every single time they're in a position in these matches in the future, when they're up numbers, everything like that, they're focusing so hard on not throwing that it's actually counteracting what they're actually trying to accomplish.
It's like they're playing to not lose instead of playing to win.
Yeah, and that's a big difference that you see in these teams, and that's why you're hearing a lot from like them and Furia. Oh, we kind of just want to reset the mental and just get our bearings back together.
I mean,
and
the
try
burnout
to
is
something.
Absolutely real, and
especially when you're losing, it feels like terrible.
When you're losing like that too, when you can see the potential in yourself, when you're probably performing a lot better in scrims, and then these matches slip away. And I think that's especially so for these Brazilian teams, for the Latin teams that are so far away from home, that are in a very different environment, really risking so much to come out and play in this league. And honestly, all you can hope is that they can take that time, the little bit off, to go back, reset, and show more of what they showed us in kickoff for stage 2.
Seriously, they have to do that. I mean, sometimes when you're so passionate about what you're doing, it can actually stab you in the back, and we see that with these teams.
Yeah, it definitely has been a bit of a heartbreak season here for MiBR. But here's the thing. One good way that you could turn around any game is to be successful in those eco rounds. And we see it happen every single week here at the VCT America stage. So here's what our pros do when the chips are down.
Can't give away our full secrets, but it's definitely more loose than regular rounds.
Yeah, for eco rounds, I would say like people are more loose and try to take more risks because you kind of have to get something started to get into the rounds.
G2 need to find some way to hit the brakes and sort of recover themselves, and maybe it's with threat.
You know, you're supposed to lose the round, and you're just trying to make the right plays. Like if they're close off ults and try to die to the bomb.
En Ecos nos gusta harto, primero que todo, intentar farmear orbes. Creo que la mayoría de los equipos les gusta hacer eso, ya que es una ronda muy difícil de ganar por sí sola. Dentro de todo es como bastante que va en el aire, o sea que estamos en el momento y decimos, bueno, vamos a hacer esto, vamos a hacer lo otro, hagamos esto, digo yo. ¿Sabes qué? Vamos a hacer esto, vamos a hacer lo otro, y va variando dependiendo de contra quién estemos jugando, qué hacen ellos, cómo se estilo de juego y nada, o sea, yo creo que es un poco eso.
I like to say we play a bit more aggressive, more confident, but at the same time, it's the rounds where we could be easily punished just by them swarming us with numbers.
Jugamos todos juntos, muy agresivos y haciendo cosas locas, porque el otro equipo o no se lo espera o no está preparado y nada, así es como se puede ganar una ronda de bajo porcentaje de win rate.
If you're taking long aim battles, then getting pistols are good. And if you're doing full hits, probably getting utility is good. And as long as you're all on the same page, that's all that matters.
Weaving backwards and forwards. Final moments will do it. The half-by conversion.
I think classic armor is pretty overpowered, but at the same time, if you're feeling the ghost, then I think you should buy it. It depends on the fight that you think you're going to take in that round, depending on the strat.
I would say it's map dependent what we pull out on pistol. Like a big map like Breeze, you'll see a couple sheriffs come out. But yeah, we used to be ghost players until the G2 bundle dropped. So once the classic came out, we just started spamming the classic, and hey, it's been kind of working out for us. So.
I like Val at the end getting that little plug in there.
Someone should do the math on like VCT pistol round, like pistol pick rates pre and post bundle.
Oh,
because I feel like classic pick has got to have exploded this season.
Somewhere Space is like going crazy, just typing it out, trying to come up with it. Love that. I mean, okay, well, let's talk about that real fast. Eco rounds. What do you prefer? Do you prefer? We heard a lot of different styles there. Some like to run with the flow of the game. Others like to, have an actual set strategy. What did you like to do?
I think the best takeaway you can get from everything is that there is no right thing to do on eco rounds. I mean, there's so many different options you can do. The main factor, I think it was Cryo that said it, is having everybody on the same page. I think that's the most important thing, because if you're all on the same page, let's say you death ball up, you contact somewhere, the enemy team might make a mistake and you might get an upgrade out of nowhere. And then that's when you slowly creep into the round, you build confidence, maybe you get the bomb down. That's even better now. And now you can play a post plant. Who knows what happens? I mean, there's so much RNG that goes into it, but the best thing you can do is probably at some point in the round get together and do a coordinated hit.
It's also like you can kind of like be either side the bell curve of like thinking it's like so deep because it's so many different layers of game theory. They know you can be more explosive and take more risks on the pistol round, so you're going to push. But then you might stay back because they know you're going to do that. But then they might do that, or it's just the other side of that is just it's an eco round. Do whatever you want. As long as you do something together,
just grab the
it's
frenzy
fine.
and just go down mid. That's
what you don't want to do is die in like 9 different areas. And then
I feel like the other
someone's like, wait, I had a timing. Why'd you die across the map, man?
I think the other big thing, especially on defense, is teams have started, like these last 2 years, done a much better job of like considering the opponent's alt orbs and the opponent's economy on their eco, dying to the spike when you need to, things like that. It's just, it lets you take more risks or not.
It's been fun to see how far this game has evolved since the day it came out till now. Very fascinating stuff here. But folks, it is almost time to jump into our matchup. So why don't we go ahead and jump over to our coaches for a little map select, find out where we're going to be playing. Let's listen in.
Alrighty guys, welcome. As you know, teams were decided via coin flip. C9, you're going to be Team A, and MiBR, you're going to be Team B. C9, you'll have first map ban.
Ben Breeze.
C9, ban Breeze.
We ban Lotus.
MiBR, ban Lotus. And you have first map pick.
Pick Icebox.
C9, pick Icebox. And would you like attack or defense?
Attack.
MiBR, select attack. And what map would you like?
Sunset.
MiBR, select Sunset. And would you like attack or defense?
Attack.
C9, select attack. And you have 1 map ban.
Ban Ascent.
C9, ban Ascent. And MiBR, you have 1 map ban.
We ban Bind.
MiBR, ban Bind. The side map's going to be split, and C9, you will have side select.
Start defense.
C9, start defense. All right, boys, best of luck today.
Good luck.
All right, so you saw the layout there, Icebox, Sunset, and if necessary, we'll be taking a trip over towards Split. Not a lot to take away from it, but I gotta say, I do feel like at this point, C9, they're approaching this with a lot of confidence, and they should. Is this going to be a 2-0 win for them? Could they get that first map win? Like,
I mean, the thing is, it should be a 2-0 win for them, right? When you look at this matchup on paper, this should be pretty lopsided. But Cloud9, the biggest issue has always been those slow starts, losing these map ones. Again, they're yet to win one this stage. And it is interesting to see them go into Icebox, because MiBR just went back. They retooled that map with the Gecko comp coming in. And I felt like their attack side looked pretty solid. But as it always has, it fell apart in that second half.
Yeah, and for Cloud9, I mean, their Icebox is no slouch either. Like, I like how they still run a Sage comp, and not a lot of teams are doing that here. And, you know, people forget how to play against agents when they haven't played
against them. It's funny, MiBR also runs the Sage, but with, like, the new wave Gecko KO versus with the older double initiator that you see from...
we saw Artson having some pop-off moments, for sure. Yeah. But the name of the game is, how do you shut down Oxy? Because so far, we haven't really seen MiBR fight back against star duelists that are just like taking over an entire game. If Oxy has like a breakout performance like he usually does, I feel like it's like
who's a player
every other game now.
Who's a player that you'll lean on then to, you know, like really be that tip of the spear for them?
It should be Artson, but we've already seen that when Artson does pop off, it still doesn't really matter. Yeah. So I'm maybe even looking at like RGL with the clutches and FRZ with the clutches. I feel like that's where it's gonna be the difference maker, is like those clutch moments here and there, and I think MiBR have to come out on top for those.
The big thing is I don't think there is a panacea here for MiBR. There's no player you look towards, there's no map you look towards. It's like a guaranteed win. We just need to see the confidence come in for this team. They have nothing to lose. It's their last match of the stage. Just go out there and play your game.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be a slugfest, and that's exactly what we want to see. It's the final day of Stage 1. You got Cloud9 going up against MiBR. G2 versus Loud. VCT America starts right now.
Not wanting to, and Oxy tees off. Oh, the ace for Oxy.
Artis 4 kills, vai buscar o ace!
O jogo contra a Cloud9 é sempre muito divertido. A gente já encontrou eles 2 vezes esse ano. A gente ganhou uma e perdeu outra. Então eles também são caras muito legais que a gente sempre se diverte jogando contra. Eu espero que seja um jogo incrível, que a gente possa mostrar o nosso melhor, mesmo não valendo muita coisa pra gente.
Vem Veneno de Cobra pra cima dos jogadores, na tentativa ainda, mais um, conseguiu na eliminação. Olha só o trabalho!
MiBR, we're kind of looking at it the same way as Furia. Same region, same record. We know we just need to do what we do best and swing and fight. We know that we're better individually than basically every other team in the region.
Not wanting to, and Oxy tees off. Oh, the ace for Oxy!
Para nós é importante, mesmo sem ter chance de playoff, conseguir essa última vitória, porque por conta da pontuação, né, que também vai ser levada em consideração para poder sonhar com o Champions no final do ano. Então, apesar de não ter mais chance nessa temporada, nessa season, a gente quer esses pontinhos aí para poder ajudar no restante da caminhada.
Riot Games Arena, let's get this day started and bring out our first team. Give it up for Cloud9!
Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger.
E do outro lado, recebam os oponentes, MiBR!
Que nos revela essência natural. Made in Brasil, original. Nós leva a vida dura, mas sempre no alto astral. Mas admito, sou brasileiro, trabalhador que faz a luta. Não desiste, merecedor dessas conquistas. Nascidos para o mundo, trago o Brasil no meu peito. Em busca das vitórias, responsa é com nós mesmos. Quando me perdi, encontrei comigo mesmo. E tirei forças, eu não sei da onde. Amigos eu ganhei, perdi, são coisas da vida. O que me dói é a minha família longe. Torcedores vaiam, outros me motivam. Vou persistir nessa longa estrada da vida. Vencer a obrigação, derrota é uma lição.
All right, a very unique matchup that we have here. For Cloud9, they win it. They get to move up a little bit in the seeding for playoffs. For MiBR, it's low pressure. If they come out with a win, it could pay off dividends for them in the overall season. But I would definitely say this is one of the more unique scenarios we ran into in Americas here, maybe.
Yeah, this match has implications for Stage 2 with that running round robin in terms of getting a match on the board for MiBR. But really, this is a low-stakes match that for Cloud9, I think is about gaining confidence, really hoping to get a clean win heading into playoffs. And for MiBR, it's you got nothing to lose. This is your last match before you get to take a break. Put it all out there.
Yeah, but both teams have to prove their own statement. MiBR has to prove that they're no slouch and they can actually get wins in this VCT league in general. And for Cloud9, they need to prove to everybody out there that they can win a map 1. Because if they can do that, teams will get even more afraid of what these teams, or what this Cloud9 roster can do.
Going into playoffs, Cloud9 is guaranteed 2nd or 3rd seed, which means they're playing a single elimination to start. If they continue with these slow starts, there's a real chance that punishes them and costs them their chance at Shanghai.
Yep, now is the time for you to clean up those errors, right? Make sure that you give yourself a little bit more of a buffer as you go into those high-stakes playoff scenario matches. Whereas MiBR, I totally agree with what you guys said. This is it, right? Just give yourself some grace. Just go out there and get a map. Pick up a map. I really think that this is, weirdly enough, the best possible situation here for MiBR because no one's expecting anything from them, given the circumstances that they find themselves in. So this could very well just be an MiBR that just feels a little bit more unlocked and more willing to take risks because ultimately, it really doesn't play that big of a role. I mean, it could play a role, but, for right now, they could just chill with this. Very fascinating situation we find ourselves in.
Absolutely. The first map we're going to go into is Icebox, where we see these teams take a pretty different approach with the comps, like we were talking about. Cloud9 is still rocking with the Sage, Sova, Killjoy comp that everyone was running last year. And MiBR is playing a comp that I've been quite a fan of, the KO Gecko, but bringing that Sage in. So you have a little bit more behind how you're playing the getting that plant down, combining that wall with your wingman, having slow orbs on your execs and your retakes. I actually thought the macro was pretty good. The real issue for MiBR has always been this micro and how things fall apart in the late games. As we hop into Agent Select, though, unlikely to get a change.
Well, I was going to ask just about that Sage in particular. It's like, what could be some of the pitfalls there for this particular Asian in this composition that could maybe hold MiBR back potentially?
I feel like we saw them struggle on the defensive side quite a bit with the Sage. I feel like Artson wasn't really getting as much value as he could from it. Whereas on the opposite side for Cloud9, Zeppa had really good timings on walls, especially against Loud. And these were decisions that are made on the fly too, which is the most impressive to me. Because he didn't have set stuff that he was really doing, Zeppa I'm referring to, by the way. And he was able to use the wall according to how the enemy team was playing the rounds. And it got them so much value.
Yeah.
If there was a mid-split coming in, he would wall off one of the sides they get split from, and that way everybody has a crossfire on the other side. It was really a wonder to watch.
Yeah, the biggest trade-off is giving up that Jet, an agent that is so good at having verticality, at really fighting forward on your A site, on defense, and also having that Opper who can really get in these forward off angles and punish teams who aren't clearing that properly. But I really think the trade-offs are worth it with this Sage comp. If you're playing your macro correctly, it gives you so many more options on your executes, so many options on the way you're flooding into the defense, but you can't play as aggro as with the Jet comp.
Yeah, and on paper, this no duelist comp, I feel like it kind of gets the best of the singular duelist.
Well, we'll see if it plays out for MiBR. Can Cloud9 get that first map win, or will MiBR find their first map win of the Sage? Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters for this one. You got the dynamic duo of Vansili and Rivington.
Thank you so much, GB. Indeed, it's loud right here in the Riot Games Arena. We have a fun game in our hands today because, again, they talked about at the desk here, Riv, there's not too much at stake in terms of pressure of trying to get to playoffs or whatnot, but getting those championship points are still important here for both of these teams.
I want all the points. Give me some points. I want some points. We haven't gotten any of this yet. But no, getting into Icebox here, we know C9 feel comfortable. They know what they're going to get out of this composition from MiBR. So it could go either way with C9 a little bit on the favorite here as they're just kind of vibing through, feeling out the rest of these games to make sure everything feels good for the road ahead. MiBR as well, get themselves situated for the road to come.
Exactly. When you have to prepare as well for Stage 2, you're also trying to get points in your record for trying to make the Stage 2 playoffs, right? Because this is a whole season you're going through here in 2024.
That counts.
Enough about this. Let's look inside the game as Icebox is about to start. C9 on defense, MiBR on the attack. As they're playing this no duelist combination, it also allows them to get potentially some safer plants as well because they have this Sage in this composition. So they're going to be able to scale a little bit more as a team and inch forward here. But at the beginning of this round, Riv, it's very, very slow. Slow default here towards the spawn.
All this util over and over, cycle it back. The Death said, you said, they don't have the duelist. They have to go in on this util or a contact play. So you're going to see a lot of teamwork here within the strategies they put up. A little teamwork to get a quick peek on Oxy there as they both swing out and insert RGL Meister just at long for now. Mid push to see if anybody else is lurking around the defensive side for C9 here. Sheriff there for Oxy. Hopefully able to fire back now that he's healed up a bit.
Big responsibility on Moose here with the util that he's gotten, watching both the boiler side and under tube. And with the alarm bot going off, that sounds the alarm for the players of C9 of falling back towards the spawn on the B site and getting 3 picks of their own. Leaving only 2 alive now for MiBR in this pistol. No spike plant going down. And FRZ, he's stuck in a rock.
30 seconds left.
Between a rock and a hard place, and it's walled up everywhere as well. Trying to play the long distance against Rooney, but a great start for C9.
Yeah, C9 pulling it, only losing Oxy. Do they get the Sheriff? They didn't actually grab him before the round over. Not a problem. MiBR, I like the strategy until Wingman continued to go to under nest the plant. If they had just planted on their side, that's not taken out by Sova in sight. Rooney doesn't get the kill on Wingman, and then MiBR is not forced to scatter as much.
is done. Let's get 12.
That did not sound like Taylor Swift. I'm a karaoke buff myself, and that was definitely not it. I think that was a weekend.
Welcome to the off-key channel. They're going to be pushing over towards A now. C9 playing it slow. ready to just absorb MiBR here, and they know it's not going to be explosive onto site. So there's a little bit of time to get this util prepped and start firing back as Moose finds one straight down off a boiler in mid.
And already look at that. Lots of players are heavily damaged too as they're trying to scale up towards this A site. Easy ADSing for Vanity. And Artazine and RGL Meister will have to group up together and hopefully at least try to get this plant down.
One enemy remaining.
At least silver lining, Artazine is able to save his wall in the next round when they have weapons to come out with for MiBR.
Almost weird seeing Rooney without a sheriff, honestly. But 2 ghost kills there. Bulldog picked up from the fall of Vanity. After he had a nice 3K himself. So all Dorbs are building really nice on Rooney and Vanity here. Oh! Little turret nutmeg there. Very nicely done.
An extra obstacle.
One enemy remaining.
Probably hard to see at first glance too, so you get a quick moment on your opponent as they are peeking in the first place. All right. 2-1-2, just pretty much a default here to get out onto the bonus round and fill out the map for MiBR. I feel like we should expect to see a lot of those insert strats, and then they move a little bit more. It's not just a death ball here. Because they don't have a lot of knowledge and control on the map, they have to be clearing spaces or sticking together quite a bit here.
Now you're playing a chess match too on the conditioning that Moose has been doing with that turret on Boiler. You're forcing out an early nanoswarm out of MiBR. That's one less for the plant as they're trying to work towards this B site. Wall coming up with a Dizzy too. It looks like C9's comfortable playing the retake. There's only one player playing towards this B site, and that's Vanity, trying to play the delay behind as well as the Viper. Here's all the footsteps towards the back. And Moose is actually able to move forward. They don't really need help yet. The crossfire set up to drop 3. Spike planet for the attack site though. And the wall is up towards the spawn. Dash already activated. Getting ready for Oxy to move in. Not even needed either. Moose and Vanity are keeping this middle and B site on lock.
People getting incredibly comfortable with the Bulldog lately. We're just seeing a lot of these purchases have an impact. Upgrade now coming in from C9 comfortably onto MiBR. And I like the strat from MiBR. Usually where you'd see a harbor wall go up, they put the Sage wall, right?
Yeah.
Just to push forward a bit. And I like that movement from them.
Wait, this is too easy.
Okay, they give it up. They give it up. Hold up. Hold up. I'm going to sleep.
Oh, no. Oh no! All right, if they're vibing like that, and it's just the bonus. We'll see what MiBR is in for here. A few buys on MiBR side. It's going to be so tough for them to work the map. If C9's feeling this confident, they're going to be pushing on their angles and covering each other for these plays. Already pushed up to Nest here on pipes.
Yeah.
A very good ping too.
Somehow getting 3 pings off a simple recon dart towards the back of that A site. As they were getting ready for it, Oxy procced up his dash and was trying to find some early aggression.
Okay.
Early flank as well, gets punished. Heal comes up from Artazine, which allows now MiBR to pull back for a bit, leaving FRZ in a forward position. Oxy swinging out, being the shots, and swings out for the kill confirm.
Yeah.
That ties it up on a 4-4.
Quick jiggle there. You see Cloud9 is considering MiBR is playing this leave the breadcrumb strat every so often to get info. Now the hit onto B, easy rotation for C9 to call and read this is the words from Moose that are going to pull everybody over.
Yeah. Delayed a bit too with a nanoswarm. Nice underhand flash though, but too many bodies of C9. Not even a chance to go for a plant.
You saw the slight, just maybe a second and a half between the flash and the Dizzy. I mean, it probably wouldn't have changed too much with how C9 was set up, but those things do matter. You can turn the flash, get back around for the Dizzy. You're supposed to nullify that by throwing them both at the same time. So 5 rounds possibly now. We're 4-0. And a possible 5th round here as we watch this clean up at Snowman.
You saw this wall that went towards that B side too. It was an audible call for the IGL, 2 for MiBR. They lost FRZ so early on that A side. They were thinking, okay, C9's adding more pressure towards A, less extremity on the B. We can push towards the spawn for that control. But didn't pan out in their favor. C9 doing a good job on these rotates. Great delays too from the central utility. And now in this round number 5, already an early op coming out for Oxy.
Crazy stuff. They're feeling so good. And he stayed with the Sheriff and low buys throughout the other rounds too. So really building up the economy, the team. I mean, Moose has 7,000, 8,000 as well. MiBR has a very big mountain to climb to tear through this economy, as well as these sites. They haven't found an answer yet, and they still don't have one.
It's too easy. He doesn't even need to lean out, waiting for the players to walk forward and not check the corners, and that capitalizes to 3 kills for Cloud9. And for the last 2 with a minute left, And keeping the economy up would be kind of nice here if they could save these 2 weapons. Especially when the Dizzy's just been used. They have no other utility to try to clear out towards the site. At least to have that pendulum swing that allows RGL to get that pick onto Rooney. But that op is still in the back of that site, in the hands of Oxy. He's ready to land those shots.
And he does.
Spike planted.
Right through the crosshair on his first peek around the corner after dropping rafters, and now they hunt RGL for the defuse.
Yeah, op on one end, rifles on both. The other side for Moose and Vanity, trying to play the high-low. Wall coming up to tap that spike. Now with that snake bite, that's confirmed that RGL's playing towards the orb. Now being hunted down, couldn't connect that shot onto Moose as he gets hunted down by Oxy, who switched over to a Vandal even to get that kill. So they're continuing to allow the young fragger to pick up these kills.
And Bladestorm online there, just using the arsenal that's around them. And we'll watch the replay here, but if we take stock of what MiBR is trying to get through, they don't have the chance to really play verticality here, moving into sight, unless they jungle gym on the rope or try to blast up on pipes. It's just Oxy and the crew have so much control, knowing MiBR basically have to walk and crawl everywhere.
Did you see that? Oxy took a swig and it was actually somebody else's name, and then Rooney took one and it was Oxy's water. Imagine if Oxy was drinking his own water. Probably pop off even more.
You never know. Maybe we won't. All right, timeout for MiBR. We got some ultimates on deck. Thrash is there right now. Mazine's KO null command is going to be coming up. They have some options here if they can focus the orbs, but it's the map control, right? We just talked about it. Not being able to play fast elevation into A. C9 doesn't have to worry about much. They're not sweating about these hits. They're just waiting for MiBR to walk in, as we would expect this team to play contact or right off that util they have. But they're just looking for C9, and I don't think they have a clue of how they're trying, or how they are defending right now, and how they're moving against MiBR on the backside of the map.
But one positive thing is that at least they're able to get some plants here on their attack side, and when they're trying to play the surprise and push even further towards the back of the B site, for example, that's where they're getting caught. So I think they're realizing too that C9's play more passively when they're losing that player on that experiment on the B site, and they like to play the retake too. It allows here for this type of lineup for MiBR to play these post-plant lineups as well. You know, you don't have the shock darts, but you still have a mosh from this Gecko. This might be an opportunity for them to work that map a little bit more and be good on those trades that they were pretty decent for in this first half for MiBR, and play that post-plant game from a distance.
All right, Rooney up the gut with the Hunter's Fury. Does not find anything. We're still not getting lurk from MiBR just yet. Could be possible towards mid, at least for Moose to see, but that's something MiBR has to think about. Show yourself in a few places. Let C9 know you're interested in areas. They'll have to still cover. They'll have to put their members to guard that area, and that's how you might be able to find a soft site. We still get FRZ slowly moving through mid here, and this could be the kingpin of it if he starts to hear rotations, but C9's anchor. They're not moving.
Yeah.
MiBR is going to get the soft site, and we'll see if the rotation can be picking up big enough from C9 here.
It's all on Vanity right now. Who's got a jump spot from Yellow. Here's the Dizzy. And he's actually going to stand his ground. Trying to delay a lot more here with Snakebite so his teammates can rotate. Finally pulls the orb up as he finally realizes there's a little bit more pressure coming out from MiBR here.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
30 seconds
Very
left.
nicely done. Gets up on rope. No chance to get hit by Thrash here as he denies that hit with the one-way. But this is a good push.
With the wall up from Artizzi was trying to grab him.
The dance!
And Vanity dodges away and gets the headshot, winning that fight 1-1. Also cancels out the wingman plan. 13 seconds left on the clock. Now MiBR has to commit to try to at least pick up that spike and get it down. So that's one player left to cover. One player left to plant. And then no players left alive for MiBR as C9, once again, too good on the defense.
Vanity, tell me that he's not playing inside his opponent's head after that. Gets out of the way of Thrash, then understands he's getting pushed with the slight hit of the rope after the wall comes up and goes for the fight still on the exit. Incredible stuff. C9 are already here after that Vanity delay to hit MiBR. So no, it was not enough just to have somebody mid, just to have that first poke towards A. C9 still recuperate, recover the round. Crazy stuff so far. The ultimates here by MiBR. If they can crash the site, Viper's Pit goes down. But there's a lot of C9 utility that can counter that too with Sova coming back in here.
There's my buddy.
So it's orbs grabbed, getting things back online, and we go back to MiBR. Deathball is working. The map did not work.
So now it's already trying to see here. Micro scaling is what I was trying to call this with the Dizzy going close range. Now the KO ult allowing here MiBR to push forward once they take control of this green side rather. You hear this lockdown coming down as well. On the attack for MiBR, just trying to get this plant down. Will be successful, as also this lockdown counters that pit that was placed down by Vanity.
Not too much grabbed here, but it's a little extra space. They can move up from Snowman to Nest. MiBR's set in pretty good on this defense.
Very good, actually. Alarm bot 2 close to that spike inside that pit as it's pulled up now by MiBR. They hear the updraft coming through. He couldn't pull out his weapon on time. An opportunity now for MiBR to capitalize as the wall comes up. Nice shots coming through, and finally, MiBR score.
There it is. It took a few ultimates. It took a bit more. They do go back to a B hit for this one, but they get that round. If we remember back to, I believe it was G2, it was a 13-9 in favor of G2. But yeah, MiBR was there. They were getting rounds. They were still fighting with this same composition that they've been struggling to get rounds against C9 here. So maybe finding a groove for MiBR at this point. Never too late for the first half to get a few in. Especially now, because if you consider what this composition is going to be able to do once they get on the defensive side, I mean, they could be able to shut down C9 left and right if they're playing it correct.
Took a lot, though, right? 3 ults to get into a site to play the pulse plant with that, but you'll take anything you can right now for MiBR to at least give some sort of confidence against C9 on C9's map pick. Here on Icebox, where MiBR started a little bit of pressure on this A site to start, but now grouping up all 5 players towards B. One thing, another positive thing right now for MiBR is they consistently have control of this B-side orb. And that could be something that allows here JZZ to get a thrash up in the next few rounds.
Always. Give him the plant too, another orb, keep it rolling. Vanity in a tight spot.
Nanoswarm to help him out too. It looks like Mazine was able to fall back just on time, and there's that push forward. Beautiful on those fundamentals for MiBR to get those trades to start in control of the B site. There's that plant. Nice wall up coming through by Artazine. C9 will have to try to play the retake. The res allows here MiBR to get a 2-player advantage. Walls being broken up just to clear out the path for C9 to start fighting. Making sure that there's nobody hiding in those tight corners. And look at that, with that plant, JZZ is also able to get that thrash up and ready. And that's going to help MiBR to delay even more. Shots from the spawn, wall is up. Great delays coming through from MiBR. This might be it for C9. Again,
we get a save.
That thrash is a last resort, so you're just trying to make it expensive pretty much in the end for C9. You have still a little bit of money to work with. You're trying to fight a bit more, trying to pat the stats. 4 kills for Moose, lockdown available for the next. But at least we will not see a 7-1 scoreline.
We will not. That's true. And we also get another B strat from MiBR. Like you said, kind of micro encroaching on the site, getting themselves up, scaling that is, into positions with the utility first. Pick it up, you're going to be grabbing orb anyways. That gives you time to dizzy refresh, and then you hit site. And as you mentioned too, Thrash is back up because of this JZZ alt orb focus. And you should be doing that on every map. Just feed your Gecko everything you can, because it's a rinse and repeat with the utility and the orbs. So they're back to A. Maybe they try to get a little conditioning. No, I was going to say they leave RGL, but he walks away right at the start of the round. So they play towards A, quick dizzies, quick hits. This doesn't mean it can't end B. That's just where they felt comfortable on the side of MiBR. But this Thrash may lock them into A.
Still good read so far from MiBR, always positioning on the weak side first. C9 positioning players on the B side to start with 3 players out there, and there's only the KJ util on the A side that doesn't delay enough until this lockdown comes out. Plant will still come down for JZZ's wingman. He's gonna try to hold here the pulse plant. Artazine delaying even more with that slow orb. Doesn't matter that he gets detained here. Actually, Oxy's pretty close. Runs it down, scopes in, and connects the shot. Now already the Thrash comes out. You do have Oxy being detained, but his players are right behind him. Now the turret from the spawn to swing from the back.
RGL.
And Moose gets picked off by RGL. Counter wall coming through to allow the defense to get the defuse, or allow to at least the attempt at the defuse. It's halfway defused now. Off it. RGL still inside the site. Only Oxy left on a 1 versus 3. On the top rope. Gets the majority kill, but then dashes away as is too late here for C9 to go for the defuse. At least Knight's fadeaway shots. But MiBR now are able to string a lot of rounds in a row.
Okay, so a great hit by MiBR, but if we think of the history that led up to this, we said C9 had so much money. We were talking about some had 8,000, some had 7,000, but these last few rounds, MiBR has been doing a lot of damage, getting that money down. Here, since they had buys for each other on C9, it was only Rooney coming in with the Sheriff, operators for Oxy, rifles for the others, so it was a little disjointed in what they were able to retake and protect the site with. MiBR is gaining a little bit of an advantage, and they are finding a way through C9's defense now. Really nice there to switch it up after 3 strong B rounds. To have that comfortable of an A hit, it's going to come out with a timeout now from C9.
Maybe a little bit quieter on that camp as well. They were feeling the vibes at the beginning, but they're starting to press on the brakes, realizing here that MiBR potentially has found some sort of solution to work the map a little bit better in their favor on the attack side.
Yeah.
And here it's potentially trying to get some success out of that op that it saved on that previous round, maybe buy around that at the same time, and see how they can maximize the early control here that MiBR is currently taking towards these extremities. They're not really trying to split as much anymore. They're not really trying to fight or break the util that Moose has been placing at the beginning of these rounds on Boiler and Under 2. They're really fighting for these extremities, and I think they're trying to find maybe a way to get Oxy a little bit more forward.
Yeah, and MiBR to avoid Oxy. The faster they hit a site and get rooted in the site, it's harder for Oxy to get on the lines that are going to find the shots to retake that site. Nice little position here. You see this actually played quite a bit. If a Gecko is to come out and throw Dizzy there, it rings, but it doesn't necessarily hit the jet if they're on a specific spot of yellow. So a neat little spot to play and avoid that util first hit.
There you go. Nice little first shot there by Oxy. It was actually Vanity that was inserted a little bit more forward towards green. Connects with 2 kills. Dancing across once again, winning that fight against Artazine, and finally gets avenged by FRZ. But he once again stands alone. And Oxy has the line on that spike. FRZ also hears that there's players flanking behind him, and it's the Eldril that's going to spot him. Broken now, double swing coming through from both Zeppa and Rooney. The wall boost! Nice shots for FRZ. Overcooking that peak. And it gives a chance now for FRZ to fight back. He has lockdown. He has the shots, but doesn't have the angle. Oxy is able to save that for Cloud9.
Nice, though. There's got to be a consolation prize for that. That was cool. Give him the spider ring or something. I don't know. 7-3. A little tricky play on a wall boost. But yeah, no Dizzy to have to fend off. Just the shots here of Oxy and Vanity have already been having a fantastic game.
Come on, Wallace. You ready? 3, 2, come. For me.
The focus. And then we never saw them wall again.
Yeah, the Amy is like, what are you doing, guys?
Going towards A. So just a repeat of a few rounds ago. The quick Dizzy to gain this first portion of pipes. And we might get a rotation already from Vanity leaving the site. Shot from Oxy to start him off.
Reads are good on the defensive side to get the op at the right spot at the beginning. Oh, that just give the haircut there to GZZ. Thankfully, his hair is already short. MiBR puts the lock down towards that A site, and the plant will be safe for Jenny.
How far do they go? Oh, they wall lock screens. Nice.
Nice lurk. RGL on top of the window. ADSing down. Vanity falls. And now the responsibility is going to be on Moose to try to fight him. Playing under that tube while delays are happening towards the A site for MiBR. There's that backstab, and this gives a chance now for MiBR, or for C9 rather, to start flooding back within the A site. Aldrone trying to clear towards that back. Tough, tight angle being held by FRZ and JZZ, but they both get denied. There's only Artazine left. 54 HP, wall bang by Zeppa, and a clean retake for C9 to get 8 on the board.
They play it back. A little further back this time. They let MiBR have the site without losing anybody, having all the util. Operator picked up for Oxy there, and C9 stave off, losing another round on that. MiBR, like we said, getting any rounds here, more than 3 maybe was going to be best, but 3 could really make trouble for C9 here on the defensive.
Let's go. One more. Have to grab it. Good round, Francis. Thank you.
Got this. One more. And that's all MiBR is feeling. If they can get one more here, they could be sitting pretty for that defensive side.
On the other side, right there.
They're going to be walking right into Oxy's operator again as they head towards B.
Pretty much Opsies at this point. He's landing no shots.
Opsy shotsies. Here we go.
Never needed the Blade Storm either. And lands another one onto JZZ once again. And that's Wingman down, no res available, and no Wingman plant. MiBR once again have to fully commit within the site to try the plant. Hunter's Fury out from the spawn from Rooney. Gets the tag onto FRZ. So they identify one player inside the tube, and everything that MiBR is currently trying to do on winning at least some sort of fight is getting fully denied. Not a crumb, finally a shot and a second from Arzine. But as he swings back towards middle, an ADS from Rooney was ready to meet him with a bullet between the eyes. C9 get the half, and they win it 9-3.
Feeling good. They're all smiles right now coming out of that one. The few rounds they did lose, doing some silly things around the board, but also enjoying the time. Oxy just seems to be online and coming into a kind of playoff status position. You want to see this guy flying higher than ever.
Damn! I just get exterminated?
Nice.
At least that's one thing there. Some good shots coming through from MiBR, but let's throw it back to the desk to see what they have to say.
Thank you so much for that, fellas. Well, one thing for certain is Oxy's having a hell of a time out there.
Yep.
He's enjoying
he's
himself.
He's the win condition, and he's vibing.
Yeah, in more ways than one, as a matter of fact, because we do have some clips of him.
Yeah.
The boys just singing straight on the stage.
Karaoke may have worked.
You were actually so real with, going out there. I mean, Zeppa's saying they're playing karaoke, singing karaoke.
Yes.
Is it the karaoke or is it the trains? That's the question.
Could be a little both.
Could be the grass that they went outside and touched.
Look at this guy. His energy is so infectious. If he's your teammate, he's playing like he is, and he's singing like
Singing
that
The Weeknd?
every round. You can't not just feel great. Cloud9 fuels off this guy, and when he's playing like this, almost 400 ACS, they're at their best.
Yeah, I mean, I said it. MiBR needed to shut him down if they wanted any chance, and there's just no shot so far. And if you give a kid like this confidence and he can basically taste blood in the water and he knows that he can just peek anything he wants and outshoot you, this is gonna happen to you. And
also considering
it's not just him though. It's any duelist that is like him will destroy you.
Yeah, and considering too that MiBR, some of their plans, some of them have been working, but then other ones have just been out of sorts, right? They're clear.
I think they came in with a really similar game plan on their attack to what we saw last week, and they're getting countered out by the same things. Those deep B hits in particular. I think Cloud9 always knew that was coming, was ready to fight back in. They do a great job of calming who's going to turn the KO flash, who's going to break the Gecko flash, and they absolutely have been eviscerating 9-3. This is their game to win.
Yeah, this is a very difficult situation for MiBR to find themselves in. Great, though, if you are a Cloud9 fan and if you happen to be a fan of Oxy singing. So I guess it all works out for you. But in any case, so let's send it back over to Vansili and Rivington for the call.
Thank you so much, friends. And indeed, we're going into the second half now, where what I like, again, to reiterate what I saw from the first half, if I want to give some sort of positive end for MiBR, is that they're still able to land good shots under the pressure. So if we're overcommitting for C9, this is a chance for MiBR to start punishing, especially with this comp, where now on the defensive side, they could delay a lot more. But GZZ is looking to walk out. A pop flash, that's beautiful. But Zeppa's just right there.
We trade one. We consider the trades, though, right? MiBR loses Gecko, KJ down on one side for the attack, and even more as they trade towards Kitchen.
Playing in tandem. The buddy system is actually quite good for both of these teams to start this pistol out. As Vanity is looking to walk forward, just around the corner, tucked in the wall, Artizine with a right-click classic.
Yeah, the little things, the protocols MiBR might be able to do with this comp, the flashes doubling up, being able to hit a lot of attacks. Could throw C9 off. A nice double play here by Rooney and Zeppa should get them to the site for this 2v2.
A little bit of overcommitment there from that Artizine push. Now trying to break util, making sure nothing's on that B side. Allows for a safe plant to happen. No, maybe not. off the spike, and it's going to be both players dropping in from the top of B. MiBR actually gets the pistol in the second half.
All right, they get a bit of momentum. We know how much that means here. So C9 probably play it safe. No, Rooney goes for the Sheriff. Of course. I've been wondering, there's so many ghosts for him this year. Of course you're going to go for the Sheriff. The 3 Bulldogs of Vandal for FRZ here after those last few frags. And it's going to be enough money to make them keep them happy and keep them on a rifle for the second round. All right, walls placed. See, that keeps consistent. Probably will towards B. As they still want mid. C9 want the info of mid before they really work the map here to see if MiBR is trying to do anything tricky.
That's the second time here that C9's committed towards mid control. Sneaking Oxy through before, and now losing Rooney in the process. Oxy still once again snuck past the defense. Looks into the wrong corner though. Arzine's able to punish that. It's going to make things a little bit more difficult now for C9 to work that map, as those 2 shares that invested in are actually both lost. And 2 far to recover.
Yeah, Oxy was cruising. I don't think Long B was felt safe enough to push up just yet. We see him back there by the box. And now our team just makes the call. Still, MiBR feels safe in the anchors, but they may have to move now.
I'm out.
Took a bit of shots there, but still connects it. Not too bad, staying alive. Receiving 0 damage, almost 0 damage on his end. Dizzy to find some info, and Artazine swings with it. He's gonna fight forward with this Spectre.
Spike down.
Not many chances for the last player standing. A nice fall is for MiBR to convert from that pistol.
Super comfortable play. I mean, you got FRZ sitting back in spawn just on the left side in your snowman, but not leaving turret range. So had somebody that can lean to both sides, even if any problem did arise.
No more.
Really good control this round by MiBR. And a good read on C9. Wanting mid, slow pushing out towards the B side. See if they can keep that strat book going. Just Oxy and Rooney are on the low armor.
Make it happen.
Hopefully they just don't meet Artzine so we can use this Spectre on them. They play. They have a ping towards kitchen right now. Not sure what that's for. We'll have to see if C9 starts to go that way or consider that's where the Killjoy utility might be. But MiBR are going to just wait with this power trio here on the right side towards screens.
4 suppressed.
Ooh, I'd say that's pretty good. That's good knowledge.
Lots of info.
That's good knowledge.
Lots of info, and not seeing the Viper 2 with close to a minute left. He think that probably Vanity's lurking somewhere across the map, so they're trying to find him. They have 2 players rotating outside from MiBR to look down towards the middle and clear out towards Boiler, while the rest of C9 are working in the front of that A site. Contact comes through, the wall comes up, being broken down by Cloud9. Artazine still remains on top of it, now pinged out by the recon dart thrown by Rooney. Oxy with a dash. Gets the kill and gets away safely as they'll work together now on the left side of the site. Big flash coming through to delay even more to allow the rest of MiBR to rotate over and stack up in this area, and still keeping 1 player pointed towards this B site because of that fear of that lurk. Little do they know, though, all of C9 are grouped together to hit this A site.
30 seconds left.
It's just Molly util game right now. It's so hard for these teams to just break this line of scrimmage.
With the wall coming back up too, there's only 18 seconds left on the clock now. The gun battles will start with these shots coming through from MiBR. Nice little one on DCC as well. It's back to a 2 versus 1. Make that a 1v1. Tap on that spike. The lean out the ADS, and he misses the shot. FRZ's low in HP. Committed to the plant is Rooney. Out the window. FRZ gets the pick. And what a round in a hole by MiBR.
The 5 HP lock-in for FRZ plays it high into the nest, and what a great delay from MiBR. Even after they lost Artsine on that wall, when we saw Oxy push in, there's still so much util, so unsure from C9 if they could be getting in. And then the fight explodes, leaving these 2 alive, and FRZ comes out on top. MiBR know exactly what they need to do with this composition. They're not peeking out. They're not giving themselves up on lines to C9. They are using the defensive utility really well. So they get the bonus. That's huge. Like we said, their defensive side could strike back hard. 3 rounds and they got them tied. In this round, they will have C9 on a low buy.
Low buy, Thrash available. Everything's in the cards for them to once again string some rounds starting off on their defensive half. Lots of pressure now onto C9 and responsibility onto Oxy, trying to open it up with the Sheriff in hand, but it's Moose on the top of the pipes. RGL was there to greet him right back and avenge his teammate. 4 versus 4 situation. Recon darts, good info being taken by C9. Wall coming up as they're trying to fight towards the back, but it's being held very well by RGL. Oof. There's that Rooney, the Sheriff that comes into play. I don't even know if he has a Guardian. If he knows he has a Guardian in his hands, and maybe he doesn't even care. Good with this weapon. There's that shot, but there was another player just behind. Artisan with the pick, and that's a great half by at least there for C9 to hurt the economy of MiBR.
Yeah, taking down 4 members here. You can see it is 7,600 on the scoreboard that we can look at right now for Artisan. So I'll have a buy as we check out the replay one more time. If it is a peak, it's traded, and I think that's big right now for MiBR. They're having a good buddy system in place to make sure C9 cannot get away scot-free with any of these kills. Hunter's Fury, Rooney looking for a tag here. Maybe a post-plant focus if it's going to be Moose's. They have a lot of ultimates that could be coming online very soon here, but so does MiBR, as we see that right up the gut, Hunter's Fury.
Fortunately, once again, does not get any pings, but at least it confirms that a lot of these angles are on the backside. A side is actually given up here by MiBR. They'll get the plant down with the lockdown. It's very similar to what MiBR did with the amount of ults that they had here on their B side take on the attack. Now the thing is, these forward positions get denied by that Thrash. Nice underhand flash, keeping Oxy behind. Thrash trying to find information at the top of heaven. Oxy has 2 picks before he gets detained. But there's the res that comes up. A nice bait to come through, allowing aggression of MiBR back within the A site. Sepa now waiting in front of 410. Flash coming up. He's half blinded. Now still trying to get that shot, but can't connect up to Mazine. It's a 3 versus 4 disadvantage for C9, trying to delay this clock down. Fight towards the left side. Nanosword towards the front. Artisan trying to fight forward as well as Vanity gets the pick. But the flash shots are still coming through from MiBR. There's only 1 player left, trying to dance around and trying to run the clock down, and Vanity's able to do it. No time left on the clock. Vanity swings out of confidence, but it will still be C9 that takes the round.
Whoa, the C9 with a really quick hit, knowing they had the ultimates there and encroaching just enough, pushing the screens that MiBR had a big fumble on the way in. RGL had util out. They went to peek and he's just running in there. That's supposed to be the other swing. That's the disjointed part of this one that just did not work for MiBR. Vanity wastes the rest of the time.
That guy went for heaven to clear screens, and I still got to.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying, man.
Vibes are still up. I was wrong. Vibes are still up. But yeah, that swing out, that run out, that was also because they wanted to leverage that ult too, to make sure they could fight forward and aggressively for MiBR. But all of that, very well done by Vanity towards the end to save that round for Cloud9.
All right, 10-7. C9 keep the breathing room, and they slow that momentum down after hemorrhaging a few too many rounds in their thought. So now they have Vanity still watching the flank. A B push here to come in with this little bit of a death ball, but always util first here to feed Oxy. They have up to yellow, pretty safe. Nice one-way delay. We saw how effective this was when Vanity used it on defense. And now C9 has to work through this Viper util just to get the plan.
All up 2, a little bit of delays coming across, but you're just trying to get a safe plant now. Still in a decent spot to cover it from the B main. Is this plant that you currently see. A high-low on top of that wall. Oxy again trying to find info. He spots 2 actually. Mazine towards the snowman.
Oh. Fights on 2 fronts right now.
Oxy was able to avoid that dizzy to actually allow to get all these shots from a classic. Keep that in your hands. You don't need the knives. FRZ, solo player, heard on the rotate on middle. And looks like C9 do not want to give a chance here for FRZ to save his weapon. 32 HP left, and Oxy gets the 3rd in the round and the 11th for Cloud9.
I think you can add a few to Mimi's classic stat there that she wants to check out for this after the bundles came out. What in the world? Incredible stuff. Yeah, definitely a lot of vibes going on if you see that happening, and all this backup still coming in for Oxy as the team moves forward. Triple kill there for the young one. And he's feeling good. What's going on?
I missed all my knives pull. I classic killed 3 too.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Yeah.
All right, round 19. Just one off a game point here for C9.
24 kills so far for Oxy on this matchup.
Crazy.
And speaking of him, in his POV, trying to find an entry, knows that there's one on the top of the nest. Beautiful flash, allowing here JCZ to stay back and potentially even make it out. And unfortunately, he falls. Zeppa getting the res onto Rooney, giving it once again a man advantage for Cloud9. But the 2 players left for MiBR, they still have great ults to work with here between FRZ and RGL Meister.
Slow work towards mid. And could reset something here for C9 if Moose can get good positioning. He will get hit by turret, but maybe that activation on turret draws enough attention away for just a moment.
Too far from it. All of it recalled as well, so Moose is able to sneak through.
No way.
Oh, and that recon dart. So they heard one player towards the back of the spawn, and Moose is going on the hunt to take him down. Connects that shot. Now he'll have to book it here for RGL, and as he's running across, he might get hurt if he makes an extra step. Here's the rappel across, the orb being picked up. Now he's trying to find that timing on the backstab.
They've reset their timing too. Just turning around.
Oh no, they walled Rooney off. So yeah, he's pretty much in a one and done. At least he'll find the information here if he loses that fight, but will he? He will. Guardian shot right in the cranium. Another tight angle held by Zeppa just by 410. And Cloud9 are now at map point.
Definitely having to call an audible on a few of these rounds, but never fully feeling pressured, I feel. C9 looking like they've been in control here the first few rounds, coming off of the fact that MiBR gets pistol, but they have an answer. They understand that the shelf life of each thing they've seen from MiBR is only going to be a few rounds.
God damn. These are some of the most interesting players I've ever played.
He meant that in a good way, right? Because they're hot on the shots.
Yes. Interesting. All right, MiBR timeout. They're going to talk about the next strat that will boggle the mind of vanity, as it were. The Guardians there for MiBR, as well as a Vandal and 2 Bulldogs. Ultimates to be used. A lot of times we'll see a coach come in when those ults can change the round. You can go at your opponent's throat for one and make sure you have the advantages necessary to start locking in that momentum again. I don't know, C9's going to worry too much. They should probably just play their own game here, get the site alt down. Nobody really on deck to grab an orb, so they're going to be always moving forward, if not just denying those orbs. Vanity's over towards B, usually been top of spawn to be that flank watch, but they're still roaming about.
Yeah.
They moved the KJ utility over though on MiBR side. I was wondering what would come of this timeout, and they are going to switch up a bit of the molly placement just so they can have some more delay.
Vanity was just repositioning so he could get his orb towards middle.
Yeah.
So from the looks of it, it's potentially a default to start things off on a 3-2, but RGL wants to pull out a pick very early with a knife to help him out. That gets a lot of information now that there's players in that radius, and that there were players from C9 committed to try to fight towards B main to start. And that gets fully denied, allowing here for MiBR to get ready for a potential hit towards A. So they still have a stronghold here on a 2-2 setup from 2 middle and 2 on A side, but lots of hesitation. As you can see, it's all jump spots all around so far if you're looking at that radar.
I mean, Artsine right now sees somebody, slows. Okay. We take those every day. And Zeppa as well. A lot of damage.
These guys should just keep Guardians the whole time.
Seriously.
That Zeppa forced to self-heal now, which is going to give less HP as he's a Sage player. Only at 50 in the fight towards the front. Artazine was trying to peek aggressively, and Vanity was able to catch him off guard. Pit also available, but not too sure if he wants to use it here. Too many ults that are too strong to counter against his. And even Util doesn't allow for him to get the plant down towards the A site. And MiBR is repositioning now just to play the ults in a time and the numbers in their favor.
A little plant, little poke to see if anybody peeks. Zeppa going real far for that one before they go for another one. Lockdown in, and they'll get a nice plant on this.
12 seconds left. Running back now towards jail. There's a little pocket in that corner. I'm not too sure there's going to be a lineup for it. RGL's a little bit too far even for snake bites to decay. Lots of util left and right. But the nanoswarm's too far away from that spike, which allows here for a plant or defuse to start. It's halfway through. Moose realizes that it's too late. He's going to try to save behind. and save his weapon. I don't get it.
Timeout pays off. We're coming up to that other score. We said last time MiBR had this on Icebox against G2, it was 13-9. Coming very close to that as they start to bring a few more ultimates in that could matter. Check this replay one more time. And yeah, smart play, right place, right time, and smoke goes up. That's the hot spot to start shooting, right? That or a few seconds after when they might start trolling through the smoke. So just playing off the fundamentals right now, and MiBR is finding these first few frags to get them through the round. A nice retake puts us at 12-8. No Viper's Pit to deny C9 from B long control this time. Right back to it to see if that's where they can find their first fight and map control. Way less of a flank watch too here. There's nobody on the backside. This could give MiBR a lot of room, but they've been so timid. C9 doesn't even need that flank anymore. They're going for just a win.
And the knife also spotted all 5 players at the beginning here for Cloud9. So MiBR has power of numbers here on this site to try to play for trades. Shots are connected to start for MiBR, and they're trying to keep it continuous, but it's Zeppa with 3 kills. That's 5 HP left. And a plant allows for him to res his teammate. Self-heal first, and now the wall's been broken. And I think that window of opportunity to try to res might be a little bit too late. Thankfully, though, for Cloud9, they still have a player advantage. Recon Dart coming through, trying to use the wall as an extra obstacle, and Zeppa gets picked off, down to a 2v2.
One more molly.
Counter wall coming up. There's a spray coming across. He jumps across as well.
Killed it.
And the molly is gone. Tap on that spike. Once again, halfway. Nobody's breaking that wall. Finally, double it up. That's a 1-for-1. Guardian left. And he lands that shot as well for Artisine. The fuse for MiBR as they're closing the gap by 3 rounds.
Res back 2. Get the weapon online. Save a bit of the econ and get it rolling. Oh my gosh. The fact that that wall just solidified on the chunk that they were defusing, I think. Oh my gosh. Yeah. And then had to creep in. Nicely played. I mean, you said it about the Guardians earlier. I think it's kind of true. They are crispy with the Guardians on the side of MiBR. Bazooka popping off back in the coach's area. Feeling good on that one. And MiBR gather another round at B. They've seemed comfortable there throughout the map so far. This is going to force a C9 timeout now.
Their last one.
See what ME can get into the head of the teams, what they might be dealing with, what he's seeing that they may not, and if he's hearing something that he wants to change, they can fix that all right now. Still got a lot of room to work with. 3 rounds, not too shabby, but it may not be this one, as this is the lower buy for C9 here. And MiBR should be able to come away with 1 more before next gun round.
On a camp here for MiBR, they still have a Thrash to work with if they want to, and utilize that to retake the sites again. Another way to counter this pit that Vanity has been holding on to for the last couple of rounds. Not really able to find an opportunity to place it down here on the post plant.
All right, we are in. A little bit of a heavy stack towards B, or are they just setting up? No, okay, they're just going 2-1-2 in a different sort though. So they actually move Artsine off of that A site now. Oxy to the tube. C9 very aggressive to start here and get MiBR's utility off the map.
On top of that, taking control of Boiler. This is a new look here for C9 after the timeout. 2 players moving in that area, and with that turret being broken towards the kitchen, look how far back FRZ is. He lost control, full information, or 0 information rather, of Boiler, kitchen, and also any lurk through the pipes.
Yeah.
Look how passively and how you have to rotate out here from MiBR with
they
that.
Have to play full retake on B now just to get control of the map. And they thrash. That's going to be a good one.
A great one.
Oxy take down the king right away. Let's see where they go from here.
Definitely see here an upgrade for a weapon. Slore being thrown, so now they know Thrash. So a Gecko and a Sage are currently playing towards the kitchen. Trying to find a play, inching out towards the A side of that side. It's Rudy with that share. It almost connects onto that second one. And Vanity is at least able to trade towards that tube.
Vanity's pinched.
He has support up there.
It may not matter.
His own support is the Guardian once again. But that opens up the site here for Moose.
We've seen Moose do this before, and the fact that Vanity just got more than he should have means this could be Moose locking it in again in the clutch scenario.
Ooh.
They've got the Dizzy info. That doesn't mean he doesn't have the mollies and the angle in the backside.
So they got the Dizzy info, he got the alarm bot info. And RGL and JZZ are sticking together. There's a full wide swing. Potential lineup, the high-low crouch. Trying to get the spray on the last one. JZZ runs out of bullets, but it's the classic that saves it.
Oh, if only he had the banana clip. It wasn't enough, though. A defuse comes in, 12-10 now for MiBR. And what a good push there, getting themselves in almost a 1-to-1 there, a 1-and-1. But they are able to clean it up. 3 straight defuse rounds in the post plant for MiBR now. They're finding a way to get into the site, pick apart C9 on the defense after they've planted, and keep it going. Valiant attempt there to close out the game by Moose, but we go again. Bazooka keeps doing that. It's going to look like Emmy's head after a while. All right, here we go.
Placing swamp grenade.
Next round, round 23. They look to get the turret. Almost, they try to pull it away. It actually goes down.
That's actually a good start, but
yeah,
FRZ's pushed all the way down towards the tubes. So he puts the alarm bot in an aggressive position, which will not allow here C9 to take the mid-route info. But at least Oxy grabs the head of GZZ at the beginning on the A side. As they group up together now, just behind this orb is FRZ. And he's going to stay in range of the alarm bot for now. All of C9 grouping up now towards a hit at the B site.
Here they go towards B. And this strat's really cool they just did, because that was Oxy that destroyed the turret last time, right? So if they do it with a turret or a util this time, you have to consider if somebody peeks, but I'm sure MiBR knows it was just the molly, and that's your first blood, or kill from our team, I should say, for MiBR.
Yeah, a wall contact. And FRZ lands that shot onto Oxy, so rendering the res not as effective. Back to a 4 versus 4 situation. No clear advantage. A pit that comes up after the plant for Cloud9. Nothing here to counter out. No lockdown available for FRZ. An attempt of a pinch from behind, but it's a rotate back towards Orange so they could all work together. They need Mazine with that flash to group up with the rest of the team to flash inside of this pit. Rooney getting ready to recon guard on the top of it as soon as Util comes out on the other end for the attempt of the retake for MiBR. FRZ on the side of yellow. Molly pushing out Zephyr, lands that shot, trying to find some kills through the Cloud Burst, or through the Viper Orb. And it's Rooney trying to stay alive towards that back. Moose is all alone once again. The late rotate across, but cannot win that fight against RGL. Will there be enough time?
Cut the right wire. Locks it in. Locks it in.
1 second left, and went 1 round away from MiBR to push this to overtime.
Time to stop back up.
That, once C9 put the pit down, I thought it was said and done. They were going to be able to hold the site, but once they all started getting pushed back into the same tiny corner of the pit, and then out of the pit, and then it was only Vanity trying to hold the gas of it. Wow. That's one of the scary things about the Viper's pit. If you don't have control over the site, you're giving a lot of space to the enemy to get very close, and then they just attack from every side as they close in. And C9 suffer that on that last round. Round 24 now, possible OT here if MiBR can hold that defense strong once again. And C9 have kind of gone away from this mid play, any of the B play, as they go for a death ball on the A site, and MiBR is right in their face.
Jiggle now coming out here from Vanity. But for MiBR, they don't know how many players are playing behind that wall because the Dizzy actually didn't come into contact with the double flash that they played. C9 side, it's pretty much buying whatever you can here for the last round, and it's Oxy with a Spectre and Bladestorm as they initiate the lockdown on the A site. Mazine looking for the lineup here just to try to delay that plant. Seems to be attempted to plant towards the top of the A site. Yeah, a little bit of chest bumps coming through, which doesn't offer than a plant. That's a huge mix-up, actually, because now the wall's been broken, giving a chance for MiBR to set up here to fight for the retake or deny that plant. They're also giving that plant over to Rooney. Maybe that's why they needed that cancel, so they could use the Hunter's Fury on the Pulse plant. Bladestorm at the forefront, in the face of FRZ, up in the air, denied by Mazine. And there's that fight with the Hunter's Fury on to the wingman. Players are dwindling down. Disadvantage for C9. Lands that shot onto Artazine, but there's a defuse from JZZ. It's at halfway. He's trying to stick it. Nano Swarm pushes him away. It couldn't get broken there by RGL.
There's one.
He does get the kill onto Vanity. Recon Dart not getting
They don't have the
information.
angle.
It's still at halfway. Almost no time left. Oh, he gets it from JZZ. The defuse and the extra rounds coming in for MiBR.
And in that, so they don't plant. They have to get the plant to solve it. Then the plant is forced to be tucked into default, which means they cannot play it from a distance. You have to use the Hunter's Fury for Wingman anyways. What a round! Holy chaos, and MiBR thriving it in the end. Able to get the defuse, and because it was tucked in, and JZZ gets the upper hand on the swing. What? You have to be kidding. We go OT, extra innings on this one. And hands in the air. I think all C9 fans are doing it after that. As the OT is on the board. Oh.
Look at the amounts of diffuses that came through.
Incredible. The post-plant success here from MiBR. Like I said, they were going to turn it up once they got on the defensive side with this comp. And they showed that they could. So, C9 back on D, MiBR to attack. Do they stop now?
Decent damage there onto Mazine. And MiBR, with that confidence, just want to walk up for the contact. Jiggle comes through. The heal comes up there from behind as Artzine pops Mazine back up to 100. Knife also only spots that Saint, but they heard two sets of shots coming through. But C9 actually has 4 players here towards this A site. Deniability here from the wingman to try to plant it for Generator. Activation from C9 to tempo back up towards the back of the site, but first blood is for MiBR still. Nano Swarm to delay. This time it's Seppa that gets the lineup onto FRZ and JZZ. Shots up plenty on the side of C9. Advantage coming in. Glass cannon off for Oxy as he's just watching back towards the spawn while his teammates are crossfiring to watch this spike.
30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
So much pressure here. MiBR moving forward.
Not cleared. They had the snake bite to work with, but they decide to play the contact instead. And C9 are able to still get map point.
Bomb grenade out. Switching sides. Match point.
Back to that defensive side for MiBR. Let's see if Cloud9 go for the death ball again here. I think it would benefit them quite a bit. The times Oxy was able to get super far up, and even on that strategy, when we saw them getting mixed up on the round, it was almost the same thing. Lockdown into push up, but Oxy didn't go screens that time. He tried to go towards the nest. So if they just keep that going, Oxy keeps pushing forward. I mean, he said himself in an interview before, it's like they're playing 4v5 anyway. So if I get a kill, we're up. Because I'm just out there doing my own thing, and they know that. So yeah, Oxy goes out there, does his own thing. The team follows. The team will set him up. We've seen the drones just over the shoulder, helping to promote that and bring up what could be a 30 bomb for Oxy here at 28-16. FRZ 25-19. A lot of big frags coming in from MiBR, as we said there. The aim's been on. Took them a while to get the macro game down though, here on Split to start off.
A very early timeout now for Imi for Cloud9. In this first overtime, almost feels here that he figured something out, or at least wants to work the better protocols for Cloud9 in this post plant. As again, the last few rounds that they were playing here on that second half has not been successful in their favor, and also they needed some hero moments from MiBR's side to actually allow for this to happen. So trying to clean that up a bit, and it's potentially to fix up towards this B side post plant. As C9 are all grouped together on that side. Although on the other end though, for MiBR, they have 2 players there. Mazine and RGL working together, forced to fall back, Orb to come up, decaying a few players. But it gives a chance for the Owl Drone to clear out towards yellow, if Rooney wants to use it. Dash and set on the top. How? How? 2 of them fall, and that's B site open for C9.
Oxy go kill, right?
You don't need to see anything, Oxy.
They supported him, but he didn't even really get any of the util. He just kept shooting and people died. I guess that's how it works when you're Oxy. The rotation here coming in from Artzine on the backside. C9 have this all but locked up here. It's going to be so tough for MiBR.
Still full util. in the hands of JZZ. Slorb's gonna help out a bit, and as we talk about that util, it's gone now as he falls. Artazine, close range shot onto Zeppa, but also lost his teammate in the process, and Oxy getting 4 in the round in that overtime. Pushing it forward finally for Cloud9. No derailing of the train. They win it 14-12.
Just getting a few extra rounds in there. MiBR able to scratch and claw their way up to an OT, but Cloud9, I think they shook the beast at that one, and they're like, okay. They come back even stronger. Emmy with the timeout to make sure clean, cool, calm as they go into the next round too. And what a game from Oxy to start off. It made the first half look like C9 were going to run away with it, and then towards the end of the second half, Oxy back online. Did hit the 30, 32, and 16 there, so not too shabby all around.
Well, MiBR at least we're able to warm up now, and hopefully they'll push us to a third after the break.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic.
And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
not wanting to. And Oxy tees off. Oh, the ace for Oxy.
Artis 4 kills. Vai buscar o ace!
Here with Coach Emmy of Cloud9, a map win, sir. A map 1 win. Congratulations. We're talking about how I've literally never interviewed you after a map win. This is our first time. So every single time I've asked you before, what went wrong today? What went right?
We changed a few things. We started using tennis balls to get the reactions up before the game. But also I noticed after every first map, we would eat banana, something energy. And we never did it before first map, so today we just changed it. And whether it made a difference, I don't know. But that's what we changed today.
Well, you know, whether it's a placebo effect or an actual effect. Best of luck.
You know, actually, it's some inside baseball here. I was walking around and our PA team, one of them was like, we got to get bananas. Cloud9's requesting bananas. So that actually...
The banana game is strong.
Banana truther. There's no better. It's the perfect snack. It's like good for you. It's dense in calories, but also small, like easy to eat. It's like the perfect pregame snack.
I'm a big banana fan. I mean, you already know. You saw my slideshow.
It's true.
That I so elegantly put
Nutritious
together.
diet. Yeah, you worked really hard on that.
Reduces anxiety.
Yeah, exactly. Look at us here.
Don't lock up because you get potassium.
Look at us here. We're educating you guys on food because Lord knows you need it. In any case, though, guys, let's go ahead and dive in.
So cheap. It's crazy how cheap it is.
Why are we so on bananas?
It's like $1 a pound, or like
it actually is.
A bundle of bananas for like $2.
It is, and I think that it's important to note that bananas are a great source of nutrition, potassium, and hey, it gets you a map win, just like Cloud9. Ain't that right? Segue. As
I'm making you work today.
Thank you. Look at me. Look at me go. Yippee. All right, well, let's go ahead and talk about this one, though. Because, hey, look, this one got a little dicey at the end there. You could definitely see C9 kind of be like, oh, no, not again.
But this first half was so dominant for Cloud9.
Really was.
MiBR, their game plan had a lot of these deep B hits where they're Gecko KO flashing through the smoke, putting their wall deep and fighting forward. And they were doing this in their last match too. And I don't think this game plan works. Most top teams are going to be planning to molly stall back towards Snowman already. And will have setups ready to counter that aggression. And we saw it get shut down round after round.
Yeah, and the teams that are historically good at a map like Icebox is a team that can identify the right moment to do those pushes, right? You can't just go into it saying, hey, we're just going to push this like we did in our last match, you know?
Yeah.
People are going to position ready for that, and they're going to punish you like we saw. And, yeah, I mean... This,
also, Oxy popped off.
Yeah,
so.
the second half was dicey, but it still felt like C9 was in control, and they just let off the gas.
Yeah.
They were just
I almost wonder if they got a little too confident, because you saw Oxy. He was talking some trash. He was feeling good. They really got into it. They felt like they had the game in their hands. And credit to MiBR. I think they had some solid rounds there. Some of their setups for retakes were really good, but there was also a ton of slop from Cloud9. I mean, the Muddy Men narrative goes crazy right now. Like people solo peeking in man-up situations. They were giving away a lot of opportunities there, but they did close it out.
It's just funny because if it works out, you look like a gosh darn genius, you know? But when it happens over and over again, you know,
it ended up working out eventually because Oxy just at the end closed it with a 4K. So, I mean, maybe that's what they were banking on. Maybe they just wanted to pad the stats a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm happy, even if it went maybe a little too far, I'm happy to see the vibes up. I'm happy to see them with the map one. I'm not watching that, and I'm like, I'm so worried about Cloud9 going into playoffs, because I don't think they look shaky. I just think it got a little messy.
You got a little messy, you know? It's okay, you know? You wash it off. But let's go ahead, though, and hear what Coach Bazooka has to say for MiBR as we get ready for Map 2.
Here with Coach Bazooka of MiBR. Now, a very close map almost made Cloud9's dreams of having a map 1 win crushed, but obviously went in Cloud9's favor. Also, happy belated birthday. I'm going to pick your birthday brain for a little bit. When you go into a match like this where you're eliminated from playoff contention, what is your goal?
I mean, our goal is to win the match because it's going to be very important for us for stage 2. So we are already aiming at next stage.
Best of luck.
And that is very important to note there, right? Like, even though for MiBR, this stage is done and dusted, there's still more that MiBR needs to play for, especially going into stage 2.
Yeah, and a reminder is how that works. Both stages are like a combined round robin where each team plays each other team 1 time. So it's counting up. These games are counting towards your record in Stage 2, which has implications on that end-of-season playoffs, on making champions. So every game, even for these teams who had a really bad start to the season, counts towards their future.
It's just going to be so hard to win this Sunset map if you're MiBR, because Oxy already had a crazy performance. Now he's going to go on to the Rays, which I feel like he's even better at. And in general, on this map, C9 has been great. MiBR need to go into this with a game plan of, 1, not letting Oxy just run all over them in one of the halves, you know, at least the first half. Like, they need to start off strong. They cannot let this kid do what he did in that first half, and then they have a chance. Because there's a world in which, had they shut down Oxy in that last map, maybe they could have taken it away.
Yeah.
What do you think about the solo Sky comp they were running? Because both these teams have still been playing like that kind of, I feel like when the map first came out, people were either like Breach Fade or more into the solo Sky. No one else besides these 2 teams have really stuck to it.
I'm more of a fan of the Breach comp personally. I feel like there's more options that you can do, and I feel like it's an explosive map. Like, I feel like you need to burst out of these chokes. You need to be doing stuff like that. That being said, this will be a little bit of a chess game because there is that factor, the Vipers playing in and the lurk timings and everything. So this could be a really good map for MiBR just because of that, like the potential mirror, right?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think they play very similar, like you're saying, when it's mirror. But I think in non-mirror matchups, when you're up against, say, like the Sentinels comp with the Gecko KO, where you have those crazy flash combos, the retakes are super strong, and you have so much more util to re-clear space, I feel like you get punished there. So I do wonder if MiBR is going to go back to that Sky comp or change things up as we've seen them do on other maps. Into the Agent Select, same for Cloud9, as we've seen previous.
Yep, they're going to keep that Sky in place, but we're going to get to see Oxy on that Raze, which, you know, he could very well just have a field day out there with the way that he's playing today. And now it's time to see what MiBR is going to do, and it's the same thing there. So nothing really all that crazy here. But yeah, this is really where you got to hope that MiBR, not only do they have this game plan, but do they have the firepower to be able to match him toe-to-toe?
Exactly. They have to be confident, especially on the defensive side, of holding the angles where people walk into them like Oxy, because Oxy's going to be taking these timings and peaks, so they need to shut him down.
Well, Cloud9 has broken the curse, but can they get that clean 2-0? Let's send it back over to Vancilian Rib for the call for map number 2.
We'll definitely see if that's going to happen, but not going into Sunset here, Riv. It's no changes for either of these teams, not trying anything new and just going with what's comfortable. But if they want to play comfortable, I mean, Oxy kind of popped off last time. This is very comfortable.
Is it?
Except, yeah, it is.
Okay.
I like it.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, is this a horse or a penguin?
Horse or penguins? I say penguins.
Anyways,
all right, let's get in the game.
We're going to Sunset here. Nothing really changes except for Oxy popping up the last time. I think he dropped like over 30 kills last time that he played this map on Sunset for Cloud9. So I'm actually quite intrigued here and interested what MiBR has in store to play against C9 because it's also their map pick going into this.
Hang on, I dropped my pen. All right, we're good. Rocking in. RGL, rest of the team. We have Ghost, Sheriff on our team, actually. No Sheriffs on the side of C9, so we'll see if they can get started with a quick laser shot to the face with the Sheriff. If you focus on our team, he is actually going to be towards that lane side, and C9 is trying to pressure Margaret. Tiles back. We have a mid play for first round here. Really mixing it up.
So the Viper Wall is going to help as well, so they can split here towards the east side. Artisan's able to answer first with the Sheriff. Oxy immediately, though, there's just going left and right when the wall came down. The backstab came through as well from FRZ. Long-range battle as well onto Moose. As Lee's now Rooney alone in his Viper roll. Spike now looks like it might be able to grab it. Nice long-range dink. A second one long-range and will connect as well.
Rooney getting loony right now. That is crazy. Both were looking at him too, and he still finds the 1v1 twice on the jiggle. Feeling good, and a great start here for Cloud9. We get this clutch from him and back again. And Oxy, classic again. Stop buying anything else. Crazy stuff. Dink, dink. Just a little crouch to bring the aim back around.
What a clutch! That's what we just need to get big baddies. I got you.
Oh.
Second round a little bit more aggressive though for MiBR.
Yeah.
Pain Shells trying to get that orb up. That was the goal here coming through for MiBR. Artisan's able to pick it up and fall back. And potentially even trying to punish somebody that might over peek inside the elbow. Has the Sheriff to work with. Nice flash though, pushes them away. This allows now Cloud9 to get a little bit more pressure on either extremities of this A site, especially with the weapons that they have. Lurk canceled out. FRZ upgrade into a Stinger. Not gonna give him too much though for MiBR's chances to try to win the round. And he knows that C9. That's a trademark of this team. Chasing eagle kills. And Moose is gonna get it.
They're just throwing their walls towards B. Go towards A on this one after using that one in the first round. Keep an eye on where Rooney is placing that. It looks like it might just be B again. So yeah, great defense. A strat towards B mid, and then a strat towards A for C9 here. So they're getting their work on the map. Same walls from both sides. This does allow C9 to keep working mid. I'm waiting for the pressure from MiBR here. They don't have too much that says we want to go forward. They're not working a KO. They're not working something they can pop flash and run forward. They may still try to get some paranoia plays in as they take A main control. Unfortunately, they're off the ball on this one. C9 is just about to crush into B site once they get rid of these traps.
Nice little pick from Moxie as well. Catches Mazine, breaks that trip, and the thing that's good is the bonus round for C9, they still have strong weaponry.
Yeah.
2 rifles and a bulldog, a plant successful at the staircase for B main. And that's Vanity that's gonna push through to get info. Somehow wins that fight against GZZ at 8 HP left. He might fall towards the market paranoia. Okay, he knows that there's now 3 players towards that spawn, make that 2. And finally, Artizane's able to trade it off. Well done here by Vanity to create that diversion and the ruckus to allow this lurk to happen as well for Zeppa. The lineups are set up too, and MiBR knows when the defeat is there. So they'll fall back and save these weapons. Well, again, remember, Zeppa had an opportunity to push quite early on top of middle. They might have a chance to take these weapons away.
They're going hard for this. Oxy ran all the way out of here, all the way up through. Just go to the team. Give me my ult. Where is it? At least one orb will go to you, Oxy. And great shots by RGL and Artzine here in spawn to dwindle those guns a little bit. Both Artzine and Oxy are 1 point away here as we get to round number 4, as we get explosive fast. As we watch the replay, just simple peek. Once you have Cypher util at B, you don't expect to get the peaks like that. Maybe the cam goes on and off, but to show yourself on that kind of timing, an unfortunate loss for MiBR and C9 to open up the site. A lurk here from Moose, a little bit on the round. We'll see if anybody else goes tiles with him, but this could be towards that A hit for C9 this time.
The weapons that C9 lost as well were everything but those rifles that they purchased into that previous round. So they're looking pretty good here in round number 4 to have a very healthy buy. On the other end for MiBR, they saved those 2 Venos on that previous round, and they buy around it with a Bucky, a Sheriff, and a Guardian. Crossfire set up at the elbow of the A site.
Playing the
Smart
danger
move here
game
by C9 to just walk across on the other side. Nice shot by Rooney even to open things up, and that's one of those rifles down.
I thought they were going to get punished for not using any util to go into that spot, Van Silly, but no, C9 clean it up. But do they know? Do they know about JZZ? They do know.
It's a Bucky. It's a Bucky, and it sounded from the sound of it that it went for like a right click that didn't do enough damage.
Oopsies. Well, it goes down quick. Great clears by Rooney to open this one up as they again go hunting. Cloud9 stay hungry on these rounds. And everything they're doing, it kind of off the first step, working really well. MiBR not having time to rotate, get into position to stop anything here. So they're going to have to switch up the way they're showing their pressure, what they're doing first. Make Cloud9 worry or sweat a little bit. Too much freedom to C9 at this point. With some weapons here, can they be saved as MiBR's members get just pinched down on?
Spike's going to go off no matter what, which will allow here C9 to get the 4th round. And for FRZ to try to save this weapon to no avail. So very reminiscent to the first half here of Icebox, where C9 looked very dominant to kick things off. Guardian's really good on MiBR's side, where FRZ got a pick. But in the end here, it's all these contact plays with less util that seems to be catching MiBR a little bit off guard in that previous round because of the lower buy that they had. You saw from the last kill from the replay, they also have the Neuro Theft available on the defensive side of MiBR. So that could be helpful if they want to try to play the retake here with the showstopper available.
Who stops the show first? That's the question. Still this wall. A little bit of a change up on MiBR's wall as they are focusing the split on B defensively in 2 sections, like you kind of see B on Breeze, so they can retake through that wall on the site. It's going to be mid, though, for Cloud9 once again. We haven't really seen this since the first round here, but they are thinking MiBR are going to give them some peeks, give a few jumps. The util information, maybe, as they work again towards this market.
Poison orb emitting.
After they did this the first time, they went straight up mid, so whether or not they find what they want here, they might proceed. No, it's just a flash. I gotta credit MiBR here for playing it calm and keeping it safe, not giving C9 really any info, and making the space that C9 has taken not too beneficial.
Because of that flash, it seems that MiBR are thinking that they might have gone for a market or mid control, so adding a lot of players there, and the audible call for C9 is to pivot back towards the A site. But thankfully here for the defensive side is that the Cypher util is actually towards A to help delay even more.
Yep.
TP across, flash comes in, Paranoia, Showstopper out, the lurk, manages to get a kill, but it's Oxy Showstopper to get the pick on to Artazine as well. Spike is now down, out in the open, GZZ anchoring it down, Moose is alone on a 1 versus 1, just around the dice. They're dancing around. Moose swings back out, JZZ, 4 in the round, and MiBR get the first.
Played Gecko last map to Sky this map, still crushing it, still coming in with the clutches there. And Rooney is doing everything in his power, winning 1v1s on the other side of the map, another 1v1 here or there. And it's just the site being torn apart by the defenders that are there for MiBR on the rotation. Really good reaction from the Showstoppers, but JZZ just doing too much work in the end there with RGL Meister to lock down a site. Guardians coming out on the side of MiBR here as they have suffered a bit even with the win. But they are going to get around on the board. C9 still looking good in the buy department. Go back towards this mid-pressure strategy. And the trips being switched up, catch them again. So good info, good movement on the util from MiBR.
Despite the round that they won, 2 Guardians in the hands of RGL and FRZ, though. Guardians still looking pretty good for the defensive side. Looks like we're able to insert Oxy towards the defender spawn somehow. And the rest of them are trying to make the noise towards market so they can actually cut these rotates and catch these rotates. So there's the engagement now for Cloud9 inside the market. All the responsibility here for that death ball inside the market of C9 to create that diversion. There's that paranoia, and there's that push towards the spawn. It's beautiful from A to Z.
One enemy remains.
And C9 will move in for an open plant, and they're losing bodies for MiBR all across the map, but flawless in the end for Cloud9.
This kind of tells me that C9 are going to do this over and over. The mid-round strat that didn't come up with anything, what we just saw was supposed to be the result of the last mid-round strat where they went market to A. This time they go mid. And again, they're not gaining too much, but they're getting the space. And they know that taking that space and completely cutting off MiBR from help from their team is eventually going to get them to crawl out of the woodwork. They have to peek. They have to recheck things. They can't just let themselves be closed in. So C9's playing a it's your move game. We're going to put ourselves here. MiBR, what are you going to do? And I don't know if MiBR really knows how to attack against it right now. Yeah. Defend, I should say.
Best results that they had so far is to contain and push back towards the A side with the util they've been using and also farming these orbs, but leaving that mid side open a lot, playing passively towards the market, getting picked off also from B main inside the B site. Losing players on those sides.
Yeah.
Gotta find a way to fight that back.
So MiBR, ultimates to use. JZZ can get Seekers out if they are feeling bad. One of the things is that they are losing an idea of the state of the game once C9 starts to quiet down and get into these weird positions. So Seekers is going to be a huge solve on that. They're not going to have it every round, though. And they may not use it this round either. Staying with the classics across the board. A little bit of money for JZZ, so he'll dip in. But yeah, they're focusing on the rounds to come here. Quick paranoia straight through. Are we going to get Oxy going ham? Does he fly forward on this, or are they just going to play it slow is the question. Semi-fast, at least taking the space. So after the timeout, both teams trying to put something on the board. It looks like they meet each other at A.
got your trail.
Seekers too are actually expended in the beginning, so they know the players are close. Flashes coming out. Oxy, easy kills coming in. Needs one more, and now at least we'll have the showstopper within the next round. That's that's A site open for C9 to plant, and also the weapon that they could protect here. It's not dropped too far off where Mazin could come and pick it up. Vanity's just trying to farm the last two. Cancelled out, but Zeppa's the one that's picking it up.
I think it is a low buy round for MiBR, but that's a dream round for Oxy. Yeah, Paranoia for me, I'm gonna blast pack forward. Oh, I'm gonna blast pack forward again. Nobody's even close to this guy. But he's farming up the orbs. That's all he wants. It's still a win for him. He's not having any fun. All right, hopping into round 8. 6 ults across the two teams, 3 apiece.
At least Vanity realized that. You saw it in all chat. MiBR Classic is OP. It was a full Classic round save for MiBR in that previous one. They have weapons to work with this time around. Trip's a little bit closer though, easily broken up and nicely done from the dog inside the market. Showstopper at the feet of FRZ, cutting rotates on the top of middle, caught with knife in his hands. But Zeppa's trying to push back and forth. Overextension coming out from C9, being punished out. 3 versus 3 Seekers also pushing back C9. On the post plant, playing outside B. Looks like Rooney's just staring at the butterflies or the moths here at the under the lamp, just to throw his snake bites down onto the spike and just delay.
So far, it travels so far, it gives him enough time to run back in. That's what you need though. All right, close up is JZZ. The smokes are gonna clear. Paranoia's hit.
Beautiful double flash coming out. They could get punished here, but Vanity still gets that pick. Not a chance now for MiBR to even touch the spike. That's not the scoreline we wanted, but it's 7-1.
There it is. Death taxes and 7-1. All right. Always coming around. Round number 9 here. Cloud9 using a few of those alternates to take the pressure. You called the Trailblazer. There it is right in front of Oxy. What does Oxy get? Util, so Oxy can go forward. Then you kind of see what the mindset of C9 is there. They think MiBR's rotated, that MiBR's playing as fast as they can to get back on these plays, and Oxy's knife outrunning mid. Oh, I got him. I'm going to get behind him. Nope. They haven't rotated yet. They're still playing a bit of the macro and trying to look for the lurkers, but it's not enough so far. C9 just running around with these, running away with these rounds, and MiBR on the low buy here should be another one for C9 as they continue to pressure and just poke at this mid play.
This is not bad though, right? It looks like for MiBR is still playing very passively on the top of middle, trying to give up the space for C9, but look at where FRZ was able to insert himself. He's at the entrance of this B site with that frenzy and gets that pick, or the stinger rather, onto Moose. Allows the hat to be thrown up and an opportunity for MiBR to converge back into middle, but unfortunately they don't have the better weaponry. Being on a Sheriff and Stinger buy, half buying for the next. C9's able to salvage at least those kills at the top. Give themselves still a weapon advantage on this 3 versus 3.
Zeppa up front on this one. 1 flash, 1 Trailblazer, a few orbs, and they have Seekers. Not necessarily needed this round. If they had it right now, it'd probably be used to figure out where the 3 are. But as of, it's just a death ball through market. They're no window shopping on this one. They're going straight for the plant.
Camera's available. Stinger is out. All the shots misses. Almost got that kill on Taruni, which would have been huge because he had that pit available. And now you see it bloom out here towards this B site. Seekers on top of that to get information on the last 2 players. Wow. No stones left unturned.
Yeah.
Spotting both Artisan and Mazin, but thankfully they do it here. It's still a Vandal and a Bulldog available for the last 2 players of MiBR. Allowing also Zeppa to reposition on the top side of B. A second one behind the pillar, which allows Oxy to go for that trade and spot the last one. You can definitely hear it here. That beeping continues and now goes very slow. Oh no, there's a possibility now. Rooney's low at that 21 to tap on that spike. Not even a halfway. He's decaying down to 1. Rooney stays outside of it, runs in for the pick. Rooney saves it now for Cloud9.
And C9 want the rounds, right? They ult there, use the ult, get it back faster, whatever. They're at 8-1. They're not going to need it for too much of an important round to come up right now, even if MiBR do grab a few. In the mid play, MiBR is happy to give the fights here. It's kind of like an aim battle every time. Mama Gichi, baba. All right, let's go. Next round, 8-1. We got Oxy calling out. He's feeling like he's got everything around him right now. The team, the world. And now they go towards A. No real util being set up here because they don't have enough money to do it all just yet. Oh, second trip actually market. I was looking for both trips in A, but MiBR is trying to get bits of util all over the place. Pit towards B, everybody towards A now to try and stop this Cloud9 hit. It has been impossible for them. Slowly working up. C9 are going to get this space and collapse on the site.
Unfortunately, can't find a timing to flash outside the attacker smoke so they can run through it. Even a trip was placed by Moose as they enter towards this A site. Safe plant coming down for Cloud9. Paranoia once again for MiBR, trying to not give a chance for C9 to set up here on the pulse plant. Paint shells on the ground. Vanity answers back. A 3-on-3, but we're fighting towards the elbow. Showstopper available. Lands at the feet of Vanity. An advantage now for MiBR for the retake. Moose playing long range. It's not planted for them. Remember that. ADSing back towards the pond. The timing. Spotted by Mazine. The swing. The snake bite pushes them forward. Cannot land that shot. The smoke also allowing RGL to defuse it at halfway. Back to a 1v1. Trying to full stick and misses the shot as the defuse comes in for MiBR.
That's it. MiBR heavy rotate. Get themselves in sight. Shut down C9 for a round and get that defuse. Back towards A, maybe. C9 playing these pretty loose in the end there. Peek out from Zeppa, trying to just clear spawn before they get the ult in.
Remaining.
Just to the left. Ah! Yeah. That is also my exclamation when things go wrong. Just a quick shout. All right, 3-2 split. C9, 2 on the right, 3 towards B. We haven't really seen them coming towards this unless it's been through market. And all the utils back on the left side of the map. They're like, we feel good about retake A. So MiBR is just going to camp out and set up house and shop at a B.
It's finally something new, though, for C9. They have 2 players now posted up on this A side as well, which would allow here Cloud9 to go for late rotates. Working in 10, and that's both Rooney and Oxy. Dog now only to spot that lurk from Rooney. Looks like they give up the plan here. Grouping up all together back towards this B main, and they're looking for a sort of pop now. All depends on Artizane's position on the left side of that B entrance. And they have 3 players there on top of that for the crossfire set up in the trades.
So quiet. They're like, all right, they have all the time in the world to prep these strategies.
Still
not
there,
being
though.
pressured.
Trigger discipline on 2 kills, and that's the spike down. Cage comes down across, and those 3 players inside the site are too much for Cloud9. Left to 1. Snake bite manages to steal life from that, gets hit by a satchel. But you definitely see there on that minimap through the X-ray as well that he's about to get hunt down. 360, no scope, whatever you want to do. As MiBR will get the 3rd in a round.
Dude, the back entry, you know the hardest thing to shoot is a Cypher with a hat off. A Cypher with a hat off jumping at you backwards. You can't shoot backs either. Like that might actually be illegal. What he just did. No, I'm just kidding. MiBR, find another one. 3 rounds for themselves here. They kind of trickled in at the end of Icebox to give Cloud9 a bit of tough time on the other half. But yeah, I like that C9 had all the time to set up there. It looked like it was going to be the perfect strat, and you just had one person hiding. Pulls the thread, and everything comes apart once they don't corner discipline. Towards A, really nice pull back on the smoke to deny the quick guiding light flash. So they do not have the info that they want out of JZZ's utility here, and this walk-up is going to be pretty powerful.
It actually did get contact. You heard the bird scream.
Oh, it did scream.
And JZZ allows himself to insert forward and get that pick onto Zeppa, doing the sky diff. Spike gap. looking to get picked up here by Vanity. Meanwhile, the orb picked up by Oxy. Looking for a lurk and a play. Moose, a little bit difficult there when a Boombot's running towards you at full speed. Couldn't win that fight. Not allowing here C9 to rotate back towards the B site. Also losing players in the process. Only Oxy and Rooney left alive against a full roster. Rooney with the pick. Oxy one more, allows for him to get the showstopper. And maybe turn the tides over back to C9. But MiBR is looking pretty good here, with 40 seconds left on the clock to hold this A site. Oxy trying to walk forward. Lands that. Here's that showstopper, trying to clear out the site, but shoots it right away. Does not connect, but allows Rooney to swing out for the kill. And now it's a 1 versus 2. Oxy looks like he still wants to try to hunt for these kills. I mean, now there's only 22 seconds left. Has to commit now towards this A site. Looks like MiBR is ready to give that up. Allow for Oxy to get the plant.
He knows he at least safe has it here.
10 seconds left.
Trip available too for FRZ. Back at the Jenny, the shots, the execution from JZZ.
Yeah.
No 9-3 curse. Full rounds coming in for MiBR. And his first half of Sunset.
What an interesting first half. Just kind of back and forth. It felt like teams didn't really have too much of a read on each other. It all happened in the site each time. It was a death ball, the hit, a few peaks here and there. Everybody playing a little bit loose, and MiBR are able to find advantages here and pick up a few of these rounds to make it that 4.
From singing to prayers and laughter all around, the vibes are still good here for Cloud9, at least in the lead 8-4 on this map of Sunset. But now we have a special guest with us, so let's toss it down to Elizabeth with Alexis from Shopify Rebellion.
Not only is she Alexis from Shopify Rebellion, let me be clear, this is reigning Game Changers World Champion Alexis. Yes. Surprise. But you are also Moose's partner. And in your professional, I'm going to ask you to kind of diagnose the game in your professional opinion. Map 1 was going really, really well for Cloud9, and then it almost didn't. So, and I truly do believe you are one of the best flash initiators in the world, so I trust your opinion. What happened that map?
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like the rounds kept going down really low time, and against MiBR's comp, trying to plant on A was really, really rough. They were just getting mollied out till 10 seconds, and it's hard after that. They were playing a flood, and then they kept planting safe, so it's like, what are you supposed to do in that situation? I feel like the OT rounds were played better. They played more slow and baited out more util, so I felt like that was good.
I need everyone to know, she just told me, I was like asking her about analysis. She's like, oh my God, I just like look at the minimap. I don't even know what I'm doing. And this is what she does. She just spits out knowledge and information. Insane. No, we're at an 8-4 half. Is Cloud9 going to take it? Do you think we're going to go to a map 3? How are you feeling?
So far as Oxy Masterclass, I'm not going to lie, he's farming like a 3K every round. So hopefully, fingers crossed, it's a 2-0, but you never know with Cloud9.
Well, bringing up Cloud9, what was it like? Because obviously Moose joined Cloud9 in stage 1. What was that call like? What was that moment like when you found out that he would be joining Cloud9 and coming into the partner program?
Well, I was obviously really proud of him. He's been a tier 2 for a while, and also I was on Cloud9, and they're really, really good org. So I was really happy for him, proud of him, and he's doing great so far. So
he keeps looking back at you. Hey, what's up? Oh, okay, stop being cute. No. Enough. And okay, he can't hear you right now, but if he could, he might try to read your lips. What would you like to say to him?
I love you. You're doing so good.
Yay. Okay, but thank you so much, Alexis. Give it up for reigning world champion Alexis. Incredible job just speaking to me and giving all the information, because I was like, whoosh. But thank you so much. But we have a game to get back to you, so casters, please take it away.
Thank you, Elizabeth and Alexis. And indeed now, Oxy definitely farming 16 kills so far on the board from the first half. 33 was what he dropped last time against EG when C9 got that victory on this map. Halfway there, we're at halftime. On the right course here for C9 to potentially close this out. But MiBR, again, just like the first map, they're fighting life early.
All right, so let's focus on where MiBR is going to be going here. We can even make the sound effects for you if need be. So, so pushing up 1-2-2 so far on what they have, 2 towards A. And just a lurk, a good push out from Vanity just to make sure nobody's getting online yet there, as he's got to run away from the Trailblazer. Getting back in a position, whoosh, smokes comes out, and now ping ping towards the right side of the map, and now all quiet. Shh. You got that reload? Perfect.
Guided light finds information here towards the front of the A site.
There it is.
Oh, thank God.
You were doing good.
Find a new job at this point as a sound effects guy.
All right, so pushing up towards A. No paranoia is going to push any advantage here for Zeppa and Rooney, but they know not hearing anybody step away from that is also info. They're going to go ahead, rotate, lean towards B, and this one, we're going Navi timing all the way down here. Fake towards A is going to be the ruse as MiBR is set up to hit this B site.
But all of Cloud9 right now are all grouped up towards middle, so if anything, they could do fast rotates here. So the camera looks like it was shot down or was pulled back here by Moose, but now it looks like GZZ finds that lure kill on the top of Pawn Shop. But C9 finally knows here the hit's coming towards his B site. They have players right there. They could cut rotates at the same time, but Artazine still wins that fight against Rooney. So we hear the rotates across from the middle side. Zeppa gets that pick. Oxy also fighting towards the B side and finds his kills in the front. And just like that, the fake that was so successful for MiBR becomes a failure in the post plant. Oxy sticking it, gets the defuse and the pistol round for C9.
The ability to transition from where C9 had positioned themselves back towards mid. They split the map. They did go tiles, but you just loop right back around past Churro, grab one, and you're in the site, unless you want to go through market too. And yeah, the turnaround. Oh my gosh.
He's in their spot. Hey, knuckle me. Good job.
Wait, I gotta go for mine.
Oxy's just in his own world, making people wait for the dabs at the end of the round. He's like, hang on. I'm feeling it.
It's definitely making us call out his name all the time with all these multi-kills he's getting. So 2 in the pistol, now an 18 or picked up as well. After the defuse, he's now already halfway to his showstopper. Flash, can't find anything close. Nice one-way by Moose. Long range though, Artazine fights the extremity. Denies the position here from C9 on the aggression they were attempted towards the A site. That's the force buy that they had here in the hands of Artazine. Trying to fight and go around this Guardian. And this might be an opportunity for them to flood here if C9 continues to fight aggressively behind this smoke, but...
Oh boy.
Yeah, little do they know it's Vanity with a judge.
Oh boy.
It's a judge. It's a jump. It's a judge. 3 kills coming through and deniability from MiBR to even get the plant down towards the A site.
That's gross. I cannot wait to see Vanity after that one. Already smile. There he is. Right to him. Let's see this replay again. So we're going to get a few of the first kills. Nice start off by MiBR trying to find, or C9 rather, trying to find those kills in market. Woo. Lay him out.
Did they try to copy our swag?
They are trying to copy our swag and they lost. Low key, can I walk down mid? Can I get a
That's where it comes from. That's where the 4v5 right off the bat comes from. Low key, can I walk down mid?
And he's doing it.
And he's doing it.
Guardian
I love
there.
this.
Smoke also no contact towards the front of that A site, so that's where we're talking about that orb coming up here.
Right.
To try to deny that flash. But it might be we're still tucked back behind the spawn. Oxy with an aggressive angle and 2 players of Cloud9 trying to play behind the Viper wall. Flash connects to nothing towards the tiles, but the Boombot will spawn Oxy, and they'll force him to pull back.
Here.
They had top control. If they did get in trouble, Zeppa had a flash that was going to be flying right around mid. So still controlling each other, even if from a distance here. They have a bit of that triangle formation to play through. And all over the map still, MiBR has been trying to get this kind of fake play going on that C9 will bite. A lot of action towards A. And again, towards mid. Maybe they're trying to meet C9, knowing mid was where it collapsed last time they ran a strat like this. But that's not where C9 is. They've already anchored to the sites. Already calling it.
Wallbang attempt 2. Aggressive peek, now a double swing towards the top of the mid site as RGL does connect. Now they roll around towards the A site because they know the Omen TP'd earlier on. They know that Vanity only has a judge to work with, but he's playing it towards Dice. Fully hit by the Paranoia Fall. Fall goes the wall and also goes Vanity, as it allows here MiBR to get a plant very late in the round.
Planted. Just a few blast packs. Viper's bites to go in just to deny a peek from an angle, but not much. MiBR is in pretty good position for this. They have Crossfire Elbow. And sight is a little tricky for them to take, but LGR Monster's ready.
Stingbite doesn't allow Oxy to really close in with the rest of the team. Wallbang attempt not converted for Moose nor Oxy for the trade. So that leaves Rooney alone, and they heard the Stinkbite coming in from the spawn. Easy one there for Artazine.
Always seems to be a bit of a fuse. That might be our find a way to light it once they get onto the other side of the map. Get a little bit of momentum in their favor. The bonus is a good grab.
I'll hit 80.
Guys, I missed for the first time in my life.
History being made here today. All right. So where do they head on this one? With the bonus being grabbed, MiBR are going to feel pretty comfortable knowing that they'll have a bit of an advantage based on knowing that mid was a good hit for them. The fakes have been pulling C9, but the post plant has not really been in their favor too much from what has been happening. Last round was good, but it's still these slow rounds. All the util they can get out of Cloud9, the sight hit becomes a little bit softer. But they're not gaining any ground right now, and that seems to be a big problem for this B main area.
So Zeppa grabs this orb towards this B main, but they allow it to have Oxy to push all the way up, but the dog manages to escape it. So there's an opportunity. Paranoia close range now gets the kill. Only one away from the showstopper. Both of these raises once again on that race to an early showstopper. As on the other side though, it's picked up by Artazine, and that's at the ready. Only one player inside that site around the Cypher util, and that's Rooney trying to anchor it out. And he understands that showstopper is close by, so he's gonna have to pull back even closer to spawn.
Oh my gosh. The timing here could hurt Rooney.
And it will. Great job here for MiBR to stay patient, waiting for that orb to come down for the fuel to be gone. Trying to make sure you clear out towards that dice there with those pink shells, right? So Vanity's at the spawn, tries to go for an angled peek, but it's red.
One enemy remaining.
Only one player left alive here after Moose gets the pick onto JZZ. Mazine in the clutch for MiBR. Hoxie looking to rotate back to support his teammate. Now lots of noise has to be made. Tap on that spike and the jiggle comes through. And you're just trying to run that clock down from one end to allow Moose to just fight that 1v1 and he'll get it.
MiBR there, we said they didn't have any map control, so to see FRZ try to push through his own gate to face what was happening in B main, that's incredibly aggressive. They lose one there, they're forced to rotate to the other side, realizing how many had pushed B main, but it still isn't enough. His Moose on the loose locks down the site.
Bro, I tried killing the guy close by and killed the guy default through the box. I saw. Did you hear me tell you?
Same. Yeah, that's what MiBR is dealing with, right? You're peeking something, you're behind your guy, and you get taken out as the last one in line. It's one of those days, and Cloud9's making sure it stays that way on this map. They pull back rounds right after MiBR gets one in the second half.
And usually, as we're praising them being so good from the first half, or the first map rather, on how good they were on trading for MiBR, seems that there were a lack of positioning of where they had to be here once they enter that site, which allows here just C9 to crouch, spray, and get whatever they want. So that needs to be readjusted now, as the chances here to push this to a third map are definitely dwindling down now for MiBR.
Ooh, Viper wall towards A on this one. Really gonna work it just kind of like a lurk wall. Like they aren't there yet, but he can put it up and down. They play a few flashes around it, so Mazine's job is to be a nuisance this round. See if he can at least find a 1v1 or draw C9's attention enough. Spike's down, so it looks like everybody's just on a search for util adventure right now for MiBR. Seeing this B main push last time, Artson tries to take control right away. Heavy default. They're just on all the first starting angles, to tiles, to A, and they're actually pushed off of B main too. Nice job by C9.
Similar strat too on that B side.
Yeah.
Push up, fall back, Zeppa gets the orb, and then also has Seekers available. But this time around, Oxy's not looking to push even more forward towards this B site, or the B main rather. You heard that flash to contact and get information. Maybe try to sell that fake on that A site, especially with this lurk coming up now from Mazine.
Yeah, this insert is somewhat working as long as Mazine has, I'd say, info before he is seen. But do they wait? He just threw wall back up and he decides to leave the position.
Interesting.
They call him back.
Probably to try to have him work a late lurk through the market, as the rest of them will look to pop towards the front of this B site because those Seekers are available too. But Oxy in the off angle Showstopper at the ready too if he wants to use it, and he will. Towards the back of the map, denied. Shot in the back by RGL. But they get that information on that one player. Still yet to find Mazine, who's grouped up now with RGL. But this is not looking too hot now for MiBR to try to enter. Snakebite misses, 10 seconds left.
10
Zephyr will
seconds
get
left.
freebie kills if MiBR try to walk in, and they'll decide a different path to save their weapons in the next and try to play for the OT. While C9 closing in from behind. And that's one more weapon down. Decaying is Mazine. And Fall does Mazine go, and they have no weapons to work with in a map and series point situation for Cloud9.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around that. You're not going to win around if you don't have map control, right? That's a big part of the game, and they kind of just gave up on what was happening at A when there also could have been a mid lurk. And then when they had the lurk at A, like you said, it could come through market, but it went all the way back through spawn. They're afraid to die right now.
I actually can't finish today. I'm about to hit him with the boom, 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 boom.
I figured the boom, 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 boom would finish him. That's something that sounds like a lot of shots. All right. Oxy not being able to finish, still on top of the scoreboard. Seems like an Oxy thing. They push down A. He's looking aggressive to get in the face of MiBR here, who have to control the tiles right now and not really understanding where C9 could be coming from.
They're coming from everywhere. Players are falling down. C9 so aggressive. Paranoia even hits JZZ. Seeker's just chasing him down, and Rooney sees it. Running it down towards the tiles. Spike is down. TP4 now forced to be canceled so he can meet up now with Rooney and watch that spike. Things are looking pretty good for MiBR though to try to fight back. Low HP is JZZ. Hat gets info on the last two players. That's Moose inside the market. Vanity falling back towards the A site. An opportunity to pick up the spike, but instead they're just going to try to walk through and fight against Moose. There's so much util there to guard and hold the market.
Got the toe trip too.
30 seconds left.
Spike.
Backing up.
Yeah.
Vanity holding any push towards the right. Spawn covered.
Last player standing.
Well, Settle's looking good. I mean, there was a lot of time wasted that would have given a good position for C9 to win that fight, but at 5 HP, JZZ gives some breathing hope now for MiBR.
10 seconds left.
To convert this round on the low buy that they had. Plant comes in, a 1v1. JZZ once again with the off angle. 4 kills in the round. He doesn't eat the health.
They come out of a low buy round on that one. C9 just trying to pinch towards tiles, and what it did was bring just enough of an arsenal to the hands of MiBR after they found a few kills, but not after Oxy just went to town on a few. Nice job by JZZ to have these big rounds. They have been a big saving grace on the side of MiBR throughout the series. I get that reference. All right. Now C9's on the low buy. Market play? Jeez, MiBR just seems so afraid to have this map control. Or maybe they want to play it slow. They're just kind of staying together on this, but it seems like everything they do is a take and then a retake. They have to re-hit, but not because they want to, because they're forced to. Does not seem like they're proactive enough here. C9 in market ready to already throw back if they start coming through. Nice denial of util. And this one's on Artsy going deep.
Renito still manages to get that kill through the smoke as Oxy fell from top of shot. Plant attempt coming now, and looks like it's going to be on the staircase for B main, but they're just tapping to try to force them out first. There's over-aggression, over-commitment, a flash that wasn't popped out that forces JZZ to turn away. Now the hat's thrown, and they get information on the last 3 players, closing the gap, closing in. Here's the sound of the cages. Oh, I love this, Bucky.
I knew you would say that.
Vanity is going to try to bring it out, the Chocobo cosplay, but not this time around. TP across towards the A site, a free plant for MiBR. And Rooney
Spike planted.
just looking to make the chances a little bit easier for him, as he knows that both players are low here for MiBR. So capitalize on this kill, he'll not get it.
MiBR, keep it alive. Another round here versus C9. A little reminiscent of Icebox, where a few rounds started to go to the wayside. We saw an OT on the horizon. It locked in, and then so did C9. So let's see if C9 can do that before we get to our OT position.
I will see you
FRGZ, JZZ, Artsy, all having great games right now on the side of MiBR. And we are going to get that C9 time out so they can get themselves situated. Figure out what MiBR is doing to get themselves through these sites. And C9, they're not over-rotating. I think it comes down to kind of just the slight peaks or the non-trades that are happening once we get to the site. It was even on the first half, that's where the action was. Once you got to site, it just got explosive and so chaotic.
Maybe it's just the, once again, inevitable, whereas MiBR could see a fake comeback here or there. The vibes were up there when they C9 just tried to run it down and unfortunately got denied there from that, 2 versus 4, 2 versus 5 that you saw 2 rounds ago. Broke the economy, and it is timeouts just to say, guys, let's just close this out.
Yeah.
If anything, we're getting closer and closer to these ults too. Oxy still landing these shots. They're getting very close to a showstopper once again. But they just potentially just want to keep their calm and end this series now.
All right, MiBR picking up gas. C9 play a little less loose here. Should be able to tame it for one more round. How many chances?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chances.
Perfect. 5 chances. Now everybody knows. Nobody else would let us know, right? No, I'm just kidding. Here we are.
I mean, Slicky's chat definitely will know. It's the emotes all across the board.
Exactly. So elbow control here from C9. Actually, an interesting spot. Vanity may be TPing out of this one. A judge, or not a judge here, I should say. Peculiar spot to be playing the one and done. A little bit of control for FRZ, but he hasn't been able to say too much other than, raise Roomba, so they know where Oxy is. That's actually pretty big information here for MiBR. As they start to work towards mid, they figure if Oxy's here, the other site's going to be one that might be held a little bit stronger, and there'll only be a 2 peak on B. Little do they know they're taking a little too long to get there.
The other thing is that it's been rare now that the door has been shut. Usually it stays open because you have Moose's utility out there too. So maybe MiBR recognizes that potentially the setup's towards the A site, and they want to try to avoid now that A site hit. So they break the trip. 3 players moving up, and they're trying to go for that same type of pinch that C9 did towards that back of the market. It's a 1-for-1, but first blood was still for Cloud9. It allows for them to get information to fight back towards Boba, but instant peek 1 by 1 they go, and 1 by 1 they fall for Cloud9. A safe plan for MiBR, 4B main on top of that, and that could be an instant save for Cloud9. You could already see Vanity backing out towards the A site with Moose.
Really nice way for MiBR to identify how B has been played. You see 2 people pushing out most of the time. The third has been there sometimes, but not the majority for a C9 on that defense. So MiBR say from FRZ, okay, Raze is here. That means it might just be Sky. It might be one other to help. They did make the right call. It was a later rotate over from Zeppa, but it didn't matter. MiBR already had the timing. They've already used the info. And really nice strategy created there off what they've been seeing by C9. It's exactly what you need here to get these late rounds. Oh, Moose.
Not chasing as much anymore here for MiBR. See, the money's very low for JZZ.
Those were big kills.
They need those weapons.
So those Vandals will be flanked by lower buys for sure. Should be able to throw in a few. Yeah, okay, no, they have the full armor. So we'll watch this replay again. A great mid play coming in from MiBR. And a lot of the rounds for MiBR before were so slow that mid play would have been another 30 seconds.
Guys, we gotta end this angle. No OT. I need to piss so bad.
This makes some chaos.
We go OT, we're gonna have to break out the Gatorade bottles.
We keep getting shots like this from Oxy with these space guys. I'm trying to stay serious this whole time, but I just can't.
You know what?
A funny guy.
No, let it go. Let it go.
Funny guy.
Quick clear towards B. Look how C9's just together in mid. They're like, yeah, okay, we're going to try to end this from mid. We'll rotate to wherever they are and try to play it off this lower buy together. And it is a low buy for C9. You got to recognize it as we get into B site.
Yeah, the lower buy that they have are all grouped up towards middle, but we have a lot of utility being thrown here from Cloud9 to try to go for the retake real quick. Pit comes out from B main, and that covers just the front of that spike, so a great position from MiBR on the pulse plant. But there's a lot of space here for Cloud9 to work around this pit to retake that A site from the back. Paranoia to push them back for the offensive side. As they go for a flash double peek for MiBR. First contact, 1-for-1. The backstab coming through from Cloud9. Up towards the air, denied by Vanity with that Sheriff. Looking for that tap. There's that first snake bite. Camera also gets broken. Vanity trying to push forward as the rest of C9 moves in with him. Fully negate. Beautiful crossfire set up towards the end. No time left here on that clock. Players are falling down. And Moose once again trying to save his weapon. And he will.
That is another one for MiBR. They keep even more alive this time with a bit of money in the bank, so it looks good. C9 should have that same purchase here. We go again as they cannot close it out. 4 straight rounds here for MiBR. Absolute deja vu from Icebox to now. And how many chances?
3.
There you go. We know it as a fact. All right. MiBR locking in again on this 3-2 split. Last time this worked out pretty well for them as they were able to string C9 across the map a bit. Oxy orb control. Showstopper online. Mid play again here from MiBR with Seekers.
But it's a pinch towards the market and double trips inside there for Moose. The camera spots one trying to enter towards that side, which slows down this split, allowing here Cloud9 to pinch back towards the spawn. It works out as Vandy gets that first kill. And that second one, 2 onto Mazin, and there's those players inside the market, only leaving RGL left. While FRC's inserted in towards this B main, trying to make a play. Finally just got spotted now by Oxy, forced to fall back, and both of them have to work together in tandem. Backs against the wall. Zeppa looking to go for the flank, instead goes for the util. Showstopper out for Oxy, and Vanity doesn't need the help from Oxy. The last 2 kills allow C9 to win this series against MiBR.
They lock it in. Oxy gets his wish. Hopefully he's not interviewer. He's got to stay around for a little bit. But yeah, you can see him jumping around on stage there, ready to go. MiBR, high fives, hugs around. They do not get the win, but they come out fierce in each one of the maps, trying to pull out those late games, trying to bring it to OT twice, but C9 are just able to route the offensive style, the defensive style that MiBR brought to the game. And even in the loose style we saw from C9, it seemed like they had control the whole time. They were enjoying themselves, they were vibing. Oxy was just on one today, absolutely fragging, whether he was with the team or just in front of all the util. And C9 pick up another one of those championship points.
If it ain't once good from MiBR, though, yes, he kind of looked good for C9 at the beginning, but there was still an opportunity for MiBR fighting back, pushing it to overtime on that first map, and also showing resilience here, right? At the same time, it's like, hey, you're trying to tool around with us, you're trying to add that extra confidence and belittle us. We're not there for that, and they were able to fight that quite well. But for C9, you know, it was a great season to start things off here in that stage number 1 here.
I feel like a lot of the players, just around for everywhere in the world right now, a lot of good aimers, a lot of people are on, and it's coming down to the synergy and util. A little bit of the site takes, the hits, in the meta we're seeing right now. And C9 was there on this one, especially when you have an Oxy on the front line. Any of those duelists that are just popping off does seem to be a big boon.
And the way that C9 is playing is almost very much like a PRX style. Just let Oxy, let your rings do everything. Get the util behind them, get these picks, and if you need other players to step up and go for these clutch moments, or at least to play that fundamental synergy with those trades, C9 seems very complete for that, and it may be one of those teams that could really put a mark now in the playoffs.
You got a lot of options. They're kind of interesting options if you think about it. Like you have the Vanity Judge in rounds where you can pull out a 4K, and you can buy a Judge, but you just can't produce the same results as Vanity does. So you do see that happening from game to game. He has the mind to mastermind a strategy that'll completely throw a team off kilter that would be supposed to be taking a round or taking even a half. So C9 has those tricks. They have the strats. They definitely need to work on it a little bit more as they go forward, because people are going to be watching their games now, and everybody's going to be hungry in playoffs.
Yeah, now C9 is just going to have to wait to see who they're going to play against later on. Is it going to be G2 or Sentinels? They're only going to find out later now that we have G2 and Loud coming up. But before that, let's throw it down to the stage where Liz is ready with Zeppa for the Ryzen post-match interview.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm here with Zeppa of Cloud9. Something I want to bring up to you really quickly is because, was it the trains? Was it the bananas? Was it Taylor? What was it?
It was for sure Taylor. I think you guys heard Francis singing The Weeknd.
Yes.
So the karaoke brought it out today for sure.
Yes. Or what's your favorite Taylor album?
I don't know about albums, but anything post or before 2010. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so talk to me about just having, you made playoffs, but that wasn't because of you, right? It was out of your hands. What is that? Is that stressful? Is that kind of just like, all right, the gas is off, the brakes are off, we can just watch this happen? How does that feel?
I mean, it's not like we relied on Energy or G2 losing.
Right.
And, you know, we were going to play to win anyway. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because we knew we were going to win this game.
Yes. Something I also want to ask you personally, because I was listening to, we're here. I was listening to Mimi in the pre-show, and she talked about you just being truly one of the best support players in the league. You've been with Cloud9 since 2021. It has been a long road for you to get here. What is different about Cloud9 now than your literally previous years of with Cloud9?
I would say this is probably the closest iteration to when we had Mitch and Zeta.
Yes.
I mean, everything's clicking. Everybody, you know, it's like a family here, and everybody's having fun playing, as you can see.
Yes.
So I mean, there's nothing you can ask for more when we all play like we love each other. So
yes,
that's the best.
What is that camaraderie like? Because we see like things here and there. We can listen to your comms videos. You know, we see, you know, Oxy like throwing up the cross and praying or singing. You know, you laughing about it. You know, Oxy saying that you guys have to end it because he has to pee. You know, things like that. What is that levity like when you have to get serious though?
It's hard to say because I mean, yeah, we're having fun, but we're always serious. We're playing to win. We don't play to lose, you know. And obviously, for a lot of people and a lot of team, when the smiles are out and the laughing, that's when like the best part of the team shows up.
Right.
But you know, we're trying to keep it consistent, where it's serious and always like laughable. So we're trying to keep it there.
And I just got a confirmation. You are the official second seed going into playoffs. That's a pretty good spot to be in. How does that feel?
We ain't first.
We're not first.
And if
we
you're
are second.
If you're not first, you're last. So we got to qualify first. Second don't mean nothing.
Okay. Who do you think is going to go to Shanghai besides C9, of course?
Who's going to what?
Who's going to go to Shanghai?
I mean, us. I say us, Lev, and 100 Thieves.
All right, 100 Thieves. EG guys, don't listen to that. Don't worry about that. But thank you so much, Zeppa. Give it up for Zeppa one more time. And we're going to go to a break, but it's the game you've been waiting for. It's G2 versus Loud next.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Our next match versus Loud is going to be a do-or-die situation for us. Loud has always been a team that I've wanted to compete against. Even before we played our first game of 2024, I said I always wanted to play against Loud.
Can Sadak be the hero again for Loud? 4 rounds have been so hard to come by. This feels like a must. He's gotten it down to 1. No idea of where Zeppa might be. And look at him buying his time. Sadak reads him. He gets his 3.
Próximo jogo contra G2, a gente tem que ganhar para se classificar nos playoffs. Vai ser um jogão, é um time excelente, um time com muita força, joga muito bem.
He gets the kill. Oh my gosh, what? MiBR go home with a whimper.
É um time que estrategicamente sempre esteve muito bom. Quizás algumas coisas não encaixaram, mas agora realmente um time muito diferente que no kickoff.
I just want to end split 1 with a positive note and some confidence from the boys. So win or lose, as long as we play our game and dig our heels deep into adapting and trying to win that match, I'll be happy with whatever happens.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. It's our final match of Stage 1, and the playoff hopes of 4 teams are riding on this one. It's the match that we all been looking forward to, G2 versus Loud, to determine what the playoff picture looks like. It don't get any better than this. I'm Golden Boy, that's Mimi. You got Baby Bay over there as well. Let's go ahead and dive right in. This is going to be an exciting one because it's great when you have like your end of season, but the last match has so many implications for the end of your first stage. It's going to be pretty sick.
Yeah, it matters for the teams playing in the server, but it also matters for Sentinels, NEG waiting in the wings. All these teams have a chance to still qualify for playoffs, which is wild, especially for Sen and EG. But for these two playing today, the implications are also huge.
Yeah, and this is such a good matchup because both teams, I feel like, have had the same problem all year long, all stage long. I should say that because Loud actually looked great over in Madrid. Yeah. But this stage specifically, both teams have had a problem with their duelists. I mean, I'm going to just call it out. You know, it is what it is. Both teams have been struggling in that aspect.
Well, it turns out one of those duelists, I would say EG's duelist is going to get a nice invite. Courtesy of the IGL of G2, you got Derek and Jogmo. Apparently an invite came through for them to be in the stands to cheer for them because if G2 wins today, EG gets to join them in the playoffs. So G2 is not just playing for themselves, they're playing for that boy Jog and the rest of the EG lineup here, which is actually kind of cool.
Yeah,
and I think they are in the studio.
Dinners on the line. I saw a tweet from Chona P where he's like posting Jojumo's cat saying he's going to do it for them.
It's
things
just
like
great.
That. It makes this extra one so fun.
It's the warm-up routine.
Real.
The cat.
Could be the cat. Okay, this has gone too far. All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket now because with that Cloud9 win, they have solidified themselves as the 2nd seed for the Alpha group, which means that they get themselves that top spot there, and they will await the Alpha 3rd seed. Meanwhile, you have the Omega 3rd seed, so a lot of implications are going to be coming into fruition for this one. And as we had mentioned before, Crew Leviathan, they win that matchup, match 3 and match 4. They win those, and they find themselves going to Shanghai, China. So it is going to be quite fascinating to see how this all breaks down here, but there's still things to explain.
Talk through it again.
Let's go ahead and do it again because I know you guys didn't pay attention to me last time. Here we go. So let me go ahead and explain it one more again. We got this. If G2 wins, they're in. All right, we're good. Let's go ahead and show the graphic. It's better than showing my bald face. All right, here you go. They win. All right, and EG qualifies for the playoffs as well. Now, if Loud wins, they qualify. They eliminate EG. And if tiebreakers don't go in their favor, G2 could miss out, and Sentinels will take their slot. This is an important thing to note here because if G2 gets a negative 13 round differential, there will be at least there will be a best of 1. Apologies for that. It's a lot of words, and I'm trying my best here. Okay, between G2 and Sentinels to determine which team moves to the playoffs. So if you are a Sentinels fan, you are preying on the downfall of everyone.
Yes, and to break that down more, it's a 13-round differential, a negative 13-round differential, but that also relies on G2 losing 2-0, and it only becomes a differential if we see overtime. If there's no overtime in play, then it's as simple as G2 wins 13 rounds, it's a BO1. If G2 wins 12 or less rounds, Sen is in, and if they win 14 or more without that overtime in play, or win a map, then they eliminate eliminate Sentinels.
Yeah, basically, if you're G2 at this point, win a damn map. That's it.
Don't think about the rounds, make it simple.
Don't think about the rounds, win the map, boy. That's all you got to do. But for now, though, let's go ahead and talk about their opponents. You got Loud. Now, they had a difficult start to stage 1 here, but if there's one thing that we know about Loud and we know about our Colonel, Sadak, is that he is always going to have a plan, and this team has built that plan. They've given themselves an opportunity, a little bit of a runway here, and they looked pretty solid last week, got themselves a win.
Yeah, and he also gave a lot of the reins, he was saying, to the coaching staff.
For sure.
So they're helping out a little bit more now, and that's why you're seeing a more standard set of compositions across the board on the maps for them. And I think that at first it kind of looked shaky on it, but after their last match, like, I'm a believer again.
Yeah, I mean, I think they came into this year with kind of a read on the meta that didn't end up working out with the Phoenix comps, and they had to reinvent themselves.
Yeah.
Into stage 1, and they've done such a good job at finding the right comps, the right identity, and also peaking in terms of their form at just the right moment, right? They came alive before the Sentinels match, win that one out, and now, I mean, it's back to old Loud. The mid-rounding has been on point. So many of those contact play rounds on their attacking side against Sentinels were incredible, especially on Lotus, and all these players have stepped it up, Cow and Xen and QCK especially.
Yeah, QCK definitely. I mean, we never even saw this guy running it down in spawn up until like the last match against Sen, which was such a breath of fresh air because, I mean, we all know he has the mechanical talent and prowess to do things.
But he just wasn't showing it in matches.
I felt like he just had like a collar on him, you know, and it kind of got taken off and they're like, oh, Raze go kill now. So I'm hoping we get to see more of that in this matchup. But, I mean, G2 will definitely be aware of that if they do their homework.
Yeah, and I think that win that Loud had certainly gives G2 a little bit of ammunition to get ready for this game. There's going to be a lot of things to pick apart from that, though. But for now, though, send it over to Elizabeth. Has QCK standing by for a quick word.
QCK, come on over. Hi, Loud. Hello. All right, kind of a two-parter. So, what have you done to feel unlocked from last match, or what has your team done to help you feel unlocked from last match?
A gente não fez nada em específico para se soltar dentro do servidor, a gente só tentou botar mais fogo, energia dentro do time e se juntar como literalmente uma família dentro do servidor e fora também, e acredito que isso deu resultado pra gente.
Yeah, we didn't do anything very specific. We were just trying to, put more fire while in the server, and also out of the server, act as a family, as a group that is very united.
Best of luck.
And QCK is certainly coming to his own in this stage and has looked pretty darn good in the process, continuing to build up his resume, if you will, with this Loud lineup. And I think that, really the more that this guy gets time with this team, the better it's going to be for them and better it's going to be for him as an individual player.
This Sentinels game was, in my opinion, the best we've seen from QCK. He wasn't the #1 player in the stats at the end of the game, but on Lotus and Icebox, on their attacking sides, he was getting so much value on this dive. They were doing a lot of these close contact plays into these late round pops on site, and it seemed like every time he was taking his opportunity, getting a pick, sometimes getting traded, but then also having these multi-kill rounds that were lacking from this guy for so long.
Yeah, it's nice seeing him actually be able to dash in or satchel in and, not have to play a Phoenix where, 9 times out of 10, you might even just get spammed trying to enter the choke. I would know from experience that doesn't feel very good. Last time I played Phoenix was terrible.
To be fair, playing Phoenix
he made it look good,
good,
by the way. He made the Phoenix work, and they did really good in Madrid. But yeah, he looked great in the last series against Sentinels, and hopefully he can bring it on into this one.
The story of Loud always seems to be peaking at the right time, right? Like finding their moment right before the big match, right before the big game, and popping off. And if they can keep that Sen form and win today, they're again looking like they're back to being a top dog headed towards playoffs.
Well, their opponents certainly do not want that to happen here. Let's go ahead, though, and move on to G2, shall we? Talk about what this team is going to be bringing to the table here today, because, again, they're not just playing for themselves, they're also playing for EG, funny enough. Even saying that they were going to take out, Derek saying they were going to take out the G2 boys for a very nice dinner. Emphasis on the very. If a steak isn't involved. Oh, look at the catch. You got to do it for the kiddies. Yeah, but, I think that's a very interesting thing, though. That's a lot of pressure. Like you're doing, I mean, you're not worrying about EG too much in this situation, but knowing that that's over in the shadows, though.
Valen said, this team, for a bunch of young guys, is so mature in their mentality,
Very true.
right? He's saying, we just want to play our game, show our best. This is still their first stage in Tier 1, in VCT Americas. So, honestly, I feel like they're in a position where I think they can do a good job to temper expectations and really just focus on playing for themselves. I don't think that's cope at all, what Valen said in that interview.
It's not at all. And just with more time, Icy will get more comfortable and he will become a star duelist. So, I mean, we're just waiting for that moment to really, truly unfold and happen.
But that's the big question, right? Like, how good is Icy going to be?
And there is a lot of pressure in this, too.
Guys, who's winning? That's what I want to know.
I mean, Loud.
You're going Loud?
I'm really, really
Loud
bullish.
2-0?
Yes, I'm bullish on Loud's form right now. I think they looked great in their match against Sentinels. They've gotten their comps in a good place. The mid-rounding's on point. Their individuals are peaking. I'm feeling it.
I'm going to go 2-1 G2. Sorry to burst everyone's bubble. Sen is not going to make it to Shanghai, regardless of if Loud win or not. Because, I don't know, I feel like the IGLing from Valen is too good to only be able to get, 12 rounds for Sen to qualify?
I'm not talking about that. I don't know if that's happening.
This is it, guys. It's now time to see how the chips fall. Let's send it to the stage and bring out our teams.
Riot Games Arena. I want to hear some G2 fans and some EG fans. Make some noise for G2 Esports.
Can't be called a newcomer. We've been up for several summers, seeking how to step in commerce. If you with us, buy the bundle. Say you survive the bundle. Barely time to buy the bundle. For this ton of errors rumble. Cause you know we titans in this game, ain't no contest. If we take it to the game, turn a Wild West. We ain't faking what I claim, it's a wild threat. No rook, we been a vet. Now check the mindset, by the name of G2. How to take over the world, how we come through. You just follow in the herd, we don't have to. Best forget about what you heard, probably ain't true. This ain't go-to, cause you know it's G2. How to take over the world, how we come through. You just follow in the herd, we don't have to. Best forget about what you heard, probably ain't true. This ain't go-to, cause you know it's G2.
Valendo a vida e a vaga nos playoffs. Faz barulho pra Loud!
Playoffs is up for grabs here. Whoever walks away with the dub is going to see their season continue. And whoever loses here today is going to have to wait a little bit longer to get back on that stage. The pressure is on for both Loud and G2.
It's the reigning America's champions in the first stage of 2024 facing elimination in groups. Top 4 in Masters Madrid. And if they don't win here, the chances of going to Shanghai are 0. On the other side for G2, though, I mean, these guys coming up from Ascension had a okay start to their season, but have slowly picked it up through stage 1 and have a chance in their debut to make playoffs.
Yeah, it's such an even matchup, in my opinion, because both teams have the same problem going into these matches. It's always been, okay, QCK, he's not performing at the same level as Ospas. Same thing with Icy, he's not performing like even Leaf did on his own team, right? So this is something that's gonna be crucial in this matchup. Which duelist is gonna shine?
And we saw the maps come up there a moment ago. We're starting on Bind, then heading to Icebox. And that's kind of surprising to me because these are both the maps that G2 have been playing constantly. It's what they won 2-0 on in their last series. I've actually liked them on both these maps.
Yeah, and G2 were trolling a little bit in the beginning of the year. I don't want to say trolling, but they're experimenting, I should say, with weird comps. They were running a Yoru KO comp with a fade on bind recently in their last match. Yeah, it wasn't against the strongest opponent, but they switched back to Icy on Raze and the Gecko in the sky. And if they keep bringing that to this match, I mean, it's a really good map, and historically has been a good map for G2.
One thing I've liked about Loud's bind is this kind of comp that they're playing with the KO and the Breach. Most teams have gone for like the double initiator with the Gecko.
Yeah.
But I actually like a lot of the ideas you can get with that Breach. There's a ton of setups and trap plays off of that stun. And you also gain the cross-map info of having that KO knife. I think KO is massively underrated on this map.
Yeah, it's also just really hard to make the KO work, and that's why it's not that popular.
Yeah.
But when it comes to a team like
But they
Loud,
just implement it so well.
Exactly. When it comes to a team like Loud, who actually drill their systems, their defaults, they make it look really good. So yeah, it's something to definitely look out for if you're G2. But when you play a Breach on weird, wacky maps like this, where it's not common, sometimes it can be a dead giveaway of what your setups are. So if G2 prepare really well for this, they might have an inkling or some ideas of where these trap setups like to come, and maybe they can bait them out.
All right, here's the agent select, and you guys called for that Breach. It is going to be coming through here, as well as the KO, so you're getting that for Loud. But yeah, G2, they're going to be prepared, or they should be prepared.
The prep, the IGLing, that's all important. But I think the big thing most people are going to be focusing on in this map is QCK and Icy. Both these guys started off their year, started off their stage underperforming, and it's shown us some good moments. The last match for QCK was good. Icy had some better performances, but the big question is who steps up today when playoffs is on the line.
Yeah, and I think if you just go from experience, you would probably say that QCK is that guy that will outshine Icy here. But this is a big moment for Icy to prove why he was brought onto this G2 roster.
Well, it's now time to figure it all out. This match is going to decide the fate of our 4 teams. Let's find out which timeline we're in and send it over to your casters for this one. It's Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, GB. And what a way to close out a stage. It is a match laden with playoff implications. But there's a good chance that these two teams are also in the back of their minds while thinking about an international event. They're thinking about Shanghai, but for very different reasons, I suspect.
Yeah, absolutely. For Loud, this would be the first time since the inception of the team that they would not make an international event. They are on the cusp of that, which is so hard to believe when you're looking at the tenured IGL of Sodhawk, less a player that is always in the conversation as minimum a top 5 player in the world. Plenty of people would argue at various times he's been the best player in the world. And for G2, it's been a long time since they've been to an international event, all the way back to Reykjavik 2 years ago, where they were the young upcoming team. And now they have a chance to finally make it back, find some redemption from what was a failed attempt all the way back then.
So for G2, 14 rounds. That's what they're looking for here. They'd love it up though, of course. It's Icy already in the showers, and the play off the flash is perfect. Trent's there with a 1-2 punch. Loud now just down to the 2 of them. They're going to make this adjustment over towards B, where Leaf lies in wait.
What a great pinch immediately from G2, and it's now Leaf to fend off these last 2 players on the site. Sodhawk is going to catch him, but now into that 1-on-3. Has recovered a Ghost. Gonna have to hit a few headshots here. Trent and Icy are relatively low, and Valen with no armor, 1 headshot could take him down, but of course, this would be a miracle from him early on.
They got Util though. Dizzy out first. Paint shell's also available, but not necessary. It's brass tacks for Valen. The Sodhawk takes 1 to the dome.
And one crucial element of that round is G2 immediately going for the crunch outside of Shower. That's going to weigh in the back of Loud's mind for the rest of this half, that could be pulled out again at any moment. So immediately, aside from just winning this round, obviously the big advantage getting the pistol, they've immediately planted that seed in Loud's head that they're going to have to be weary of a play like this coming later.
The conditioning has already begun. Nice timing there, of course, through the TP, and a clean finish for G2. Loud, of course, mentioned that this team's developed a lot. I think we're going to be looking at Icy and continuing to follow his development, how he fits into the structure of this G2 roster. It's a great start, though, and he's got himself an Outlaw.
And that Outlaw could be quite pivotal moving forward here. Jonah P takes a lot of damage. 3 players facing up B long, and they want to accelerate off of that, but Leaf gets the first here.
Trailblazer does spot some action here. This will slow up Loud, and G2 might look to capitalize. Kawanzin already down. How into a snake bite, of all things. Is he trying to get into hookah?
I got you.
For Loud now, really little to work with. QCK working his way all the way up to an outlaw here. He needs to try and find some value there, and Leaf managing to hold on against less.
QCK just gonna throw that one off the map, which honestly, pretty solid idea because two of his teammates did buy up sheriffs, so they would be in a poor economic position on this next round had they had the outlaw, given that if you have light armor, it's that one-shot kill, right? And so Loud could have found themselves in a situation where they would have had to forego some utility to get that full armor so they don't go down to the outlaw. So that's essentially why he did that, if you're questioning why he opted to throw that off the map instead of getting some kills. And we'll see what they're going to be able to buy up now. Tons of SMGs in the hands of G2, the Stingers, which can be annoying to deal with in the little cubbies on this map. If they go for maybe a stack of a couple players playing a Crossfire and Hookah where the short-range guns thrive, that could be one way where they try to take advantage of this to win a bonus.
On the armor side of things, only Tui's who's only able to afford the half. Loud here for the most part, though, are geared to the gills. Again, looking towards B-Long. It's a really fertile ground to make use of that fault line. Knife here. Again, Loud, one of the few teams really leaning into that KO there. Spot nothing from that knife on Hookah.
Yeah, it was that early knife that gets back Hookah and Octagon as well. They've now cut noise and are just contacting up Kawanzin with a great first kill. And now G2, they've responded by putting two players into Hookah, which I really like, trying to gain control of that side of the map, and hoping as well that if this split did come in onto B, those two players would be able to face that one lurk. Maybe two players going that way, but that isn't going to end up being the case. Actually goes down, trying to peek for a bit of information, and that was on Loud's rotate back to A.
Tough to make that Stinger sing at that kind of range. So Sadak spots at least one of the players that was sent into Hookah after that first pick was found by Loud. Now, though, it looks like they want to land on A. Icy trending back towards the side here is the flash. Forced back behind the smoke. There's Kawanzin waiting for it. Icy and Valen to work with here. Pretty inauspicious bonus round from G2. Have to let this one go, though, if needs must. Now Valen in the smoke, very common. Cryo loves this particular play, for example. Will burst out and QCK silences him awfully quickly. Loud get on the board without too much of a fuss.
And a small little thing of note there, we saw Kawanzin watching the flank back from Market where he picked off whichever second player that was that had pushed all the way down from Hookah, because neither team right now are running a Sentinel on Bind. And it's not too common these days. Sometimes you'll see the Cypher, like Moose likes to play that, which actually did against Loud the last time they played Bind. But playing Bind here and Icebox next, Loud aren't going to suffer from their lack of desire to play Sentinel that often can rear its head where they forego the Cypher in a meta where he's very strong. And it's just going to be about them watching the flanks like Kawanzin just did in that situation there.
Not like a breeze that might expose that a little bit more egregiously. Loud here on the group up towards A short. Standard Viper util deployed. Flashpoint as well to get them on the road. QCK now satcheling over towards the side, goes over the top there, back U-Haul. Valen brought down. Nice little opening here from Loud. QCK brimming with confidence. Even when not playing well, he's always going in. Trento finds a tight angle. And the plant interrupted for the time being here. Loud have to now find another option to get this one down. Guiding light from Jonah here to lead them out onto the site. Trent doubled up, and Icy also still playing from showers. That's somewhere that Loud have not cleared. It may rear its head in just a moment. Is he in? Sadak out, but the fire back from Loud is impressive. Just Leaf to work with now. It's a pretty darn good breeze to blow him into the right spot here. Down to 56 in a 1v3. And Let's will be waiting on that line to clean him up.
And just then, G2, you kind of have to question it. They were set up to go for that flood back into the front of A site. A bit of a, the pre-take if the spike was going down. But they didn't wait for that moment where someone was actually trying to plant. They forced the issue pretty early, so they ended up running into all of the players with their guns out. No one in that awkward forward default position trying to plant. So perhaps a little bit rushed. You could see what they wanted to do, but that timing just didn't really work out for it, and now they're relegated to this save. A few Sheriffs, a couple Stingers. And again, a pretty similar opening here for Loud. They really like doing this fast play up into B long with that stim beacon to get them the speed to get there.
And it can overload as well, that B long in terms of raw firepower. But Loud opt to pull out of that one. Smoke came down from G2 as they are very heavily stacked in the front side of that B site. Not that Loud are aware. This is ultimately going to lead them in ostensibly the correct direction.
And last time they exploded out of short quite quickly, and it looks like they're going to do the same here. QCK satcheling in, but this time they're not going to overpush, go into backside as they did on the last where QCK got that entry. They're just going to place those safe smokes at both sides of triple to get this plant in on default. They have the gun advantage. No need to play forward, take any unnecessary risks here.
Play lineup, Larry. No need to expose yourself to these short-range weapons in their optimal quarters. Smoke that came down basically on top of the A side here. Kalensin will be forced out by the mosh pit. He acquiesces back in straight away. No, the Dizzy might make that a bit of an issue though. Sardak forced off the line. Another flash there for G2 as they try and set something up here inside of U-Haul. Kalensin though is going to mow him down. Talon comes to the party a little bit too late. That's Loud with 3 on the trot.
And all of those kills from Loud, very important for the ult economy on their side right now. QCK was 1 away. He got his. Kalensin 1 or 2 away, was able to get his as well. Sadhawk with the rolling thunder off that. And now they can just carry that momentum into this round. Leaf does have the Viper's Pit to play around if they intend on using that at a early part of the round. Oftentimes you'll see it over towards A. That's a more typical spot for it on short. Maybe sometimes a cutoff shower, but short's certainly the most frequent. But heading in here, they've got 4 players stacked up to B right now, G2, including Leaf, the man with that pit. Perhaps thinking about using it to shut down Hookah. We'll just have to see here. As it's Icy, the lone man on A, and he got spotted out by that KO knife, and he's just trying to keep that shower control while the rest of the team are set up here on B, expecting when that presence come to, if it did come rather, to have that Dizzy go over top, have the Sky pop a flash perhaps as well, but all for naught. It's an AX again from Loud, 3 in a row.
Icy here in showers, posted up there, but about running to less. Okay, QCK pops his head in. Tiles and masonry flying everywhere as the showstopper found its mark. Valor, nice little pop there out of TP, but Tui's was there to trade. Into the back of the site, you'll notice QCK has gotten himself to Trent's going to use showers as a staging ground to unleash Thrash. QCK almost ahead of it, but going to get caught out. There's no one there to really follow it up though, as Trent is crossing the site, but nowhere near close enough. Oh! Rolling Thunder interrupted. Sadak had no opportunity to let go of that one, and Leaf is going to win out against Tui's. QCK, nothing to do here. Hold up in heaven. G2 get the defuse.
Really nice job from G2 to just force those Loud players into awkward positions where they couldn't help each other at all. I mean, even if that Thrash hadn't hit QCK, he was so far away from the action at that point, rotating to heaven. Wouldn't have really had a great angle. Maybe he could have fought those guys coming out of shower, but regardless, well done from Trent to have that idea that he might have been rotating there into backside and getting that really crucial stun. And even more crucial than that, all the ults depleted from Loud. All 3 of them used into that round for naught.
Viper's Pit here towards B long. So Loud do opt to take that early challenge, but won't find any challengers. QCK walks straight into that one, and Leaf is ready with his feet planted.
And that's a massive risk to push into a Viper's Pit like that.
That's QCK for you.
Yeah, but I mean, frankly, it's, I think, extremely tough when you don't have a Sky, you don't have the dog to go in there, you don't have a Gecko. Could use a wingman in a situation like that. Some of the teams that are running Fade, you'll have a Prowler for a situation like that. And with this Loud comp, getting through a Viper's Pit is just not easy. Sadhawk at least able to get 1 back, though.
Not bad. Something to work with here for Loud, at least. But Trent has the timing. Kalensin is revealed by that little swing. And now we see the remainder of Loud split up. Tui's slowly making his way into Hookah now. And Sadak reposting up on the position that he knows G2 feel like they've just cleared. Often likes to do this.
30 seconds left.
Venom will give him an option, but far too good on the trigger finger.
Strike down A.
Tui's here, gonna think better of it. Time to pull the plug.
That last second orb going to be recovered there from Trent, just trying to get every little advantage that they possibly can.
It's going to be a quick thrash.
10 seconds left.
Yeah. That is one of the bonuses of having Gecko on your team, having the wingman. You're getting the plants, you're getting the diffuses. You can just stack orbs so quickly on that agent. Tuiz is one off that Brimstone ultimate. Was waiting to see if maybe he was able to take an engagement, and whether he lived or died, he would have been able to have that one up into this round. I mean, we all know how powerful that ultimate is in tandem with his Molotov on this map. When you're playing in a post plant, that's basically your redeem a free round card when you use that on either site.
You guys are like all talking over one another.
Okay. Trouble in paradise, mayhaps. G2 here, a little bit chatty. But again, able to find those 2 rounds in a row. Not fully able to break the economy yet of Loud. Still a little haphazard, maybe. They're still essentially fighting at full strength.
And that flash sent into B Fountain to get some information. Not always used as much as it used to be, given you're actually just straight up losing that flash. Now, Dog as well. So some utility extracted here. Significant utility extracted from Jonah P early on. And Loud didn't make as much noise on B that time, which is why he used it. On all the previous ones, they were stim beaconing, running up long super fast. And because they didn't do that this time, he felt the need to actually gain some information. This push out from G2 on the opposite side of the map is really nice. And now you can see as well, Valen, he's rotating through spawn, so they're going to have 3 players ready on B. He's got the ultimate as well.
There's a late reflank brewing for G2. All right. Aftershock trying to create a bit of space here, and in come Loud. QCK posting up on top of the shack. Jonah is going to wait inside this smoke. Playing just outside of elbow. Orbital strikes. Both thrown down here, pummeling the ground and nothing else. Here's a ticket from Sardak, not a stick.
Left.
Fault line towards elbow.
Great
Timing is
stun.
great with the smoke coming down.
Wow.
Sardak is able to capitalize there. Now things look a little bit awkward for G2. All of a sudden, Let's Ready to receive this reflank is going to be at least good for one here. But by no less, often it's more, not this time. Icy gets a foothold at the very least, but Valen calls a cancel.
Just gonna save these weapons at this point. What a stun, so cerebral from Sadhawk in that moment, understanding when their smoke was gonna drop. They even had another one coming down to cover up elbow again. That was such a little nice micro play. Yeah, absolutely beautiful from them. So heads up. It's gonna get them their 4th on the board now. Players very far away from ultimates on their side. Les had the pit up, didn't feel the need to use it in that situation. He was in that nice position in hookah, so they'll be carrying that one over to the next. And at this point, both teams, no one really scared about the status of the economy, so we're gonna have multiple full gun rounds back to back to back here. And look at that. I mean, again, just so intelligent from Sadhawk, the tenured IGL, the world champion IGL.
For those keeping track at home, and here, G2 obviously a third of the way to that threshold at magic number 12. They would need to exceed in total round count, even in a 2-0 loss to get themselves into playoffs. They need 14 to guarantee it. So well and truly on the way. This has been a competitive half of Bind so far. This time again, Loud do show up on B-Long. Orb comes down, and they're ready for it. The flash out, Valen follows it up. And now they'll fall back behind the wall here, but maybe leave a piece or two set up an octagon. Both flash initiators here. Jonah will dog to clear. Loud hear it come down, and they don't opt to refill that space again.
No, those players on A were just so passive that the duo of Kawanzine and Les were able to just contact up, get a lot of space now, get into this site. And Kawanzine has taken a really deep position here, back site.
So much util for the post plant for that KO. Didn't have to spend it getting in.
I'm waiting to see if anyone will be able to help him. Alright, he does back up into lamps, a bit safer, unless he's gonna put that pit down, crucially.
And it comes down, Les unleashes it. Sanak here just waiting for the double swing out from Showers. Here comes Icy at the same time. Can they make a pincer happen? Nothing to see here with the showstopper, but still plenty of time to work with it. Les receives Leaf. He's trying to wrap around. Molly to the site now, already Loud with the post-plant architecture being set up. 3 versus 3, but it's time for Thresh to make an appearance. Kawanzin gets there, Icy out of the picture. We did have a connection off that Thresh. Jonah P can't get up any further, and now it's Trent. 1 HP to work with. It's not nearly enough.
And I like how G2 were playing that. At this point, late in the half, they have such an understanding of what to do to nullify this default from Loud, where they're triple pushing up long early off that Stim Beacon. This was a great trap setup. Look at the swings from them, and they have that Sky Flash going at the same time the Dizzy ascends into the skies behind in elbow. And then you could see, because of that, the players on A, they're like, hands off, we're going to play full retake. We have the advantage.
With the mollies.
But Loud just play it perfectly around the Viper's pit. Crucially, Les had carried that over into this round from the last, where he didn't feel it was necessary to pop before. And now it gets them a really big round win. And G2, they're in a little bit of an awkward economical spot here. They're still going to be able to carry over a couple rifles into this round, but they're not going to be able to get up a full buy until the following.
It really only occurred as a soundbite in the background, but Thresh was used there. I think it just caught onto Kawanzin inside U-Haul, and there was no ability to chase that up at all. Things started to fall apart. Josh RT rattling off some directives here for G2, who've lost the last couple of rounds in a row and don't have any ultimates to work with here. This might even be a plan for further down the line. Loud already putting on a show for us here. Winning 5 out of the last 7 rounds after dropping the pistol. They're back and they mean business.
Josh RT, the experienced coach who joined this squad last year, was crucial in bringing them all the way to Ascension, winning it, qualifying for the Partnership League. And we'll see now how G2 opt to play around this kind of early default that Loud have. Though there's a different layer in it now. Typically, Kawanzin was playing towards A, knifing shower, but he's actually grouped up with the other 3 players here. We'll see if that means that they just want to go into a full hit, with Sadak being 1 away from the orb. He could get it here, pop that ultimate, and they can explode into the site off of it.
Playing fast ahead of a potential trap play, potentially. They, of course, have the ability to set up their own! Sadak!
Any help?
Crouch, tying his bloody shoelaces! But still Loud had the firepower and the weaponry to fight back. Could have been awkward, but G2 still gets staved off now. And Valorant has to think twice about really challenging this. Icy bounds through, but Bambi gets cut down as Les is waiting.
For a moment there, I was nervous of the no help moment, but luckily the re-swings came just in time from Loud.
Just like we drew it up, baby.
And fortunately, G2, they also continue to fight in Octagon and take that space. I think they had an opportunity. If they just peeled off and went back in that situation, they might have been able to just escape with that full man advantage. And Loud again now. Another round. How many have they strung in a row? It feels like a whole bunch at this point.
This is their third, but it would be 6 out of the last 8.
They've really come alive on this half right now. Mixing in just small, little different pieces to how they're playing this default over on the B side.
Still that B pop, right?
Yeah, it was Kawanzin involved in the mix, where typically it was just the 3 players previously. So just these small different layers being called by Sodhawk at the moment.
Valorant gets his there, a bit of extra credits.
Ruin their day.
Maybe saving up to take Derek out to dinner for National Girlfriend Day.
It wouldn't be the first time.
It'd be the annual day.
It would be a testament to the bromance if he can take this down for EG with their hopes on the line here.
EG looking on, of course, want to see Loud lose this game to qualify for playoffs. That'll be the ultimate gift.
Their fate in the balance. Sen City's fate in the balance. And of course, Loud, their fate in their own hands right now. They need this victory.
Derek, I hope the stake was good, Valen, on Derek's dime. G2 here have a bit of ground to make up, though. Started well, but have lost control of this half of the last few rounds. This time Loud, another variation wide. No early aggression here towards B-Long, but they are maintaining a presence here.
Now just working back a bit later, and you can see again, when Jonah P doesn't hear anything, he's going to use that utility. And with it gone now, Loud using that breach ultimate to scale into the site quickly. QCK all the way in the back already. G2 relegated to getting into retake positions here, but QCK so aggressive, so much confidence from this man. It's what Loud have needed for weeks, and in the past 2, he's really stepped up for the squad.
Not just that element that's so hard to predict for any of Loud's opponents. That, though, looked a little bit more deterministic, walking out the smoke. There was a molly at their feet.
One enemy remaining.
And G2 get burned to a crisp. Only Trent here. And Kawanzin wants to pursue. Blood in the water, and Trent's giving him nothing.
Crucial for Trent to save the gun at this point.
I can hear the crowd keep running.
I mean, the economy is just cracked at this point. Oh, and
the jig is up, my friend.
Tui's heard those footsteps. Trent's on the angle, and he's gonna go down. Economy absolutely crushed for G2 heading into the next. And this is an elite Loud that we're watching right now against a G2 team that have impressed me so much this season. Thinking to the back to the game against
Lev, right?
Lev, yeah. Despite losing, they took that Icebox map, and their play on Lotus was just fantastic from G2. But frankly, looking at this map pool, this map kind of feels like a must-win for Loud because we are headed to Icebox and Lotus next. G2's 2 best maps. So Loud do need this one on the board. Kawanzin's actually picked up the operator here because their egregious display of 1% wealth. He can just hold down showers with that for a bit.
Can afford healthcare in America, it's sick. It's crazy.
I wish.
We can dream, my friend. Kawanzin, though, opts to make a switch of weaponry. He will be ambling his way towards showers. Knife did catch on to Valen there. So he does know there is some architecture lying in wait. And straight down A short. Les has been able to find himself here. So G2 don't know yet where the action is expected to be. And you can see the trend across there for Leaf.
Loud right now rotating back towards A. And I like from G2 they put both of their B players in hookah because Jonah, no utility left. They don't know what's happening in long anymore. So they want to hold down that section of the map. But Loud at this point looks like they're going to be fully ignoring it, save for Sadhak, who might try to make a bit of a distraction perhaps with a utility, but seems to just be watching for the push out. And now this full execute is going to come in on the A side.
GCK dead. No double satchel, notably. Doesn't get to the back of the site. Wants to play in front of these smokes. Q's brought down. That's Leaf in heaven. Posing a little bit of an issue here for Loud. Sadhak, flashpoint. Oh, the little fake pick, and Les is going to be there to follow it up. Nice little 2-piece there, the 1-2 punch for Loud. And here's that flank. May happen a little late. QCK doesn't have a good way to employ that showstopper, so that'll go for naught. Valen's able to repost up in heaven, but it's about Trent and Jonah here. Making the way down short. Kawanzin sets a flash up there, but Valen's good for 2. Now it's on QCK. They've got a good idea that he's there. And what a crucial round to win before the half for G2.
Super well done from Valen at the end there. Just found the perfect timing on that spray down. One of the best fragging IGLs that we have here in Americas at the moment. And frankly,
we've got a lot of them.
We do, and on the opposite end, honestly, this has been a great individual season for Sadhak. I think he's stepped up on a number of crucial rounds for this team and maps where he's really displaying a higher level of mechanics than we've seen from him in the past. And of course, 2 of the best IGLs tactically here, going head-to-head as well.
And Sadhak was doing that, by the way, while also very involved on the coaching side. Like, he was frying before he sort of handed all that responsibility over, which is even more impressive. But there it is. We've got G2 finding their way back in. There are quite a few people interested in the result of this game, none more than perhaps EG. We're going to go down to Elizabeth with some very relevant individuals here in the outcome of this game.
Yes, and those relevant individuals are Derek, Jojimo, and Foe of EG. You might think they're from G2 with the G2 merch that we are wearing, but no, they are from Evil Geniuses. We have Apoth and Nature waiting over there as well. We're going to talk to these 3 right now. We love you too. And they're also wearing G2 merch. They are a part of the team. I'm going to talk to you first. My favorite 6-foot king. Why do people laugh? When you're in a moment like this, when this is not in your hands, you have to literally sit here and watch this go down. Like, what is your anxiety level at right now?
It's worse than when I'm actually playing on the stage, but I have full confidence in my boys, so.
Worse than playing on the stage. So like you just sitting here like talking in the chat, it's worse than you like having to like think about everything on stage.
Yeah, because I have no control of how the game goes. But I mean, like I said, I feel like they're just warming up into it, and I feel like they're gonna start rolling in some rounds.
All right, George, I'm gonna come to you. Obviously, this is your stream. We're talking to your lovely people. You've been talked about a lot. Lev, Akam said, you're the last on his list. Yeah. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, I'm ready for my boy Corbin. Like, me and him lived together all last year, so like, we just had that bond together. So playing against each other on stage is a whole different aspect. But he knows how I am during, like when I'm full focus. And yeah, my champ form is coming back. So Get ready, Corbin.
All right, get ready, Corbin. And really quickly to you, Fo, as the assistant coach, you've had to watch these kids play and just play their hearts out. Now you are here with them, sitting with them, watching the game. What is your anxiety level like?
About the same as it is backstage watching them every game.
And what is that?
Very high.
Very high.
It's higher than playing. It is. Derek's not wrong. It's harder. You're just watching it unfold, and you have to say to yourself, okay, well, whatever happens, happens.
All right, well, we're going to do some breathing exercises. We have a game to get back to, so casters, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. I'm quite sure these teams looking on and their fate being decided are feeling it. But now on to the teams that do have an impact on the outcome, Wyatt. We're heading into our second half here on Bayern with G2 moving to the attack.
And right now, I'm just looking at the buy here. Loud, they've got ghosts across the board. And I'm going to be paying a lot of attention to Sadhak here, how they're going to be playing around the breach on the defensive side. Because there's a big difference in the initiators on both sides. The G2 running the Sky and the Gecko, things can be so much more fluid. Whereas with the breach, you have to be in particular spots to hit your flashes. And often same with KO. Of course, you can right-click to push somewhere close, but a lot of times you're going to be playing pop flashes for people at different angles as well. So I'm expecting to see some quality setups here from the Loud side, and something I'm going to be paying a close eye on as we head onto their defensive half here.
Cohen's get a little bit antsy. Little check there. Now actually able to post up watching A short. Decent spot. And there's also the counter swing opportunity as Les takes some non-irrelevant damage, rather, up B long. But G2 still have eyes elsewhere. They don't have that showers control, but Tweed might be looking to concede it here if things don't go right. Snake bite. Oh, and Leaf wins it out. That is massive for G2. Leaf can move on in, but the rest of G2 are already off to the races now, moving down short. Sadak beats a hasty retreat. Aftershock to cover his tracks. He's going to set up across the site now as Trent gets his plant going.
30 seconds left.
And at the same time, going to recover that Dizzy to have it for just a bit later on. Could be a crucial piece of utility to explode back in while those Loud players are tapping the spike, trying to get the defuse.
They are absolutely ready for this. QCK wants to step up. Does have some utility here to try and draw something out, but actually wants to drive face sleeve. And he falls quickly. Still 4 to deal with on G2's side. The wall comes down, the show starts. There's Les trying to make something happen, but he was always very low after that engagement at the start of the round, and G2 get that crucial pistol.
This G2 squad, they are undeniably great. I mean, it's a small moment, but they played to their win con there. They played nice and passive. It was Trent getting that Dizzy backup line, the wall drop with it coming over so they could face that man advantage trade out if they needed to. So nicely done from them. QCK with a nice shot. He has been playing well.
Let's go. Keep it up. Anti-eco, we know what to do.
Yeah. Well, they definitely look like they know what to do. Solid round from G2 there. Loud want that showers control once more. This time, though, he's brought back up. Leaf comes off second best.
Fortunately, this is for G2. That was just the player with the ghost, and that stun is going to come in. B-Long with the nade. What a great timing. Icy can't win that duel. Stunned up.
Oh, no chance to follow up, though. Sadak full challenge that. Nobody could trade him. Same could be said for Les. At that point, QCK was on the wrong side of the wall, and Kalenzin's on the wrong side of that smoke. Forced now back in towards Tube.
Kalenzin has to be careful. He almost died to the dog.
QCK thinks about it. Come on! Look at your conscience, QCK! Punished for it. At his back turn as Trent exploded. And now it's Tui set up in hookah. With 3 players, 2 Bulldogs and a Ghost to contend with. He has nothing but a molly to his name. You're gonna need that, buddy.
And really on this round, we got an appetizer of what's to come with this Loud comp on defense. One of the reasons you run that breach is because B-Long is really easy to control with the fault line. It gets all of long, as you just saw. So if you hit the right timing with that, and then additionally, maybe if you have a KO flash to come over, that Raise nade we saw was really effective. There's going to be a lot of trap setups just like that from Loud. So G2 are going to have to be weary of walking into the traps, but also, importantly, for their attack side to succeed, baiting the traps out, getting the utility out, and then, re-clearing those spaces if they intend to, or at least putting in an awkward position for Loud where they're denying some information that have to re-clear it themselves on defense.
Slow and steady, G2. make their way over towards Hookah. They're very cognizant of the trap play potential that Breach presents. But a thrash here towards B-Long might open this wide up. Sardak doesn't know where to look. Icy gave him a clue, but he didn't have nearly enough time. Well, sometimes better to be lucky than good. But Les gets traded out by Icy, who finds his second, and they are all over this site like moss on a rock, Wyatt.
And Les feeling himself, wanted to go for a second as well. Could have slipped away into the smoke, but wanted to get the advantage for his team. And now it's resulted in a man disadvantage.
We are out of dodge.
They are getting out of there. The Thrash recovered as well. They know they really don't have a shot there. And that was a great response from G2. What a call from Valen, expecting a B-long trap setup like that. They used the Thrash to clear up there and just kind of focus their attention then on Hookah. If there was a trap setup, that Thrash would have pushed them back, and then they would have been swinging out of Hookah.
I mean, we saw from Sadhawk's POV.
And yeah, regardless of the trap setup not being there, Sadhawk was so caught off guard from that explosive hit from G2. Bonus round going to be converted, but again, at least for Loud's sake, they're going to have enough rifles into the next round, to get a reasonable buy up here. So it's not a pure bonus where you're giving all the guns away. G2's economy is going crazy because they recovered everything, though they did get a few rifles, but it's not as egregious as it could have been for Loud when you lose a bonus.
G2 are over halfway now to the 14-round threshold. See how this went down coming out of Hookah.
Sen is shaking right now. Let's keep it going.
These are tough times for the Sen City, Mitch. Tough times. G2 posted up now with many players outside Hookah again. They're not going to go with the speed they did previously. A flash up long to get some information into Octagon, which Jonah did here with that ping when the bird goes off. And we have just basically the same setup here, right? Dog is going to get the info on long, and then the push is going to come through Hookah.
Okay, still a 4-line from cross map. We're not really going to bother anyone. Icy is in. QCK affected here by a lot of the mollies, but is forced to play inside tube. It's easy for Icy. Sardak here. Flash, aftershock to try and create some space in Hookah, and he's done so. But G2 now entrenched up on this B site. 3 players back-to-back heading into elbow. They're going to overwhelm Les. He can't hope to challenge this. And G2 aren't done. They still want a piece of this action, and Les, well, unable to find any. 2is though elsewhere. Doing some serious work here. Sardak still inside Hookah. 2is coming through that spawn side. He's going to run straight into Trent's crosshair, but the forward line is going to make it impossible. Setting up another for 2is. That 3, Icy can't hold on.
How do they recover that? Trent's spray just going awry. Most of the time, you have to think he's going to get 2 there. Such a skilled player, but
2's got 2 kills to elbow. He was back towards spawn. He's miles away. He actually trades up for less.
That is just ridiculous, Icy.
Look!
Oh, I mean, and again, that's a situation where I don't know. It's like they need to be facing that. They want to get that trade out. It's understandable, but 2's too accurate. He's one of the players that is just so smooth with the tap aim in situations like that. That's when you really see him thrive. He's a very smooth mechanical player.
And the fault line set up there as well.
That was so nice from Sadhawk. Yeah.
You talk about Breach being more set up oriented and less fluid, but that was a moment.
Look at this. They just push all the way out of long Loud. They just explode past that brimstone smoke, but just suffer 1 loss for their troubles.
But the loss is great. That's QCK already out of the picture. Again, aggressive probes on both extremities in this round for Loud. They have a decent amount of info off this, at least.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely know that this is coming through short. They're just hoping to have this 3-pronged retake. Multiple angles at the same time. Some delay as well from the Brimstone for the flankers to get in better positions here.
They've done so, making their way. But Leaf is here, he's waiting for it. Can't complete any of those kills, but he's going to try and hold Sardak into his bay, but Sardak was still able to find a kill down towards short. Valen, though, responds. Trent here, fancies a bit of the 1 versus 1. No, Leaf's joined him, in fact. Dangerous for 2is, hard to win out. Kawanzin spots 2, he knows there's 2 inside U-Haul. Or rather, just 1, and Jonah P on the other side of that wall. Valen wards him off with a spray. Les now wants to step up as it looks like Kawanzin has gotten out. That's the plan for Loud. They're going to give this one up. They try for something cute on B-Long. It doesn't pay off.
definitely best for them to save right now. They're actually going to be able to get a bye into the next round with 2 rifles being saved. So smart for them, and frankly, no other real options here heading into the next. Looking at some of the ults at the moment, you can see Trent is just 1 off from getting another Thrash online. I mean, like we mentioned earlier, it's so easy to just stack up Gecko ult after Gecko ult. And now they wanted to try to bring a new little play into the fold there, something that G2 wouldn't have been expecting, but QCK is just not able to win out that first duel, and that's really all it comes down to. They wanted to catch out G2, and it just didn't pan out as intended, but listen, I respect the attempt. I respect the idea of going for something different there that they weren't expecting.
And we watched QCK. I mean, I don't particularly think that his playstyle has drastically changed at all. I think Andre points out on the desk, he's like, oh, maybe QCK playing differently, maybe less aggressive and now more so, or vice versa. I feel like from what we've seen, QCK has always been that aggressor, first in, last out kind of player, but often just can't even get traded out. Sometimes just goes down on that entry scenario.
Yeah, oftentimes I feel like, I mean, last week aside, last week he stepped up massively for the team against
he won those
Sentinels. Yeah, he was playing extremely aggressive. He was winning out his first engagements, crucially, because oftentimes he's just not winning the duels. Even when he's losing, he'll play with the confidence and take those early fights. On defense, he's going to take early fights when he's playing Jet, etc., and try and dash off, but he's just not actually getting the kills enough of the time. Now, that was the case against Sentinels, and they're going to need him to do it here again. And frankly, almost the same could be said for Icy. G2 have talked about how he's fit in terms of his play style into the team, but if his individual game gets elevated to the point where he's a star fragging duelist as well, not just one that's making the space, playing his role, I think that's what will take G2 to the next echelon.
It's Raze on Bind, though. There's a lot of setup required to put them in a position to succeed. And that responsibility falls on the rest of the members of these teams. Colin here, this is looking like a late little shower knife. Just how deep are we? Okay, deep enough to spot the sky. Just Jonah being spotted right now. Kawanzina does want to get in, even behind the fault line being spent.
Fire in the hole!
Here's the showstopper though, Icy wasting no time. Dizzy at his flank. In we go, and he knew Kawanzina was operating near showers. Trent also not half a step behind, is able to find a second. Beautiful explosion from G2. And again, Loud are forced into a situation where they have no foothold outside of Tui's. And that one got extinguished awful quick, Wyatt.
Not even necessary at this point, but that wingman does give Trent the Thrash. Won't have to use it in this round, can save it for the next. Economy at this point now is shattered for Loud. Relegated to taking that Judge into the next, as well as the Vandal, and G2 firmly in control of the game at this point.
We're not talking about round threshold anymore, Wyatt. We're talking about G2 just winning a map and going straight into playoffs, extinguishing the hopes of Sen City.
Absolutely right, and at this point it's beginning to feel like it's their game to lose, frankly, with the state of Loud's economy heading into this next round. And with that Thrash online as well, close to Jonah P's ult, they have the tools necessary to carry this game over the finish line. On their map pick, you would have expected them to be the team picking Icebox here. But no, they went for Bind, which earlier in the season they lost to 100 Thieves. They beat MiBR on it. Mixed results though, so it was a little surprising to see them take things here. But if they get this win, the rest of the map pool, Icebox and Lotus, those are definitively their 2 best maps of the season. And the task will be such an unmeasurable uphill climb for Loud if they can't win here on Bind.
In fairness, Loud have looked decent on those maps as well.
Monster on the loose!
Oh yeah, definitely G2's playground right there. Molly's going to slow off the fast hit. Tui's wants to fill the space behind this. Oh! Jackpot! Finds Icy. Kawanzine also going to be there. The fault line will dissuade any attempt to trade or follow up on those kills. Tui's doesn't have a comfortable spot to be. Oh my goodness, front and center! It's an easy pick off for Leaf. That's a 4v4 now. The Kawanzine catches Jonah P slipping. Just walking his way out of showers.
And this is just confidence, gusto from Loud. Could they have taken a safer chance perhaps and just bought better weapons in the next? Yeah, but they take a bunch of Guardians into this round, fight aggressively on short with the Stinger. They risked it on that round. That's a lot of confidence to go for that play. And it pays off massively for them. Now carrying all these Vandals into the next. Trent's thrash expended as well. And suddenly they've turned the game on its head by just, again, taking a high-risk, high-reward play, committing to the buy on that round.
A variation we haven't seen yet from Loud on defense, actually expending utility to slow an inevitable hit. They're doing it again.
It's actually just going to be a contact walk down on short again. Mixing things up. They've been so varied in their defensive approach so far, keeping G2 on their toes.
They're rewarded for it too.
My ult's ready.
They're going to have such a fast flank on Hookah. Should it be relevant? What did the Seekers tell?
I mean, the Seekers tell that flank is coming, and it's got them scared, that's for sure. Pressure on less, though, as the players are set from Hookah. Oh my god, what a transfer. That is absurd from Loud's star player.
And we flip the map. Loud coming from those flanking positions now, and no need to hurry at this stage. Leaf, though, just better than Kawanzine there. QCK and Tui's had to explode, but there's pressure from Octagon, and they're not ready for it.
QCK just had to try to make space here for Tui's. Trying to get out of Hookah on a retake is a painful, miserable experience.
Tui's now knows that without the Raze saturating, his options are limited. And his chance to save this weapon also a slim one at best. Winning out here against Jonah. Somehow making the correct estimate of his position and then running away is the only thing he can do. He's done it. So gun maintained. And off we go.
And it was those Seekers from Jonah that really threw off Loud's intentions there, taking advantage of the fact that G2 also not running a Sentinel, which is really common at this point for the bind meta. And that allows teams to be able to push down out of Hookah, push down out of short, flank through market, and not be exposed by, you know, back when there used to be that, I mean, way back when there was a chamber trip, for instance.
Let's go.
Or sometimes when that Cypher is on the map as well. But it was the Seekers that exposed that play fully, and then you could see a moment of hesitation from Loud. They weren't sure if they should turn back, keep going for the flank, and it's just that small, I mean, I say small piece of utility. It's an ultimate, and it's pretty good. And it gets them a ton of info. And now at this point, timeout going to be called from Loud as they're on death's door here. And a good time to take one for sure. Heading into this round, they've got 3 ultimates. They have Less's Viper's Pit, Kawanzine's Null Command, and Sadhawk's Rolling Thunder on the Breach. Additionally, it looks like they're trying to pick up the Operator in the hands of QCK. This is not something that we have seen yet in the server from either team. Well, save for when Kawanzine bought one because he had so much money in the last half of the very last round, just for fun to open the round with.
What do we do? Post up on a forward angle here? It's got to be through showers, no?
Yeah, and it looks like that is going to be the move. Showers controlled for Loud over on the A side. Perhaps the Viper's Pit just going to go down early in Hookah to control that area of the map. You know, hoping to funnel some players into QCK's op. He picks it up a whole hell of a lot, and he's going to have to get a big kill here.
It won't just be QCK. Able to play off Kawanzine at least. G2 lined up for this, though. They are waiting for another contact push up from the defenders, and they've picked the right part of the map to anticipate it.
Wow, look at this aggression from him. It's a dangerous spot, pushed up too far where he could get traded out, couldn't get back behind the wall to satchel away or pick up another angle. G2 are going to accelerate off the back of that into the site.
This G2, man, that's something else. Here's the wingman getting on in. Trent having a fantastic map so far. Kawanzine no chance to do too much to disrupt earlier on. Rolling Thunder, Trent hit by it as he's icy. Nothing he could do about the swing out of U-Haul. It's his ultimates now, getting thrown in by Loud. They know it's such an important round. Their economy is so shaky. And they've been able to secure it here.
Fantastic flood off that Rolling Thunder from Sadhawk. Icy caught in that. Another play I couldn't see which was caught close in the smokes, just trying to take a bit of a forward position to catch them off. That triple smoke they were hiding in. Really well done from Loud there. And now carrying into the next round, they've still saved so many ultimates, and frankly, the aggression got a little out of hand from QCK. The angle he was holding just a moment ago was fine. He wanted to take a little bit more space.
Gotta push up.
Push the issue just a bit, but it's to his demise. They recover the Operator, though, give it back into his hands. And again, he's going to be headed towards Shower right now. Take a same line.
G2 just have not been in a hurry to take control of that part of the map. Do they expect it twice?
There was an early flash down short from Cow and Zine, which immediately gets re-cleared by Jonah P, sending a sky flash up, getting the ping, so they know that there was no one actually pushing down off the back of that KO.
They are doing it again. QCK holding it, holding it, holding it! Leaf is down. He's still caught in the corner though. We'll have to satchel across if he's brave. Doesn't know he needs to check the left, and Valorant is going to be there. So it plays out just like it did in the prior round as a 1-for-1. Cowan though, the second layer of defense, this time can actually trade. G2 don't have a plan yet. Wingman was disrupted. Now they're going to do it the old-fashioned way. Trias won't see anything for the wall there. It's a brief attempt at a spray and nothing more. Jonah checks the flank. He will get some action. Cowan's in a swing. He has a knife out. Jonah can't recover in time. And G2 are down to 2 players. Playing off the back of the site. Icy's good for it. Sarnak is down. Now the 2v2, but Les has other plans. Trent holding on. It's Trent. Can he get there? Les comes in from the top rope. Try as they might, G2 can't get another one there. They know if they win this map, they secure a 3rd place and a playoff spot in stage 1. They're close, they can taste it, but they've got to land the plane.
And Les is the man, of course, to lock things up for Loud. He has been the reliable player for this squad all year. I mean, all of last year as well. But this year has been the most tumultuous for the team. And he's the one stepping up. Now it's going to be a timeout called here from the coach of G2, Josh RT. He's been working with the squad for over a year now, since they began in Challengers last year, began that journey to making it into partnerships, the journey to try to make it back to an international LAN, which they had a taste of right at the beginning of this team's lifespan years ago at Reykjavik. They were this promised team of young upcoming players, and they couldn't live up to the pressure at that LAN. And they've been clawing and fighting for a way back there, staying together as a unit for years to do so. These players had tons of offers to go to other teams in partnerships last year, but they said no, they stuck together. They've made it all this way now, that core of Valen, Trent, and Jonah P.
And they stuck together as 5. Much longer than many other teams. They really, really waited on it. See Texter parts for...
And now on the cusp of taking down one of the giants in Valorant history. A well-timed timeout as well. You're always going to see this with timeouts, right? Where the next round there's going to be a hell of a lot of ultimates. Valen has been sitting for the past few rounds, excuse me, on that Brim ultimate. And with the Molly, that should be enough for them to lock up a 12th round here. You have to imagine.
It's going to be a pop here to be long. They're going to push the smoke even. Let's try to throw some shots in behind them. But that's devastating. Oh, it's devastating for G2.
Toxin screen down.
And that time it works out perfectly for Loud. They brought that one out earlier in the half. It didn't work as intended, but this time the swings more decisive, the trades there. More aggressive, 2E's in trouble. Almost threw his life away, caught by the Molly and the Dizzy, but Les picks up the angle. And it's just a weak Leaf left alone.
Here.
Take a weak breeze to blow that Leaf away. Les puts 12 on the board for Loud.
What a call from Sadhawk. Just G2, what are you guys scheming with this timeout right now? You got all these ults, you're gonna go for some big thing. All right, cool. We are just going to fearlessly run at you again. Absolutely, disrupt is the word. And Sadhawk gets a 2-piece off of it. What a call, again, the confidence from these guys.
Bloody diabolical from Sadhawk, if I'm honest with you. G2 had it all laid out, but guess what? You get shot, you die.
They've got 4 ultimates in this last round. If they can't convert this and take this thing to OT, that would be a travesty.
Trent, a lot of eyes on him. He's had a great map. It's going to take more, though. No.
Great knife.
Instantly shuts the thrash down. Leaf pulls out. Icy, though, onto the side with the showstopper. He still went for it in the end. 2E's keeping himself out of harm's way as the showstopper whizzes past his left ear. Sarnak finds Icy, but Valen is going to be there. Cowan's being punished by the orbital strike. It's going to be Sarnak eventually falling. 2E challenges inside Hookah. It's a 1-for-1. 2 players on either side left to go. QCK, Showstopper, a little slow. And G2 straight through the TP, beeline for A.
Leaf right now. Oh my god, they could play this so well. Jonah can plant, get the Seekers. Leaf right now is the pit down. Huge advantage coming into the end. Really heads up. Small play from Jonah that's going to pay off massively. They know about this QCK flank now. He wanted to get in behind and shower. Made irrelevant by the Seekers.
His timing's off too. He's way behind Les.
There.
G2 are going to wait. Les pings it. Oh, okay, he gets into U-Haul. There was no pick up. Oh my god! Why did I do it? How do Loud do it?
Magic from QCK.
They're gas fishing! And they come up with Moby Dick!
That's just no way! How does he hit that? G2 crushed. They popped every ultimate in that last round. All 5 of them, even getting Jonas online at the very end. Absolutely crushing for them on their map pick.
Just shoot them, lol!
I mean, again, it's an FPS game. Just shoot them.
That is
oh my god.
Heartbreaking. And it's because G2 don't have a chance to enact that ult-heavy strategy on the prior round because Sardak preempts it. It gets in their face. They rush down B long and throw G2 off. What a map. What a banger. Loud. Looking good.
G2 fall on their map pick of Bind. But again, it has to be said, Icebox next. Loud's pick, but G2 beat Lev on it, have been sick on that map.
We're stepping away for a moment, but next, Golden Boy and Analysts are going to break down a ridiculous map 1 in this series. We'll see you in a sec.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I don't know that Mazine can do this. Wingman can. Oh my goodness, Trent does it again.
Vem tentar o plate, quer secar de novo, olha o Cauã!
Here's the coach of Loud, STK. A wild last round for a wild map. I know going into today, it's very serious. You know, there's a lot of talk about, you know, who will make what when you have all this stuff going on. Simplify it for you. How is your team feeling going into today, and how are they feeling now?
I think that's the difference between today and the other day that we play. I think that we have no pressure today. I think that even if our win make us playoffs, I think that we are going to make more chill and like let's do our job. And if we can win and have playoffs. But not like so many expectations for today. Just do our job.
All right, well, do your job and best of luck.
Well, they needed to do the job, and they did just that on map 1. Loud pick up the win in dramatic fashion at the tail end of that game.
That last round was ridiculous.
It was the final bullet. Bullet went through the dang truck and killed the guy. It was just insane. Absolutely stellar stuff there from both teams, truly across the board. But let's actually go ahead and dive into it and break it down a little further here because, Loud, one thing is for certain. When we know that this team cooks up a strategy, they get it done, and they got it done with those post plans.
Yeah, the real impressive thing for me this game was Loud's attacking side. When you're playing this composition with this KO, with this breach, I think they do a really good job of balancing their resources in what they're using in the first wave and what flashes they're saving for the post plant, and also timing when that second cycle of the stun comes back online to have this util to deny the flood. They layer their mollies, their flashes, those
They're not
stuns
just throwing it away
so well, and it makes it so hard to play that retake. And the guy who was playing off all that util was quick.
Yeah, and he did a great job getting aggressive, too. I mean, he didn't have the best stat line, but even that round that you pointed out, Mimi, where there's all this pressure in elbow, QZK runs through the CT smoke. Yeah, it's a big gamble to do, but it was perfect for the moment. And that's what Loud is so good at doing, identifying the moments in which they need to play like that.
And I love when QZK plays with this confidence, right? He'll always take risks, but I feel like when the team is hitting like this, it's so much more valuable. But even with losing that game, G2 have given themselves an opportunity. They only need to win 3 rounds in this next map to guarantee playoffs and eliminate Sentinel.
That's it. They just need to get 3 rounds, and they will be, at the very least for themselves, they will be moving on to the playoffs here. But for Loud, I mean, firstly, to be G2, you're looking good. It feels like everything's clicking, and then out of nowhere, the door gets closed right in your face. That has to be frustrating for G2, especially going into Icebox.
Sure. I mean, that map was theirs to win, right? That second half, they were playing so well. I think the calling on that attack side was excellent from Valen, but this Loud team just digs deep. That call out of G2's timeout from Loud too, that push down long.
It's crazy.
They're so good in these late games.
And the way they did it too, right? We had the fake op shot to bait that, you put a smoke up, I'm just chilling there. Yeah. But then we have 3 people running down, and the key factor was getting out and just playing the 4v2. To clean it up, and that was crazy.
Yeah, they took the gambles, they took the risk. It pays off for them in the end. Of course, so G2, they're only going to be 3 rounds away from being able to qualify for the playoffs. Let's go ahead and hear what Josh RT has to say about that.
Here with Josh RT of G2. Now, Josh, I don't know if you know, but if you win 3 rounds, you're in for playoffs. That's all you have to do. Is that extra pressure? Is that, we got this? Because that was a very close back and forth game, but anything can happen in Valorant.
It's a lot of pressure. No, I think we'll take this map, honestly. Yeah.
All right, best of luck. Hopefully you just didn't jinx it.
Elizabeth playing with fire as always. I mean, look, not a lot to really pull there from Josh RT, but I think one thing was, him just flat out admitting, this is a lot of pressure. It is, right? Like this team coming into this situation.
I think he was being a little sarcastic.
I think he was trolling a little bit.
I think there is a lot of pressure, though. I mean,
I think that on paper there is, but I think this is a team that handles it really well.
For sure. But they do need to pick up those 3 rounds. And look, I'm going to be real with y'all. Sometimes you think you're in a situation where all you need is just 3 rounds.
If G2 in the...
and then...
Okay. I don't think he's going to tell the players that. I don't think the players need to know or will know.
Of course.
Is my honest saying, right? G2 just need to play this like any other game because they played a damn good map 1. It was so close. Could have been theirs. And they're going to be fired up to win this.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Oh, I'm just letting you know. The human brain goes through layers of doubt and denial over time. And there could be something afoot there. So G2 needs to keep their wits about themselves. Let's go ahead, though, and talk about map 2. Get ready for that here because we're going to be going over to Icebox. But here's the good news for G2 is that they're good on Icebox as well. So I'm not too concerned here, if I'm being completely honest. I don't think that there is really going to be that much in the way of, things blocking them on their way to the playoffs at this point. But again, it's Loud. Loud knows how to really catch people off guard when they think that they're at their most comfortable.
Yeah, and the key difference is in compositions, if it's the same as we've seen these teams play before, is you have the main duelist on the Loud side, right? QCK is going to be on that Jet with the Harbor and the Viper. And then on the flip side, Icy's actually going to be playing the Gecko on this map. And he's looked really, really good on it. And the way that G2 plays Icebox with their utility and delay, it's going to be tough for a team like Loud to deal with. I think we're going to see a lot of those moments that we saw in the last map where they kind of tap bomb, pause, wait for that util dump. But the key difference here is that they don't have that breach to give extra utility.
Sure.
So the utility game is not in their favor.
Yeah, G2 is on a 4-map win streak here on Icebox, playing this comp that no one else in the league is playing. This double scan with the Gecko Sova has been really cool to watch. Combining that with the utility you get from the Harbor Viper for tools on that attack side, and also for your retake, flooding back in. I think the way they implement it as well is great. They're always on point with the timings of these util combos and the way they're setting each other up. It's been clean. But if there is a team who is the team of the Harbor Viper comp, who is like the OG of Icebox, it's Loud.
They are the OGs of this comp, but the problem I have is I think it's outdated, actually. The Jet works, for sure. Jet on Icebox can always work. But I love the Gecko. It's so part of the meta right now. It allows you the flexibility to not have to plant the bomb yourself. And it also opens up Leaf to actually play that Sentinel role as a duelist and take risks that we don't see other Killjoys doing.
But where other teams have struggled to win with the old Harbor Viper, Loud have continued to succeed. They're better at this comp than anyone else, and this is their chance to make playoffs with the 2-0.
We're ready for map 2. Let's go ahead and send it over to Uber and Wyatt for the call.
Thank you very much. Golden Boy and the desk. Loud, of course, hailed as the progenitor of this Harbor Viper composition, right? Many teams going for it. For them, though, they don't have the Gecko in here, right?
No, that is the biggest difference, is that obviously G2, very similar comp, but they have a Dizzy. They have a Flash to play off of. And that's going to make a massive difference in situations on defense when we're seeing something we actually saw against Sentinels in the case of Loud. They did win that Icebox match, but at times struggled in situations where they're trying to flood retake off of some of the Harbor utility, like a High Tide coming in, going in behind it. They didn't have that additional piece with a Flash to push players off of the angles, and we may see that difference come into play here. In fact, I'm sure we will at points in this game. It's G2 starting on the attack side. Less over here towards B. Curiously, not the Harbor here, where you're typically going to see that wall, but things made easy when you get a spam kill straight through that Viper wall to start things off.
And Les really has a sense for that. We've seen it so often from him. We saw how good Loud were through that Viper's pit in the last round of bite. That's forced off the angle here by the recon briefly, but the Viper one way is still in place. High Tide's exchanged and G2 are pulling out.
They're trying to go for this fast hit onto A now, with all that utility expended on the B side, knowing the presence of the Harbor is there as well. They know 3 players are in the vicinity. So pressure now onto Cow and Zine, who stepped up massively last week against Sentinels to anchor back in this site.
See Cascade thrown up towards screens by G2. Sarnak still wants to try and play around his box, and it's good, it's beautiful! Need a bit more! And he's always got extra pocket space!
This guy has been so individually skilled this year, Sadhak. He's stepped up in so many moments like this. I mean, last year, previous to that, was never really necessary. He could just focus on his role, but now when he needs to, he is delivering these moments, and frankly, with consistency over this year so far, despite some of the team troubles that they've had. Look at him go.
Amongst all of this, his defense calling is unbelievable. Like what we saw from them on Bind. The stuff he was able to pull out. G2 were never ready for it.
Absolutely. You have QCK on the line B with Marshall right now, which is allowing for a stack for the rest of the Loud side onto A.
Two is eventually brought down. Gun dip saves him in that first engagement. Kawanzin, oh, he finds the timing! Not bad. Still going to be traded out though. And Cascade will keep less at bay for now.
This is scary. QCK only with a Marshall on this retake, but can G2 recover any weapons? They've still only got 3 classics in hand, and it looks like Loud want to get in fast with a spike being planted.
Another great timing from Les. This time drops on Icy. All those guns are in screens. G2 no opportunity to get them. It's only Trent salvaging a Bulldog. And so they're disadvantaged in the post plant. And from 410 comes QCK. Trent here. Gonna be held at bay. That's the Marshall getting involved.
And Les holding that angle deep from the far right corner of Catwalk. Trent knew he couldn't swing. He knew he would go down there attempting to trade. So was just trying to bide his time. But the real moment of significance is when the spike was going down, Loud recovering the round by getting that timing to flood back into the site right here with Les. A good on-the-fly decision.
Doesn't look like anything to me.
Just talking a little smack. G2 now gonna be on that full buy. Loud with an opportunity to bonus. And now for the first time, 3 rounds in, we're seeing that standard harbor wall from the B defending side, which cuts this angle off. And oh my god, QCK has gone so deep off of it. So aggressive.
It is playing completely out of pattern here.
Here.
It's really hard for G2 to preempt any of this. This is about as far forward as you can be while still on the right side of sanity. This is spotted Kawanzin. Finally able to pick that one up there. That's a dash away and an immediate repost because it's QCK, and who else would go for it? Trent in trouble.
How does he get out? How does he slip away?
It's criminal! Criminal. G2's buy going horribly awry in the early stages of this round. They're going to pick up the pieces now and cobble together a push towards this B side. Okay.
Now the advantage of having that Gecko, the wingman, coming in to try and get the spike down, but with the wall up, it's perfectly placed for Sadok to deny.
They're taking liberty after liberty. Don't go into the cove. Okay, Sadok thinks about it briefly. And here is the flank. Les is right on time. He simply arrives exactly when he means to.
And all of that delay allowed him to just work his way up there slowly, not have to make any noise, increase the pace, give away footsteps. The delay from Sadhawk there. And it's that harbor wall that is so nice that just curves around the default plant spot so he can work up and break that wingman without being in danger. But, I mean, come on, how the hell did QCK get away with that in the early round? So awkward for G2. Trent was trying to reload. No one could trade off of that kill in time.
Loud broke about 3 cardinal rules of Valorant in that round. That's, again, like there's a general conditioning about the flow of the game, and they're disrupting it.
QCK now picking up the operator. That harbor wall is going to go down from 2Es into B main. Yet again. Op going to cover the mid-cross. Actually rotating off now is QCK as the defenders adjust their positioning just a bit.
They're not pushing up for info yet on B. QCK is about to post up. This might force Sadok to trend over towards A here. A little bit of sound. G2 are on the approach. It'll be Leaf with first contact. Kawanzi just hold them one down for the boys! And you love to see it!
And just before last week, it's hard to believe when you see clips like that, but Kawanzin, until the match against Sentinels, did not go positive on a single map. Neither did QCK, as a matter of fact. And those two stepping up so significantly over these past 2 weeks has just boosted Loud back into being the Loud that we actually know. This is the team, this is the world-beating team that we've seen in the past, that we know they can be and should be.
Again, not much to talk about there for G2 on that eco. Back with weapons in hand. Thrash, Reckoning, both available for the attackers, and they are taking it slow in the early stages.
And I don't even think they actually know QCK has an op because he didn't have to fire a shot at all in the last round. deep on this A angle, and look at the rotation it's triggered from Loud. Kaunzin comes over to pick up mid. All the attention over towards B. Hunter's Fury is going to come actually from Kaunzin.
They want that info.
Not ready yet.
G2 conditioned to play so slow over towards B.
Look for more.
Loud wondering just how far up they've gotten because they don't have a presence over there by Yellow.
Reckoning committed as well, just to try and force these Loud players back to get some space into the site here.
Out they come. Reckoning about to expire. Sartak can't interrupt the plant here. It will be 2-is though. Found Leaf. It was elsewhere. There was a catch there by the Thrash. Jonah P eventually finds his spot to explode down mid. Now going to be on that wrap to join the rest of G2, not opting to take mid proper. Our drone will be illuminating. Valen spotted. Now can't hold that angle. He's thinking about it. Sartak!
Oh, come on. How does he get away with that, man?
Astonishing. And look at this. The lockdown. What a spot for it. Loud are above reproach.
This is the team that when we talk about Loud for the first time being on the verge of not making an international event, it's not this team we're watching right now. It's the team we saw in the first few weeks. This is a team that we see make it every single time, consistently make top 4s at those events. Winning champions before.
They had it all in that round. The lockdown being the final knife in the back.
G2 feeling the pressure, calling the first timeout of the game right now, Josh RT. Speaking to Liz, he said he was confident they were going to take this map. And listen, you can't blame him. They beat Lev here, and Lev are looking like they are probably the best team in the league, though. Listen, Loud are trying to stake a claim on that one. They had us in the first half, but now they're coming back.
They haven't lost more than 8 rounds against anyone on this map or stage.
I mean, I mean, they have just been at such a fantastic level with this duelist-less comp, playing with the Gecko, and I am a big fan of it. But right now, Loud dismantling them.
I think Sartak's calling is causing them some serious problems. They play so ponderously over towards the B side of the map that previous round. They give so much time. They don't have the ability to penetrate B properly, get through towards Snowman. Rough.
They are struggling over towards that B main side for sure. On this round, their buy not going to be strong whatsoever, making sure they have a full into the next. They at least do have a couple long-range weapons in the mix here. Again, your standard harbor wall going to come up here to deny early B main, force out a drone to have to re-clear past it, or just waiting it out, and it's going to be the early recon used. That one up top that gets a good amount of information, but with the high tide, none at all actually. 2-E's just able to dodge that.
Not a lot of early aggression from G2 over at A recently. Definitely none from Belt. Kaunzin felt safe enough pushing up. Now there's so much early warning.
Look at the rotate from Loud. QCK has just picked up the off angle deep on B, and they have 4 players on A now ready for this.
I see at least the pipes. Well, I don't think G2 are committing to this at all. Maybe leave Jonah P and Leaf to have a crossfire here. They're slowing the tempo down. The high tide comes out from Loud to add more stall.
They dodged that recon. Some false information then for Loud with it not getting broken, not getting any pings, and at the same time, G2 have done a nice job extracting some of that harbor utility. They're waiting for that wall to go down, perhaps to go back towards A, but no, they're actually opting to go for B. They're going to leave Leaf in this pushed up position on A to try and catch a player out, make a little bit of noise, perhaps.
Cascade's going to get them, but QCK sees all that he needs to. Rapidly now trying to reposition backwards, lit by the recon. Back behind the high tide. This will be a full retake setup for Loud now as QCK is shoved away.
10 seconds left.
Valen low on HP. Close position here for Trent into the site. Dangerous though. Kaunzin gonna drone and probably clear close as well. And he just caught Trent, and Sartak capitalizes off of it to get the man advantage. Recon back yellow is going to expose Valen as well.
He's low! So low! 3 HP in a dream for Valen, but he's still able to find his. That's big. G2 forced to play up the side for the most part. QCK dancing in the nano swarm, and the code goes up. Who is going to interrupt this? QCK off of it. Icy versus QCK. The Reckoning, though, still in play, but Loud don't have enough time. G2, tooth and nail, have gotten into this game.
Finally for G2. And it was a good call from Valorant to cut noise and go all the way back to B. The way that round played out over on A, where they dodged the recon, completely cut noise, got a bunch of utility out. Very reasonable for Loud to think that they could just then go for a re-hit. So Loud stayed stacked up there, and they had QCK with the op on B.
Let's go, guys.
That's all we get.
And it was G2 just off a good call from Valorant to fall off and go for that B hit instead. Get the site for free.
Of course, the EG
well done.
contingent getting excited about that result. That's 12 for G2, by the way.
Of course, EG, they need G2 to win this map and the series to go through into the playoffs of the Omega group. If Loud take it, they'll be the ones through. QCK, early fight onto B. Great shot with the operator.
Yeah, Cascade comes now. Way too late. It won't bring back Icy, but it will at least get them over towards B again. High Tides exchange once more. Loud again have to respect this.
Cove gonna go down for the safe plant, but actually not gonna plant inside of it. Gives Trent a little bit of space to play off of and hold that angle up top, and the pit comes in from Jonah P as well. Trent, look at how far back he is. He has the Hunter's Fury in case things get scrappy. Can pull that one out to close the round out.
Cummins in here, there are heads turned in his direction. Spots Trent, he wasn't looking. Brother. Jonah P there on top of that container. Inside the pit still. Recon to try and light it up. Cummins in eventually drops here. QCK dives in the shorty. Doesn't quite have the height. And now Loud have to pull out. G2 have done it. That's 13 rounds over the series for them. At the very least, they've achieved the tiebreaker.
Leaf gonna go down to the spike at the very end. Just a solid B execute with the tools that they have here that you're gonna see with this harbor. The walls going up, a little bit of a fake with a cove that time though, not planting inside of it, off to default just to this, just a few feet to the right to kind of throw Loud just a little bit off, and then Trent also able to take a peek up top. Was nice off of that.
Let's go.
Finally, a little bit of momentum. Not the most excited let's go I've ever heard.
Yeah, definitely.
But listen, we'll get there. Maybe if we get 3 in a row, maybe 4 in a row.
Saving energy, giving yourself some headroom is important.
We could get the decibels up on the next let's go.
All right, that's a recon cleared early. Less. What an opener. G2 here lost that belt presence now.
Look at this
slowly slinking away.
Position from QCK. Pushed up so far on B.
The risk of making noise, though, if he doesn't anticipate Leaf to be on the other side of that wall. He's got to see some action!
And it was just when Leaf started backing off. If he was in the same position, QCK was as good as dead. The turret is watching this, though.
Sarnak is going to get a confirmation here in a moment. And realizes how close he was to getting a free haircut. A Cascade comes down. QCK's wondering where these shots are coming from. Blades pulled out. He's ready for close quarters.
Really taking a risk there for a moment with the positioning was QCK. No dash online.
Big fight from Jonah. Big
re-wrapped into kitchen. It seems like he's sniffing this out, aware that a player could have worked up all the way through kitchen into this position. He had the turret there, obviously. Broken.
QCK's done. He's cooked! Jonah finishes the job. A little haphazard, but still effective. And there it is, G2 in that 2 versus 1. Les on a bit of a late flank.
Planted.
Icy can't win that one out, and Les is very healthy now to take this last challenge.
He has the Viper's Pit, but Leaf is the one with the lockdown. Going to be some serious delay here. Is he just going to get right on and take the fight? There's just no way he's got to get out of the way of this lockdown, or he does get it just in time to break it. He's just too clutch. And this is something we've seen all too many times from Loud's star player in Les, and it's certainly not the last time we're going to see a big clutch from him.
Sentinels fans discovering the cure for hypotension in that round.
Les once the ranked upcoming star that Loud picked up in the inception of the team. And now the guy there with Sadhak with the most experience. And the guy as well just steps up in these tough scenarios against Leaf, who has just been incredible since switching to the Sentinel role for G2. And specifically, when he's on the Killjoy, he's putting up 0.9 kills per round. Damn near a kill per round when he's on Killjoy.
That's duelist level. Speaking of which, look at this aggressive play from Loud over towards the A side. G2 are decimated. What do you have to work with now? Valorant there, falling away, so it's up to Trent. God, it's been a tough attacking half for this G2 outfit. It has been brutal. Trent's going to swing this and see an assailant right on the other side of the wall here. Who's got the quicker trigger? Finger time to find out, of course! As per usual, it's less.
Once again, it's QCK opening the round up, getting that first kill with the operator. He is looking absolutely white hot right now. The man who was the lightning rod of so much criticism directed at this squad for their failures in the first few weeks in Americas. People questioning even the run at Madrid, not beating the best teams there. They were looking at this man to step up for the squad, and finally against Sentinels last week doing it. Against G2 right now doing it. Hitting the shots he needs to hit. A resurgence for his individual level.
G2 have the correct read on an aggressive posting by Loud at B. QCK has been an issue. They've tried to force him off this angle. Looks like that L drone was actually just used to check close and not force him off there, so it's gonna be tough to hit that B in general. And through mid, it's a massacre. Sadhak steps up. The mid control for Loud has been at a premium. Dizzy, no problem. Jonah P on his Lona P. Yeah, that's tough.
For the first half of this entire season from Madrid, the qualifier kickoff till now, we had seen so much of Loud experimenting with that Phoenix comp. They were so committed to the double flash look. And it had such a short shelf life. It expired that when we got to Americas and when they had the problems getting into the country on time to be able to play, they just never had time to adjust and start something new. And it feels like finally now, after several weeks of practice with some of these different compositions, getting rid of that old look with the Phoenix, they are starting to be that comprehensive unit that we expect them to be once again.
Okay, here comes the Thrash. It's sent on in. Icy not getting what he came for, though. Comes in Hunter's Fury. Not even a scratch on G2 after that one. This time it's Tui's in kitchen as Sadhak is playing closer to Boiler. 410 positioning denied.
And that attacking Silver Drone was committed to try and root less out of the pit, get a tag on him, hopefully spray him down, but it did not.
Trying to P. Not a good way to start the round. The plant comes in though. Awkward position for it. G2 are going to take what they can get here. Thrash 2 Electric Boogaloo. This time hits the mark and they're able to follow it up. Now the pit will come down. Reckoning popped. A problem now for Loud in this retake scenario as Sadhak gets the hot foot. Icy finds another. G2. It's just QCK now to try and hold them back. He's good for just the one. Pinged off by the recon though. That's all but impossible. With the wrong weaponry as well. With this round, G2 would dash the hopes of Sen City. Getting ahead to qualify. QCK's nothing to do.
And there it is. Sadly, the Sen City crumbled. G2, they have officially made it into the playoffs, so they have locked that one up. And now it's in the hands of Loud. They're the ones with their playoff hopes still on the line. They're up 1-0 in the series. Big advantage here on the first half on their map pick Icebox. If they can take this map down, they will have made the playoffs as well, and EG's hopes will have been dashed.
First tick in the box. Get into playoffs. Second tick would be do it for the boys as EG are looking on. We need a G2 win in the series. Far-fetched as it feels right now.
Loud push up fast to get the orb. Tui's off of that. Reckoning now in play for this final round of the half, so a certainty that that'll be going off in the late round. for either a retake situation or a flood situation while the spike is going down for G2.
We've taken it slow. Again, QCK. Very much par for the course from Loud's Jet player on this map. Always looking for more. Our drone doesn't really... okay! He re-swings that! It just assembled alternately.
And QCK, no matter how hard he's hitting mechanically, he will always be fighting over B main on Icebox. Sometimes it's to his detriment. He's not hitting the shots, but he won't give up. He will still go for it. But on a day like this, where he can't miss that first bullet, you can see the impact that just his self-assuredness, his confidence has on the game. So many first kills for
30
Loud.
seconds left.
And now they can just play retake with this Reckoning online. Sodhawk even gets another.
Impressive.
And, with time low, they're just going to deny it outright.
And there is no chance for G2. Have to fight through this. Wingman down, Icy. Vulnerable as he came through the cove.
Enemy remaining.
Valen with a valiant attempt, but it's a 9-3 half there for Loud. They have been indomitable at Icebox.
Making G2, frankly, look like a worse team than they actually are. Mentioned it already, but this is the G2 on Icebox that defeated Lev, who have just been easily top 2, if not the best team right now in Americas. They are no joke on this map. And Loud look so elite.
Spectacular.
There's a reason they picked it into G2. That had me weary looking at this pool, and now it's making sense. They're giving him a lesson on how to play with that double controller.
Loud eyeing off that playoffs berth that looked unlikely at the start of the stage, but here we are. We're going to head over to the GP and the Deaths to break down a brutal half if you're a G2 fan.
One could argue it was a touch bittersweet because even though on the server it wasn't necessarily the most, I guess, exciting performance there for G2, they got the 3 rounds, baby. They're in. So that's all that matters for them. They're playoff bound, but now is where the real work comes in here where, they want to try and pick up this win against Loud.
Yeah, but it was a half dominated by Loud. The biggest thing impressing me there was QCK. This guy's aggression was insane. His opping was on point. It feels like the guy we've been waiting to see for so long with this Loud team.
Yeah, and he needs to tap into that because they're going to win a lot more games with him playing like this. He was really abusing that jet dash, staying for prolonged times, and it got him a massive value on not only info, but kills.
Yeah, and their late rounds as well were great. Loud winning out on a lot of these retake situations with Cow and Zine, I think in particular, doing a good job at that. But it was always these opening kills that were setting them on that course.
And just the way that you guys were talking about in the first game, but it was a similar thing here. The way that they were just laying the utility and just preventing them from being able to do anything. And then you have Les, who he has been popping off. Again, I think Wyatt said top 5 player, you can make the case that he's at, at different points in time like the best player in the world. How does he still do it?
Every international event he goes to, he's in the conversation for top 3 for a reason. This guy is so consistently good.
It's so scary to see how this Loud team has been able to pick up the pieces, Baby Bay, and now they look very dominant in this situation.
Yeah, but G2 is no slouch on this map. Defensive side is where they're really good, and this is where they like to thrive.
If Loud win this one, close out 2-0, they guarantee their slot in playoffs. If G2 could make this comeback happen, though, they could do it for the boys and give EG a slot of their own.
Yeah, you got to check the heart monitors there for Evil Geniuses, make sure that they're still with us. But for now, let's go ahead and send it back over to Uber and Wyatt.
9-3 halftime scores. We return now to the frigid tundra. Loud really setting the pace early.
And a pretty standard B main take here. Pushing that high tide forward to get the space for Loud. Now on the attacking side, Sodhawk pushed up towards A. Turret in tow just to control this part of the map. And look at this drone being expended on B right now from Cow and Zine. But G2, they're not buying that as something significant enough to draw rotations. Matter of fact, they have 3 towards A right now. Expecting this hit to be the likely one to come in, and they'd be right.
That drone's going to be relevant. I want to circle back to it after. Loud here. Playing without any flashes to speak of. That's going to be exposed potentially on this side.
I mean, look at how deep Cowanzine is right now. This is ridiculous, but they haven't left A because surely if he's here and the spike isn't going down, they have to still be at A, right? But they've given him so much space and the rest of Loud so much space that they can just rotate all the way over to him.
Less is in a pivotal position. They're not ready for it. They never seem to be. That results in a trade. G2 grouped up as 3 now, all through orange.
Icy does still have the wingman. Cowanzine with a great timing.
What a timing. And that means Leaf is up against it. Pistol loss here would be catastrophic for G2 and for EG.
Bot coming back.
And it would be Loud on the precipice of making playoffs. Something that just didn't seem possible early on in this season.
We thought they were done. We thought it was over.
3 weeks straight of, frankly, the lowest level of play we have ever seen from this Loud squad since they began years ago. Debuting at Reykjavik, making it to the finals against that old Optic team, and since then it has just been greatness for 2 straight years.
A legacy.
It felt like we were finally witnessing the fall off. But after a few weeks of that, they said, hell no. And they're right back to that top level form.
Like they forgot about Dre. Unreal. Off we go now over towards the A side. Heavy belts presence for Loud. See the Guardian for Cowanzine may be relevant. 2 Vandals also brought into this. Cascade now to screen them, and QCK just loves to float between Raptors and Gen on rounds like this. Get that backside control. But he's doing it piecemeal. Just splitting it up, not overcommitting, so disciplined.
The scaling onto the site is just perfect from Loud. Cleaning up this anti-eco with ease. I say that, but now Leaf on the flank, maybe with an opportunity.
I've seen easier.
Going to be shut down by 2Es. Easier for him, no doubt. What? A little bit silly there at the end.
2 Vandals, they bought 2 Vandals. They take 2 Vandals out of the round. Problem? I don't think so. 11-3 now in G2. Their last best chance here, truly, to come back into this map. Their best map. Their best map. They are struggling. They're drowning.
When you're looking at the map pool, G2 have to be... Seriously? Hold on. We got Icebox and Lotus, and we get to pick a 3rd map? But Loud are in rare form right now. Less 16-4. What a player. It's going to be that early drone to control B main. Deep harbor wall, making it look like a split could be coming in here onto the B site in totality.
QCK has to play passive for now and opts to drop off that 2 angle. Some creeping forward for Loud though on the B side of the map here, and it's a more passive angle being held by Icy here at yellow.
And you can see that alarm bot. G2 are playing around that. It's a key to their decision making here. Sawdog making a lot of noise on A, and Cowanzine did break it. It's going to trigger these mollies as well.
But no opportunity for Icy to play off contact. Cowanzine now wants to creep up.
Now hearing a lot of footsteps. Our G2, Icy with the first, Leaf swings out top as well. Great timings.
Never check it. Icy here, able to reposition comfortably. Loud whittled down to 3. Do have less they can activate for a late flank through mid, but he'll have to watch out for Valen, who has a similar idea. Timing though. Less is actually up in tube. Something Valen is not prepared for. And there is an opportunity for Les here to descend. Here's that drop. There is Arcade. There is a turret that takes contact here. So he is revealed. Twice. Easy pickings for Trent. Now 2 left for Loud. Making their way up past yellow. They're quite advanced in their positioning, but Valen made that flank through under tube.
At least not going to get bonused out of this game. G2 had everything on the line in that round, of course. Their entire economy hung in the balance, winning that one out. With some kills as well in that round, Valen has gotten his Reckoning online. 2Es similarly, the Harbor for Loud, Reckoning online as well. Could certainly see those exchanged here. And another little small note I'm looking at is Cowanzine. He's 1 off of his Hunter's Fury. We'll see if they try to play for this Aor where they're gathered up right now, have that key ultimate online for a post plant.
Oh, they've picked a lightly held site here. Can G2 hold them off? Is that high tide? Okay, this is definitely going to force a full retake setup here for G2. They do, of course, have the Dizzy to play off of once Icy gets here, but he's a long way from the action.
Now getting close is QCK. They're using this wall to their advantage to really dig deep into the site.
All right, counter reckoning here. Coming out from G2. They're going to pick their mark, try and approach here through screens where Kawanzin was waiting for Leaf. This is by no means a sure thing for the defenders.
Oh my god.
Jonah P is good though. He's able to drop down off rafters, and Les has a tough time tangling with him. Up by 410. Wall renewed by the defenders now, and Les doesn't know where to be looking. He gets a stay of execution and turns it into a kill. You can't let him get away with this every single
Get away with that. And how does Kawanzin is a robot in that moment? How does he break the wingman into the Dizzy and get the headshot? And it began to such a small little cerebral moment from him when that reckoning came in from Valen. There was just that little corner, you can see it just slowly pacing to his left, but it didn't connect onto him. So he was able to get that first on Leaf. Didn't think anyone could be on that corner or one of those bolts would have rained down on his head. Kawanzin has just been phenomenal these past 2 weeks. Resurgence doesn't say enough about how much he's stepped up from the first half of the season into the second. Back to that elite level of play. One of the best initiators that we've got in the game at the moment. G2 taking a timeout. 1 away from this loss. 1 away from EG's hopes being dashed. Their playoff chances rest in the hands of G2 and Josh RT, the coach right now on this timeout. Allowed 1 round away from getting themselves into that Omega Group top 3 and into the playoffs here, continuing their chances at being able to make it to an international LAN for, I want to say, the 8th time in a row now.
How do they extract maximum value out of a potential lockdown? That's the question for G2. They're pretty well bought up. They've got it all to work with here, and they've got to lay it on the line. Their last chance here in stage 1 to do so. It's gonna have to be magic.
Gathered up outside AR Loud. Kawanzin with those kills has the Hunter's Fury ready to go. The one ultimate in play at the moment. And it's gonna be that deep recon in. Does get broken. Drone as well here. So a lot of presence being shown from Loud early. They're gonna have to contend with the full KJ setup when they get into the site here.
One of the players from Loud got lit on their way in, and QCK lands awkwardly. Might have something to do with the bullets inside of him, but I digress. Hunter's Fury expended now. Louder up and on the side. There's going to be some hot and heavy fighting here up close as they try and push through this cove. Oh, Wingman sees it all! Beautiful setup. But Kawanzin is always there for 2. There's a thrash here for Icy though. That quick double has earned him that ultimate. The spike is so far away from Loud though. They're going to need to spelunk to recover it.
Here.
Les pings it. About the approximate location. Asking Kawanzin to try and light it up. G2 finds him. Now can Les do it again for the umpteenth time this series?
30 seconds to play with.
30 seconds left.
Many others I'd say it's not possible, but it's Les! That's 1. Now it's a straight swing. Icy's low. 5 HP left. That's all he's got to work with. Unless the Angel of Death does it again. Absolutely disgusting.
And Loud are back. MiBR couldn't do it. Furia couldn't do it. The hope of Brazil. Loud, as it always has been and seems to always will
Can't get rid of him, man.
be. They were down all season, but they're not out. They're in the hottest form they've been in so far this year. Headed into the playoffs next week, and it feels like now they have a legit chance at making it to Shanghai, continuing their streak of making it to every single international event, always being a contender, always fighting for the top spots. One of the most experienced IGLs in the game, one of the best that we've seen in Stadhawk, Les, one of the best Flex players, Viper players, Sentinels that we've seen in the game, has been for years. What more can you say?
They've had to reinvent They came into stage 1 awkwardly. The travel was uncomfortable. They still had those outdated Phoenix Breach compositions they had to pivot away from on really short notice, and it cost them. It cost them a number of losses at the start of the stage, but this team always finds a way to peak at the perfect time.
They've just proven that you can never not believe in the leadership from Sadhawk. From what this man is able to do with this team, what he's done with this team. The second they looked like they were out. Again, we have never seen Loud closer to rock bottom than we did for these first few weeks of stage 1.
They knew it, we knew it, everybody knew it.
They've crawled out of that pit that it seemed like they weren't going to be able to, with 2 matches left against Sentinels, the Madrid winners last week. They take them down in convincing fashion, and G2, who are contending with Lev, have a number of big wins this season. The team that has stuck together for years as well made it into partnership. Another convincing win on their map pick, and then on Icebox, which has been so good for them, blowing them out.
It was a blowout, make no mistake. That one was not particularly close. This Loud engine has gone into a high gear. Coenzine is looking stunning. QCK has been extremely impactful. So many of those situations hinging on great operator play and just the general disregard for your self-preservation and for your opponent's ability. That was really hard for Valorant, I think, to try and game plan around.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is and was a battle between 2 of the top IGLs that we have here in Americas. I mean, Sadhawk, most people would say he is the best IGL we have here in Americas, and Valen leading the squad over the past couple years to try and make it into partnership, which they did successfully through Ascension last year, the team to win it, to make it up here into Americas. And it's not over for them yet. They won enough rounds that they have made it into the playoffs. Similarly to Loud, they are going to have they're going to have a big match where everything is on the line, because the first seeds, they make it through to the double elim stage. Both of these teams, though, 1 loss, and they are out in the playoffs, but it's not over for either yet.
That's right. Again, no second chances there, but for now, we're going to take a moment, reflect. We're going to head down with Elizabeth at the stage, standing by for our Ryzen post-match interview.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Here, joining me now is Loud's very own star, QCK. An absolutely incredible performance from you today. They were talking in the cast how you've been kind of on the brunt of receiving a lot of criticism from your performance. Do you think you just silenced everyone today with your performance and how good you were today?
A gente está aqui com o herói do jogo hoje, dos melhores. Você tem recebido um pouco de críticas online, né? Principalmente por ser novo no time. Como é que isso te afeta? Você acha que isso faz alguma coisa para você?
Cara, eu acredito que eu recebi um pouco de hate, não vou dizer injusto, mas foram poucas partidas que eu não consegui performar o que eu deveria, mas eu consegui agregar pro time de diversas formas, além de impacto de kills. Eu voltando individualmente com certeza ajuda o time, mas não é isso que tá fazendo a gente ganhar, é a gente conseguir se unir como equipe e ser uma equipe cada dia melhor.
Yeah, I think I got a little bit of hate, not exactly, you know, okay, but it was a little too much. But it's not about only me playing well. It's about the whole team, you know, coming together and playing as a good team.
Well, let's talk about that, because this is a revitalized Loud. They were talking in the cast, we were all watching. You know, this isn't the Loud that we were worried weren't gonna make an international event for the first time in a very long time. This is Loud that we know, we love, and most importantly, we trust and support. So what is this Loud like now?
Essa é a Loud que a gente está esperando ver, né? É a Loud que todo mundo conhece internacionalmente. E o que é a Loud agora pra gente?
Cara, acho que vocês podem esperar a mesma Loud que vocês conheciam antes do começo desse campeonato. Provavelmente disputando pra vaga pro Masters. Acredito que a gente tá bem forte e que a gente vai vir pra buscar essa vaga.
Yeah, you can all expect the old Loud, the Loud you knew from the past years. We're gonna be very strong for the rest of the season and for these playoffs.
Well, I just received confirmation for your playoffs. You were the 3rd seed going into playoffs. That is a lot of work, but listen, God's strongest soldiers, toughest battles, right? So how do you feel about being the 3rd seed going in?
Vocês vão ser o 3º seed, né? Entrando nos playoffs. Como é que você está se sentindo com essa posição?
Cara, sendo bem sincero, não é o que a gente esperava quando a gente voltou do Masters para disputar esse campeonato, mas acredito que a gente teve uma resiliência muito boa no campeonato, então a gente vai ter muita confiança para buscar essa vaga.
TB8, it was not what we were expecting. We were expecting to place a little bit better, but we are feeling very resilient and we're gonna do a good thing.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations. Obrigado. Everyone give it for QCK one more time. An incredible performance. But we're going to throw it back to the analyst desk because we have a treat. It's Sadak and Valen in the post show. So friends, take it away.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Yeah, you know, we figured we mix things up a little bit. The Red Bull's out, all the little minions are getting excited about it, and we thought it would be a good idea to go ahead and bring two great IGLs together here to chat about that, you know, just qualifying and, you know, the match and just everything all together here. First things first, so congratulations on the victory. I do want to just get right out in front of it. You guys have had a massive turnaround this season.
Christ, yes.
How does it feel from where you were in the beginning? Because it felt like you guys were dire. And now here you are. It feels like a completely rejuvenated, revived Loud.
Like, I'm going to be honest, I don't think we deserve it yet because thank God our group sucks because that gave us a chance to qualify. But I don't know, man, like at the beginning we were so bad, like so bad. Nothing was going.
Can you pinpoint it on one particular, on a few things? It's never just one thing.
Yeah, it's never one thing, but like I think we were lacking like heart to play, you know? Like we needed some heart, we needed some emotion, some fire in us. And we kind of like lost it after Madrid, the way we lost, like we couldn't recover properly. So that's something we were working on because like tactically we felt always okay or decent. But we were losing because, I don't know, we weren't hitting our shots or taking it seriously in a way, you know?
Interesting.
So, yeah, I mean, we always try to fix that. We fixed it. We fixed that in the match against Crew, actually. Yeah. But things didn't go well. So we were like, okay, now we fixed that. We need to focus on the tactics and compositions and all the stuff.
Yeah. Funny enough, though, you guys also were in a little bit of a similar pickle at the beginning of the year trying to find that identity. So, like, hearing... You know, Sadak say that as well. Like, what is your reaction to that? But also, you know, for your team as well.
Yeah, I definitely like relate and understand what he's saying because sometimes, especially for a team that qualifies for international event and then comes back home, sometimes like when you lose bad, it kind of feels hard to get back in the groove, especially when there's no like huge match or big tournament like upcoming. You kind of have to claw your way back. For us, I think. Like, you know, we made a roster change, and ever since then, it's been kind of easy for us to, like, get that fire just because it was, like, a new team, a little bit of, like, a honeymoon happening. And, yeah, I mean, we had some rough losses, like, even today, but we're, like, growing every day and trying to get better. And currently, I feel like our team has that fire and passion. We just need to refine, like, a lot of the small things and try to fix, like, maybe the match time mentality. Because especially today, like, we were getting owned by Loud. It felt very pressuring. And it's hard to recover sometimes for us. So if we can get over that hurdle, I feel like we'll be in a similar situation.
Yeah.
Both you guys had similar stakes today, and this was the game that was like the qualifying game, the last chance to make it into playoffs. I wanted to start with you, Sadak, because you've been in this position a lot of times. It seems like, Sadak, that your team is oftentimes slow starters, even in international tournaments, and you tend to heat up into this. Are you just used to the pressure of these do-or-die matches? Does it register with you still, and does it affect the team still?
I mean, I've been competing for quite a while, and sometimes I need a little bit of emotion, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, these positions always feels right to me, like it's do or die, and we always, like, want to deliver. So, yeah, I mean, the team also likes that, but they're super young, so maybe, oh my God, the pressure, no. You know, like it's the end of their lives if we lose in a way. But yeah, we love those situations.
And what about for you, Valen? Because, I mean, you went to Reykjavik way back in the day, you've played in Ascension, but playing in VCT Americas in like a Tier 1 league is still very new. What was it like today for you and the team with that pressure?
It was a really weird game because we knew that we just had to win like 14 rounds to qualify, but we still really wanted to win this game. Like mentality-wise was we want this championship point. We want to prove that we can beat Loud and be like a top Tier 1 team in VCT. Obviously, it didn't go our way, but yeah, I mean, I understand like Sadak's point of view because sometimes like you want that pressure and it kind of motivates you to work even harder. So I'm not surprised that they played so well today under that do or die situation.
Yeah, no.
For you guys as well, it seems like you're the only team that's still playing like Harbor Viper Icebox. A lot of teams have picked up kind of the variant like you guys have with the Gecko KO or Gecko Sova, things like that. But you're like the only team that's still running the comp that you guys innovated last year. What do you think makes you guys so good at that comp, that you're still finding success with it where other teams have failed?
I think we have the right players for the characters we're playing, for the Asians we're playing. Like, for example, you take Les, he's an insane Viper. You take Twist, he's an insane Harbor player. Yeah. And I just play Killshot. It's whatever, right? Like, just Killshot, yeah, just put a turret there. But like...
Hey, man, you do that. You place that turret very good.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, you're one of the best.
And the alarm mode, right there. Yes.
Right there, buddy.
It's more like, yeah, it fits with our playstyle. Like, people are opting more for flashes, in a way. And we're like, yeah, we don't need flashes.
Are you not on the give me all the flashes train anymore?
Not in that map.
Not in that map.
Not in that map in particular, yeah. In the others, yes, for sure.
I love it.
What do you think makes them so hard to play against? Because this
I mean, from my perspective, if you give them a hot start and they have momentum going, they are unstoppable. Like, they're just multi-killing every time. QCK is down B long against my Sova drone and my Cascade and still getting picks. Like, he's finding all the little gaps. And also, I think their prep was so good. We have a lot of footage on our Icebox.
Yeah.
And it felt like, it honestly felt like as an IGL, they knew what I was trying to do almost every time. So I think we got prep diff pretty hard, and also they started like 4-0, started hot, and it was like, how do we stop these guys, man?
Yeah.
Do you agree? Was it prep today?
Oh yeah, yes. Yeah. We prepped a lot for that match. It was super important for us, so we did a little bit extra homework for them. Yeah. So yeah, we were understanding what they were trying to do, and for us, like for example, Vine was kind of like, we knew what they were trying to do, but at the same time, like they were having these surprise kills, like on me, for example, on hookah or some random pick. So they were like destroying us on Vine, and after we kind of reset, it was like, okay. Yeah. And Icebox was like, yeah, we know what they're going to do.
Before we move on, I do want to ask just one final thing, mostly just about, like this team here. I mean, what was it about this team that you guys were concerned about coming into it? Because it felt like the game plan, you guys were prepping aggressively here. It did work out very well. What were the things that you were concerned about?
Well, for sure, you guys are insane. Of course, you have amazing players. I respect every single player you have. We used to scream a lot in the past last year, so we know like you guys are actually insane. And also like they have amazing coordination with utilities sometimes. So it doesn't matter if we are prepared for that. It's more like, okay, they're gonna just wreck us if we're not like breaking the Gecko utility or just being ready for the flashes and everything.
Yeah.
You did say in an interview that you looked up to Sadak and you wanted to play him in a match. Can you have your little sweet moment?
I mean, it was definitely like such a fun experience, like even though I was getting owned. And before the match, like I was super amped up just to kind of maybe prove my shot. Like, hey, I can call versus one of the best, if not the best. And even like, I don't want to glaze too hard, but even when I was trying to come up in the scene, I would always watch Loud because they were like probably the most innovative team like throughout Valorant. And so it's kind of cool to see like a team try a bunch of new ideas, different comps, and gain inspiration from that.
Yeah.
And I got to go toe-to-toe today. Obviously, I didn't get the result that I wanted, but it gives me motivation to work even harder. Like I know now I got like the match experience, and there's long ways ahead for me, but I'll try to work.
That's why it almost seems like, are you having like a little bit of like a I made it moment?
Honestly, not really.
No?
Like I don't really feel that way. Like I made it. I just try to take each game like how it is, like each game one at a time. And I'll feel like that maybe once I, win champions or something. But until then, I'm still very new and I understand that, and I just want to work my way up to the top.
Look at you, Theo Sadak, always just inspiring people.
That's amazing, man.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at the standings here because stage one is officially over and done with. So here we go. And as it's locked in, Crew in first place. You got C9 in second and G2 coming in third. And then over in the Omega group, Leviathan is going to be sitting at the top of that group. You got 100 Thieves in second, and Loud have now made their way.
Your head, Sadak.
Jesus Christ, man. Like, the Omega
Crazy
group
start.
is lacking, like it's not good at all.
Hey.
We won like -13 rounds, like, yeah, sad.
Hey, but you know what? All it is just inspiration for you guys to just do even more. Both of y'all,
Yeah,
right?
thank you for the VOD. I will watch Icebox. No! I still made it somehow, but I'll take it.
Hey, you'll take it. All right. Well, this is how the playoffs are going to break down here since we have our midseason playoff bracket. And it is going to be C9 versus G2 to start things off, and then Loud versus 100 Thieves. And the winners of that will take on Crew and Leviathan. Now, well, guys, I mean, we're going to get your thoughts. You're going to be facing off against C9 at familiar territory for y'all.
Yeah, I mean, we scrim them a lot, so we're pretty familiar with each other.
Yeah.
And I think it's just going to come down to a game of execution. You know, they execute their strats very well, and so do we. If we can stop Oxy from getting 30 kills, I'm pretty confident we're going to win the game.
Yeah, and now you guys are going to have to deal with 100 Thieves. What are your thoughts on them?
Not a thought yet.
Not a thought yet. I love that.
I'm still processing, everything.
I did want to ask, though, since you guys are the 2 and 3 seeds from your group, you have to play a single elimination match before even having a chance to qualify to Shanghai. That's pretty uncommon in formats. Does that change things at all, or just add that extra bit of pressure?
I think, at least for us, it's good, Like, if we win, it means we deserve to win, in a way. Like, It's not just pure luck that we're here, And also, like, it builds momentum in a way, because if you win that and then you have to face another one, it's like, okay, let's do it, Let's go. So yeah, it's a good thing.
Same for you.
I kind of understand what he's saying. When I was in Ascension last year, we had like a do or die run where we were in lower bracket to make it to Brazil and to qualify. And I think it builds a lot of like inner team trust. When you go through those very tough matches, you know you have no second chance and you got to give it your all. And when you come out with the win, especially after that, you just have so much like kind of that fire, like that ignite on the team, and everyone's amped up. And now you get a second chance too, so it's even like less pressure, but all the hype and
that's
just
true,
go
that's
in.
True.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's awesome. Well, I mean, good to see you guys are approaching this with a great mindset. It's going to be very entertaining. Let's go ahead, though, and see the schedule, when we're going to be checking out the matches that we just saw in the playoff bracket. So first things first, it's going to be G2 taking on C9. Sorry, Valen, you're going to have to wake up early for that game there. I'm sure you're used to it by now. And then 100 Thieves takes on Loud. And, well, Sadak, you just going to have to keep yourself awake as you get ready for that. I'm sure the nerves will keep you ready and antsy.
I'm going to sleep like a baby. I'm going to be...
Never mind. Love it. Absolutely love it. Well, guys, I want to thank you so much for taking the time. Thank you so much for doing this as well. Very unconventional, but we do appreciate it. Felt very confident with both of y'all. So appreciate it very much so. And that's going to do it for us. That's it for stage 1, baby. We wrapped it. And what a wild ride it has been. But don't worry. There's going to be plenty more action coming at you on Wednesday for the playoffs. You don't want to miss it. Make sure you stay tuned to all the Valorant socials to find schedulings and all that good stuff. And we'll catch you next time. Take care, everyone. Peace.
Thank you both. Good luck in playoffs.
Good luck, guys.
You want to be known as the best duelist in the world? Can't be sleeping, bro.
Hold up, I'm going to sleep.
Wall finally double it up. That's a 1-for-1. Guardian left, and he lands that shot.
They don't have the angle.
It's still at halfway, almost no time left. He gets it from JCC! On the Zeppa, but also lost his teammate in the process, and Oxy getting 4 in the round in that overtime. No, it's Vanity with a judge.
Oh boy.
It's a judge. It's a jump. It's a judge. Three kills coming through. Instead goes for the util. Showstopper out for Oxy, and Vanity doesn't need the help from Oxy. The last 2 kills allow C9 to win this series against MiBR.
Okay, gets into U-Haul. There was no pick up.
Oh my God! Why did I do it? How did I do it? Magic from QCK. They're gas fishing. to on the approach. I mean, Leaf, the first contact. Cowan team just hold them one down for the boys! And you love to see it! Many others, I'd say it's not possible, but it's less! It's all he's got to work with.